Chapter 1: Who says that a primary school beauty is not a school beauty? At this time, in the urban area of Jinling, a young man was walking on the street, wearing a clean shirt, with a faint smile on his young and handsome face, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him and he was always walking in his own world. The young man's facial features were as delicate as if they were carefully carved. Every edge and corner was so clear. Under a pair of sword-like eyebrows, there was fortitude and maturity. In his eyes, which flashed with a deep light like stars, there was an indifference that did not belong to his age. Yi Xian raised his head from time to time and walked forward, enjoying a rare moment of peace and leisure. 20 years ago, when he was 7 years old, as an orphan, he walked into primary school that day. Looking at the children of the same age around him who were sent off by their parents, he had infinite envy in his eyes. Being alone, he knew that he would never get the parental love that others could easily get. Instead, there is only loneliness, silence, and the infinite loss in my heart when I see others acting coquettishly in front of their parents. Perhaps it was Goddess mercy on him, and finally, on his first day of school, he opened another window in his life. One day, when he was used to hiding himself in the corner of the classroom, he accidentally activated the God-level sign-in system and started signing in every day from then on. Divine-level medical skills. God-level perspective skills. God-level physique. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. When I recall it now, it seems like a flower in a mirror, a moon in the water, or a bizarre dream. During these 20 years, he had acquired countless God-level skills. Things that others might find difficult to obtain in their entire lives, he could easily acquire. When he was 17, he was full of vigor and vitality. He was known as a miracle doctor. Countless people inside and outside China wanted to see him. By the time he was 18, he had built a trillion-dollar multinational group, sniping at Wall Street, and beating up capital until it lost all its money. Gao 19, he guarded the southwest of China, one man, one red flag, one sharp blade, and drove the enemy back thousands of miles. No one dared to offend. Entering his 20s, he established a leading real estate company, acquired land both at home and abroad, and led to a rise in global real estate that has not fallen to this day. Now, he is 27 years old. The past 20 years have been very eventful for Yi Xian. But after getting rid of all the worldly things, he no longer has the same excitement as before about everything he has now. But now he is still alone, but in his heart, the current simple life is the real enjoyment. Ding ding ding. Just as he was thinking about a lot of things, the phone rang hurriedly. Yi Xian picked it up, took a look, and answered the call. Listening to the other party's words, Yi Xian's eyes did not fluctuate at all, he just said calmly, "No need to pick me up, I'll just take a walk and be back soon." Then he hung up the phone and continued walking on the vast road. But since hanging up the phone, he felt as if someone was watching him. Then, he suddenly looked back and saw two little heads sticking out from the wall at the back of the alley and they immediately shrank back. Yi Xian grinned and pretended to continue walking forward, observing the situation behind him through the rearview mirrors of the vehicles on the side of the road. It didn't matter that he looked over. There were indeed people following him. They were two little girls, who looked about 6 or 7 years old. The two girls pouted their lips and wore delicate little skirts. Their little faces were pink and tender, with baby fat that had not completely faded away. Their cherry-like little mouths made the two little girls look very cute. These two girls have delicate features and every detail, like two little angels who have come to the world. They blinked their big watery eyes and followed Yi Xian quietly. One of the girls was very beautiful, just like a little princess from a fairy tale. She breathed sweetly, quietly holding the hand of another girl beside her, and followed Yi Xian carefully. For some reason, Yi Xian felt a sense of familiarity when looking at this breathtakingly beautiful little girl, but he couldn't tell why. After that, Yi Xian kept his eyes on this girl as he walked, and for a moment he ignored the one next to him. Finally, Yi Xian took a few quick steps and disappeared into another street. The two little girls noticed that Yi Xian was missing, so they hurried over, but they couldn't find him. The two little girls' eyes were full of confusion. They looked at the streets around them and the people coming and going. The sea of people around them was like a high wall to them, who were only 6 or 7 years old. They could no longer find where Yi Xian had gone. Seeing that she was lost, Yi Jing felt a lump in her throat, and she clenched her hands tightly, almost crying. "Oh no! What should I do?" Zhou Xiaodan next to her held her face in her hands. Although there was some confusion in her eyes, she still smiled sweetly and said, "It's okay, let's keep looking, we will definitely find it." Zhou Xiaodan looked at Yi Jing and understood in his heart that his good friend had never known who his father was since childhood. I heard that her mother got pregnant unexpectedly while abroad. After she returned home, her family strongly opposed it and insisted that she abort the baby, otherwise they would cut off all ties with her. The fierceness and hostility of the words simply don't sound like something a family would say. There is not a trace of family affection at all. Her mother then left home angrily, became pregnant, and gave birth to her and 4 other sisters. Over the years, Zhou Xiaodan has also seen Yi Jing's pain of missing her father. Looking at her tearful eyes, she felt distressed. The incident happened a few days ago. Zhou Xiaodan and her parents got lost and were standing on the street, confused and shedding helpless tears. She didn't know how long she had been waiting. Even being away from her parents for a moment made her feel like the days were long. But at this moment, a kind uncle squatted in front of her with a smile. That uncle was extremely handsome and graceful, as if he had walked out of a painting. He was as gentle as a beautiful jade. She was stunned for a moment and stopped crying. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. It was during this moment of trance that she discovered that this uncle looked very similar to Yi Jing, and she immediately had a hint of doubt in her heart. Although he was young, Zhou Xiaodan was very thoughtful. After asking around, he found out that the other party's surname was also Yi. He became more and more shocked and became a little suspicious. Using the excuse that he had white hair on his head, Zhou Xiaodan gently helped him pull it out, put it away carefully, and finally took it back. After returning home safely, Zhou Xiaodan quickly told Yi Jing about going there on time. Although Yi Jing obviously didn't quite believe it at first, she was unwilling to give up this glimmer of hope. Afterwards, without telling their family members, the 2 girls secretly went to a paternity testing center. The doctor felt puzzled when he saw the 2 girls' pleading eyes, but after listening to their words, he understood the cause and effect. Under the coquettish and cute behavior of the 2 little girls, the doctor tested them, and then there was a result that surprised the 2. They haven't told anyone about this yet. After class these few days, the 2 girls didn't rush home, but were looking for Yi Xian's trace around. Unexpectedly, they really ran into him today. By the way, Yi Jing, did you get the appraisal certificate? Yi Jing pouted, thinking of this, and quickly took out her small school bag. After searching for a while, she found the appraisal letter lying quietly in the corner, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. I'm here. Zhou Xiaodan nodded, grabbed Yi Jing's hand, and prepared to run forward to follow Yi Xian's footsteps. But at this moment, 2 big hands suddenly pressed down on their little heads, scaring both girls. Ah! Bad guys. Let us go. While Zhou Xiaodan and Yi Jing were in panic, Yi Xian squatted down, rubbed the 2 girls' hair, looked at them gently, and asked with a smile. You 2 little girls, what are you doing following me? Chapter 2 Is this, a castle? Yi Xian looked back and confirmed that he did not see the families of the 2 girls. Then he turned to look at Zhou Xiaodan. Suddenly he exclaimed and remembered what happened a few days ago. Hey! Little guy, I remember now. You got lost before, didn't I send you back? What happened? Are you lost again? Zhou Xiaodan pursed her lips and looked at Yi Xian. When she heard Yi Xian talking about this, she suddenly remembered how she cried on the street a few days ago. She felt ashamed at this moment, and her face immediately turned red. She turned her head away and stopped looking at Yi Qing. Yi Xian touched their little heads, felt that these 2 little girls were quite interesting, and stood up. Come on, I'll take you to find your parents. When Yi Jing heard the word dad, her body trembled and she could no longer stop her tears. Then she rushed towards Yi Qing, crying but with joy, and called out to Yi Xian. Dad! Yi Xian? When Yi Xian heard this, he was stunned. He had been calm for a long time, but in an instant, his mood was shattered to the ground like a mirror. Yi Xian put his hands in the air for a long time, then slowly squatted down and gently hugged Yi Jing. His thoughts began to reverberate. He signed a contract for 20 years, built a company, acquired real estate, and built up the frontier. Countless girls tried every means to get into his bed, but Yi Xian passed through so many beauties without getting a single one on him. But when it comes to this kind of romantic affairs, it seems that there are some. In an instant, he suddenly remembered that when he was 18 years old, he went to a small country in Europe and seemed to have met a girl drinking alone in a bar. The girl was Chinese, her eyes were red and wet, it seemed like she had encountered something sad. Perhaps because there was no one else around her, a few foreign scoundrels ran over and teased the girl. Yi Xian couldn't bear to watch his compatriot being harassed by these scoundrels, so he easily drove them away and took the girl home. But who would have known that, by chance, the girl and Yi Xian were both in a state of tipsiness that day, and the two of them were alone in a room, like dry wood and a raging fire, burning so vigorously. The next day, when Yi Qing woke up, the girl was gone, leaving only the blood-stained bed sheet. Unexpectedly. However, even now, he still clearly remembers the girl's name, Wang Xinyao. Yi Jing looked at Yi Xian in front of her, who was in a daze, with a complicated look in her eyes, but she didn't know what was wrong. She thought that Yi Xian didn't want to recognize her, so she moved her little mouth and spoke quickly. I have a certificate of appraisal here. Then, she hurriedly took out the previous note from her bag and handed it to Yi Xian. Identification certificate? When was this? Yi Xian held the appraisal report in his hand and felt a little surprised. It seemed like he had not been to the hospital for some time. When did he get this inexplicable appraisal report? Looking at Yi Xian's confused expression, Zhou Xiaodan on the side smiled awkwardly and spoke. Uncle, this appraisal is correct. Last time you sent me back, didn't I pull out one of your hairs? I'm sorry, I just think you look too much like Yi Jing. Zhou Xiaodan lowered her head slightly and dared not look directly at Yi Xian. After all, this kind of thing was not a glorious thing. But Yi Xian didn't care at all. He just held the appraisal book tightly in his hand, his palms were sweating. After looking carefully and checking the name above, the result was correct. The Yi Jing in front of him was indeed his daughter. Moreover, the timing also matches. Yi Xian was suddenly very excited, and even his body was shaking slightly. He actually already had a child, and the child had grown so big. Son, what's your mother's name? Yi Jing was delighted and her tears stopped slightly. After hearing Yi Xian say this, she knew that he must have accepted her. Just because she didn't know what was going on behind this, she felt a little strange. Why didn't her father know her mother's name? Dad, Mom's name is Wang Xinyao. She was recently invited to be a special professor abroad to do research in a closed campus. Yi Xian nodded, gently stroked Yi Jing's head, and felt a kind of intimacy from the bottom of his heart. My dear daughter, you have suffered so much. When Yi Jing heard Yi Xian's words, she could no longer control her excitement and threw herself into Yi Xian's strong arms. Her eyes were moist and tears were about to burst out like a collapsed dam at any time. Zhou Xiaodan was watching nearby and was genuinely happy for her best friend. After countless days and nights, Yi Jing finally waited for this day. On this side, Yi Xian also nodded, he was no longer alone. Let's go home. Yi Xian looked at the two girls in front of him gently. Good. Yi Jing agreed and smiled sweetly. Even her tears at this moment showed happiness. Yi Xian picked up the two little girls and walked towards the Yalanshan Pavilion Villa area. This broad chest made Yi Jing feel a sense of security she had never felt before, and her little head kept rubbing against Yi Xian's chest. Jingjing, how old are you now? Yi Xian held the two girls in his arms and asked with a smile as he walked. Feeling the little girl in his arms, he finally felt a long-lost sense of happiness in his heart, and the smile on his face was full of genuine excitement. I'm 7 years old. I'm in the first grade of elementary school now. Yi Jing grinned, revealing her cute little fangs, and continued. I came here to study with my mother, but my mother was invited to study abroad as a special professor, so I usually live in the primary school. On weekends, my mother's good friend Aunt Chen Jing would take me to her house to play. As Yi Jing spoke, she was thinking in her heart that her other sisters were also being taken care of by her mother's friends, but now they were not in Jinling, but in Shanghai. She was the only one who came to Jinling temporarily with her mother. After her mother left, she stayed here. It was not easy for their mother to raise the 5 sisters, so they were all very sensible. They knew that their mother was making money abroad, so they went to school obediently and listened to their aunts. Listening to Yi Xian's question, although Yi Jing was still young, she was a little concerned and did not mention anything about her other sisters. After all, she didn't know what kind of person their father was. But in Yi Xian's arms, although Yi Jing thought a lot, she still felt the warmth from her father that she had never felt before. She walked while admiring the surrounding scenery. The environment in front of him became more and more beautiful with Yi Xian's footsteps. The surrounding area was filled with green vegetation and flowers, and the blue asphalt road was clean and spotless. Compared with before, the scenery at this time was even more amazing. She could see the river in front and the mountains in the back. It was a scene of green mountains and beautiful waters, accompanied by villas all around. She didn't even blink when she saw it, and was full of curiosity about everything around her. Dad! Your place is so beautiful. Yi Jing was immersed in the surrounding scenery and couldn't help but praise it. Zhou Xiaodan also nodded and echoed. Yeah. The scenery is really nice. Yi Xian smiled and held the two girls in his arms, walking forward all the way, and soon arrived at the entrance of Yulongchen Pavilion. Then, a beautiful female property manager came out, bowed politely and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, you're back." Yi Xian nodded slightly and said lightly, "Please find a sightseeing bus to take me in." "Okay. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment." The beautiful property manager nodded and took out the radio from her waist. Not long after, a sightseeing bus arrived. Yi Xian took the two girls and got on the sightseeing bus, which then slowly drove deeper into the villa area. The two girls looked at the scenery on both sides excitedly, without even blinking, and were filled with amazement. Not long after, they arrived at Villa Number 1. Yi Cheng and the two girls got off the sightseeing car and walked into the villa without much delay. Villa Number 1, just like its name, is unique even in the Yulongchen Pavilion Villa area where this villa stands. As soon as I walked into the door, the two girls exclaimed in unison, "Wow! This is a castle." Looking at the luxurious decorations inside and the various exquisite furniture, the two little girls were stunned. The two maids paced in the spacious living room, sometimes stroking the soft sofa, sometimes looking at the quaint and beautiful decorative paintings on the wall. The more they looked, the more shocked they became. Yi Jing never thought that her father actually lived in such a place. It was really too luxurious. After seeing all this, the two girls sat on the sofa with Yi Xian, looking well behaved and a little reserved. "This is your own home, make yourself comfortable." Yi Xian rubbed the two girls' heads again and said lovingly, "Chapter 3 Dad, your car is so long." Then he looked at the time and saw that it was almost time for dinner, so he continued, "You guys can play around here, it's almost time for dinner, I'll go make you dinner." When Yi Jing heard this, she grabbed Zhou Xiaodan's hand, stood up excitedly, and said to Yi Xian, "Dad, let's do it." Yi Xian looked at the two girls' petite and pitiful appearance, and was afraid that they could not reach the kitchen counter, so he couldn't help but laugh. "Will you really do that?" When Yi Jing heard this, combined with Yi Xian's smile, she looked at Yi Xian angrily and said with confidence, "Dad, don't look down on me." Okay. Then I'm really looking forward to seeing what the food you guys make will look like." Afterwards, Yi Xian took the two maids into the kitchen. Yi Jing first prepared the oil, salt and seasonings, then found the eggs and beat them skillfully in a bowl, while Zhou Xiaodan picked up the chopsticks and stirred the eggs in the bowl evenly. Then, Yi Jing chopped the green onions, brought a stool, walked to the stove, slowly climbed up, and carefully turned on the fire. At this time, Yi Jing was operating on it, and Zhou Xiaodan was standing below handing her things. Yi Qing looked at this scene and felt that it was a bit funny and very cute no matter how he looked at it. "Oh!" At this moment, Yi Jing suddenly screamed, and Yi Xian's smiling face froze instantly. His heart was suddenly gripped, and he hurriedly walked up to her and asked anxiously, "Xiao Jing, what happened?" At this time, Yi Jing rubbed her cute little rosy earlobes, smiled, and looked at Yi Xian. "It's okay, Dad. I just got splashed with oil." While talking, Yi Jing pinched her earlobe with her hand. Looking at her appearance, Yi Xian felt relieved and simply stood aside, paying attention to her every move. When the oil temperature reached about the same level, Yi Jing took the egg handed to her by Zhou Xiaodan and slowly poured it into the pan. Instantly, an enticing aroma accompanied by a sizzling sound filled the air. Then, after the eggs were slightly shaped, Yi Jing skillfully added the seasonings and then sprinkled in chopped green onions. At this time, a dish of delicious and tempting scrambled eggs appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at her skilled operation and nodded slightly, with a hint of pride on his face. Of course, there was also a hint of heartache. If I had been with Yi Jing all these years, I wouldn't have to let this girl cook for herself. I guess this girl must have been splashed with hot oil many times. It smells so good. Yi Xian smelled the scent and gave Yi Jing a thumbs up. "Hey, Dad, try it." Yi Jing handed over a pair of clean chopsticks. Yi Xian took it gently and said gently, "Then I ate it?" Yi Jing nodded, rubbing her little hands with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Then, Yi Xian picked up a small piece of egg and put it into his mouth. In a moment, Yi Xian was chewing the eggs, his eyes were slightly red, and he suddenly felt that this was the most delicious scrambled eggs he had ever eaten. "It's so delicious. Xiaojing's cooking skills are amazing." While praising Yi Jing, Yi Xian picked her up and rolled up his sleeves. "Leave it to me from now on." The two girls nodded and watched Yi Xian take out the ingredients skillfully. He danced with the kitchen knife in his hand with perfection. Because of his god-level cooking skills, Yi Xian's knife skills can be said to have reached the pinnacle at this time. Even with his eyes closed, he can still cut things neatly. After preparing the ingredients, Yi Xian skillfully started cooking. The iron pan in his hand kept boiling, and bursts of fragrance gradually filled the air. The two girls stood aside, watching Yi Xian's techniques, and were stunned. Soon, one dish after another, delicious and fragrant, was served on the table. Yi Xian served 3 bowls of rice, brought the 2 maids to the dining table, and said with a smile, "You must be hungry. Let's eat." The 2 girls looked at the dishes in front of them and could not hold back any longer. Now, with Yi Xian's permission, they held the chopsticks in their little hands and drooled at the dishes in front of them. "It's delicious." After Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan took a bite, they were immediately stunned. This was in no way inferior to any food they had eaten before. This is just simple cooking, which fully releases the aroma of the ingredients and blends in the freshness of various seasonings. In the eyes of the 2 girls, Yi Xian, who was smiling at them while eating, seemed to be radiating golden light. Just this table of dishes was enough to make the 2 girls admire them so much that they immediately became overwhelmed. "Eat slowly." Yi Xian ate slowly while looking at the 2 girls with a happy smile on his face. "Dad, how did you learn this skill? It tastes better than what Mom makes." At this time, Yi Jing's little mouth was already full, and her eyes were full of admiration as she looked at Yi Xian. "Yes. Uncle's dish is much better than what my mom cooks. It's the most delicious thing I've ever eaten. Take your time to eat. If it tastes good, eat more. There's no rush." Yi Xian looked at the 2 girls' happy smiles, picked up his chopsticks, and put food into the 2 girls' bowls, which made the 2 girls like Yi Xian even more. Yi Jing was snuggling in Yi Xian's arms at this time, feeling warm in her stomach and heart. Yi Xian looked at the 2 girls' silly smiles, remembered something, and said, "Sleep here tonight. I'll take you out shopping and buy some things." When Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan heard this, they pouted their lips and thought for a while before speaking slowly. "Good. Here. Call your mother." Yi Xian nodded, took out his cell phone and handed it to Zhou Xiaodan. "Aha." Zhou Xiaodan nodded, took the phone, quickly dialed the number and explained the situation. "Okay, let's continue eating." After finishing the call, the 2 girls picked up their chopsticks again and continued to eat big bites. Yi Xian watched from the side with a doting smile on his face. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't move, Yi Jing sensibly picked up a boiled shrimp from the plate, peeled it slowly, and put it into Yi Xian's mouth. "Well, thank you, Xiaojing." Yi Xian smiled and opened his mouth to take the peeled shrimp meat that Yi Jing handed over to him, and touched Yi Jing's little face lovingly. "Xiaojing is so good." When Yi Jing heard Yi Xian's praise, she immediately grinned and was so happy in her heart. "Mr. Yi, the vehicle is ready." Just as Yi Xian was interacting with the 2 girls, the driver Tang Hao walked in from outside the door, looked at Yi Xian respectfully and said, "Well, we'll be there soon." Tang Hao nodded, and his pupils suddenly contracted wildly. Then he noticed Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan beside Yi Xian, and he stood there in a daze. "Mr. Yi, this is..." Tang Hao looked at Yi Xian with a shocked look and had a guess in his mind, but it was just a guess. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian nodded slightly and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As a result, Tang Hao's heart was filled with turmoil and he couldn't calm down for a long time. After standing there in a daze for a while, Tang Hao suddenly realized that this was not a place to stay for long. He quickly walked out of the door, still deeply shocked in his heart. "Okay, let's go too." Yi Xian stood up, glanced at the 2 girls and smiled gently. "But, these haven't been cleaned up yet?" But Yi Jing looked at the mess on the table with a hint of worry in his eyes. Similarly, Zhou Xiaodan was looking at the dinner that had not been cleaned up yet, with the corners of her mouth slightly pouting, seeming a little hesitant. Yi Xian's heart was slightly moved, and a complex expression emerged in his eyes. He was really surprised by how sensible this girl was. Thinking about the fact that he had not been with Yi Jing for all these years, Yi Xian suddenly felt an indescribable sense of guilt. "Okay, let's clean up together, but hurry up, if we don't get out now, the store will be closed." Yi Jing paused for a moment, then helped the 2 little girls clean up, smiled and took the 2 little girls' hands, then walked out the door. As soon as they walked out of the villa gate, the 2 little girls saw a customized extended version of Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of them. Suddenly, the 2 girls' eyes lit up, their mouths opened into an O shape, and they looked at Yi Xian with shock and curiosity in their eyes. "Dad, your car is so long." Chapter 4, Writing Flows. Yi Jing excitedly pointed at the Rolls-Royce in front of her with her little hand and asked, "By the way, Dad, what kind of car is this?" Tang Hao, who was standing upright at the side, heard Yi Jing's question and said with a smile, "Miss, this is the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition." Afterwards, Tang Hao respectfully opened the car door for the few people, bent down slightly and bowed. "Mr. Yi, ladies, please get in the car." Yi Xian nodded slightly, then took the two girls into the car. As soon as the two girls got in, they were deeply attracted by everything inside the carriage. Whether it was the luxurious interior, the fully equipped refrigerator and air conditioner, or even a small TV, these were things they had never seen before. These seemed different from what we've seen before. Yi Jing blinked her big eyes and looked around, looking at Zhou Xiaodan beside her, full of curiosity and excitement. "Yeah. This place is almost like a small house, it's so spacious." Zhou Xiaodan was also very excited at this time. He and Yi Jing were looking at other places in the car. There was a gleam in their inexperienced eyes. "Okay, here we are." Not long after, as Tang Hao got off the car first, several people had arrived outside the mall. "Mr. Yi, slow down. Ladies, be careful." As Tang Hao opened the car door, Yi Xian led them out of the car. The lights in front of them were shining brightly, with the unique haziness and warmth of the night. "Let's go." After Yi Xian gave Tang Hao a few instructions, he took the two girls, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan, in each hand and walked towards the mall. Without much hesitation, Yi Xian quickly brought the two girls to the children's clothing area on the third floor and walked to the door of a shop specially customized for girls. "Let's go in and take a look." After getting Yi Xian's permission, the two girls, who were already eager to move, walked in hand and jumped. "Children, what do you need?" At this time, a female shopping guide in the store saw the two girls coming in and asked with a smile, "Oui." At this time, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan looked at the dazzling clothes and shoes around them and didn't know what to say for a moment. "It's okay, just go and have a look yourself." At this time, two warm big hands were placed on the two girls' heads and they spoke to them with a smile. "Yeah." After saying that, Zhou Xiaodan and Yi Jing walked back and forth in this spacious shop like naughty and cute elves. Yi Xian followed behind them, always with a smile in his eyes. This was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time, and he didn't know how to describe it at this moment. This kind of happiness coming from his relatives, his own flesh and blood, made a light drop of water fall in his heart, which was already as calm as water, but it also stirred up huge waves. "This is so pretty." Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan were standing in front of a set of yellow electric mouse pajamas, their eyes filled with admiration. "How is it, do you like it?" Yi Xian stroked the pajamas gently, feeling the softness and breathability of the fabric. It felt good, so he asked with a smile. "Yeah. I like it very much." Yi Jing looked up at Yi Xian and seemed to have decided on this pajamas, but when she saw the price tag on it, she hesitated. "The price of this pajamas is really too high. They rarely buy such expensive clothes." "Okay, this one then." Yi Jing nodded, looked at Zhou Xiaodan again, and asked with a smile, "Where's Xiaodan? Does Xiaodan want the same?" Zhou Xiaodan shook her head. Although she liked this set of clothes very much, she gritted her teeth and looked at the green garlic turtle set next to it. "I like this one better." "Good. Waiter, please help me pack these two sets." "Yes, sir." The shopping guide saw that Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all, so he quickly walked over with a smile on his face. "Sir, are these the two sets?" The shopping guide looked at the two girls who were rubbing their pajamas in their hands and asked politely. "Yes. Also, remember to pick out something suitable for these two girls, and also customize a few sets of clothes for them. I want the best fabrics and workmanship." Yi Xian groaned for a moment, then continued. The shopping guide's face suddenly lit up, and she nodded heavily. Then she took the two girls' hands and said sweetly, "Two little friends, come over here, I'll measure your height." Both girls knew that they had to choose the right size when buying clothes. They obediently held the salesgirl's hand and walked to the side. "Thank you, sister." With the clever cooperation of the two girls, the data was quickly measured. The shopping guide smiled widely and looked at Yi Xian respectfully. "Sir, the clothes have been found. Regarding the custom-made ones." Faced with such a customer who was generous and magnanimous, the female shopping guide knows very well that the quality must be up to standard. "Girls, tell this sister what kind of clothes you like, so that I can choose for you." Yi Xian understood, slowly squatted down, looked at the two girls lovingly, and spoke gently. The two girls nodded and followed the shopping guide to a small table nearby. They told the female shopping guide their usual preferences and characteristics, and the female shopping guide also wrote them down carefully. After all this was over, the two girls skipped and jumped to Yi Xian's side again. "Dad, we got it." Yi Jing stuck out her tongue mischievously and pulled Yi Xian's trouser leg. She was so small and so adorable. "Great." Yi Xian held Yi Jing in his arms and gently turned her around. At this moment, Yi Jing suddenly remembered something and felt a little worried. She looked into Yi Xian's eyes and said in a low voice, "Dad, these clothes are very expensive." Yi Xian grinned, gently scratched Yi Jing's cute little nose, and said, "Why are you worried about this? Are these clothes not to your liking?" "No, Dad, Jingjing is still growing, so we don't need to buy too many clothes." Yi Jing pouted and said in a sensible manner, "It's okay, don't worry, these clothes don't cost much." Yi Xian looked at Yi Jing's sensible appearance and liked her even more, with a doting smile in his eyes. "Hey, thank you, Dad. Jingjing has a small treasury here. Wait for Jingjing to bring it over next time and give it all to Dad." Yi Xian looked at Yi Jing's serious expression and said with a smile, "My dear girl, keep your little treasury for yourself. Daddy has a big treasury here." After hearing what Yi Xian said, Yi Jing's eyes suddenly showed a hint of curiosity. She wondered how big this vault was. "Dad, I want to go see it." "Okay. I'll take you to see it later." Yi Xian nodded and was about to continue talking when the female shopping guide came up to them carrying two exquisite packaging bags. "Sir, the clothes have been packed for you." Yi Xian put Yi Jing down, took the clothes, and glanced at the two girls. "Why don't you try it on and see how it looks on you?" "Okay." The two girls were already impatient as they looked at the packaging bags, and when they heard Yi Xian say that they could try it on first, they immediately jumped up and down with excitement. "Come on, kids. Sister will take you to the changing room." After hearing this, the shopping guide nearby took the two girls to the dressing room. After a while, the two girls excitedly walked towards Yi Xian wearing the clothes they had just chosen. So cute. The two girls were wearing pajamas, one yellow and one green, with many cartoon patterns on them. With the hats with animal ears, they looked extremely cute. "How about it, do you like it?" The two girls looked at each other's clothes and nodded to Yi Xian almost at the same time. "Yeah. We love it." "That's good." Yi Xian looked at the two girls and was very satisfied. He nodded slightly, took the customized clothes, and left the children's clothing store with the two girls. Then they bought some pretty hairbands and other things. After a while, the three of them were carrying large and small bags in their hands. Afterwards, Yi Xian saw that the two little girls didn't have mobile phones yet, so he took the two girls to a store outside Century City to buy them mobile phones. As soon as they walked into the mobile phone store, the beautiful shopping guide came over to them enthusiastically when she saw them carrying so many bags. Then, when she saw the two girls standing beside them, her eyes were filled with envy. "Sir, you are so lucky to have two such lovely daughters." Yi Xian smiled and waved to the beautiful shopping guide. "This one is my daughter, and the girl next to her is my daughter's good friend." When the female shopping guide heard this, she smiled awkwardly and continued to ask, "Oh, I see. Sorry, sir. By the way, do you need a cell phone?" Yi Xian nodded, squatted down, looked at the two girls, and said with a smile, "I see you two girls don't have a cell phone, I'll buy you one." "Thank you, Dad." "Thank you, Uncle." When the two girls heard that they were going to buy a mobile phone, they were even more excited than when they were going to buy clothes. They each kissed Yi Qing on the cheek. "Let's go in and take a look." Yi Xian held the two girls' hands and followed the clerk's instructions to walk into the store. Looking at the dazzling array of mobile phones in the glass cabinet, the two girls were immediately dazzled. "Sir, these are the new phones we launched this month. They are all flagships from various manufacturers. You can take a look. If you are going to use it for your child, I recommend you buy these models. The screen can filter blue light with a large arc, and the screen quality is also top-notch, which can protect your child's eyes very well." Following the shopping guide's introduction, the two girls all looked over at the same time. For example, this Porsche sports car design phone uses a top-notch screen with a high resolution, a unique feel, ergonomics, and super fast charging. She was already looking at the mobile phone that the shopping guide was introducing. Her eyes moved and she pulled the corner of Yi Xian's clothes with some curiosity. "Dad, does this phone charge faster in a Porsche sports car, but slower in a Rolls-Royce?" The shopping guide was talking nonstop about the products. When she heard what Yi Jing said, she was slightly stunned. She looked at the two girls and thought that these kids were really interesting. Rolls-Royce, this is not something that ordinary people can own. This kid probably doesn't know how to drive a car? It's okay, kid, this phone can be flash charged no matter what car it's in. The shopping guide couldn't help but teasing Yi Jing when she saw her cute appearance. Okay, I'll take this one. Give me two, the one with the best configuration. Yi Jing smiled and nodded, seeing that the two girls were quite interested, and said to the shopping guide. Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. The shopping guide suddenly laughed and walked quickly to the back, as if he was afraid that if he was a little slower, Yi Jing would leave with the two girls. Not long after, the female shopping guide came out with two packaged mobile phones, also in exquisite packaging bags, and handed one to Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan respectively. Little boy, take it. When the two girls saw the phone handed to them, they were immediately excited and threw themselves on Yi Xian's thighs. How is it, do you like it? Thanks Dad, we loved it. Afterwards, Yi Xian paid the money and took the two girls out. Tang Hao had already stopped the car outside and was waiting. The female shopping guide was also enthusiastically escorting a few people out at this time. She saw the Rolls-Royce outside at a glance and was immediately shocked and speechless for a long time. And when she saw Yi Xian leading the two girls into the Rolls-Royce, the female shopping guide's mouth opened wide and she was speechless for a long time. With strong shock in her eyes, she watched the Rolls-Royce slowly drive into the night. Is there really a Rolls-Royce here? Not long after getting in the car, Yi Xian led the two girls to the villa and returned home with large and small bags of things. I'm going to wash and dry my new pajamas. You guys go play in the study first. Yi Jing smiled and held the pajamas that the two girls had just bought, pointing to the study room inside and said, Yes. Okay. The two girls agreed, linked their arms, and walked towards the study. As soon as they entered, the two girls were shocked by the study. Their first reaction was, it's so big. It's so spacious. This study is so huge. Zhou Xiaodan looked around the study and said in horror. Yeah. This place is much bigger than our classroom. Yi Jing also let out a cry of surprise, and was dazzled by the famous people and paintings around her. At this time, even the air is filled with the fragrance of wooden chairs and tables, which is simple and heavy, and can easily calm people down. When the two girls saw this, they were immediately obsessed and didn't even notice that Yi Xian was standing behind them. What's wrong? Do you like calligraphy and painting? Yi Xian looked at the two girls in a daze and asked curiously. Aha! The two girls then noticed Yi Xian coming and nodded slightly. Dad, did you write all this? Yi Jing pointed at the various portraits and calligraphy posted around and asked Yi Xian. No. Yi Xian shook his head, then carried the two girls to the desk. Then, Yi Xian looked at Yi Jing, grinned, and spoke softly. Jing, Dad will write a calligraphy for you and you can help Dad grind the ink, how about that? When Yi Jing heard about the calligraphy and painting, he became a little excited and nodded heavily. Okay, Dad. Afterwards, Yi Jing began to grind the ink slowly on the desk. She looked serious, yet cute and playful. Yi Xian watched as he spread out a piece of rice paper. Seeing that Yi Jing had almost finished grinding the ink, he waved his wolf hairbrush and lightly dipped it into the grinding wheel. Immediately afterwards, the brush moved to the paper. Yi Xian took a deep breath and started writing. Heaven moves vigorously. Yi Xian wrote carefully, and every detail was as if it were the work of a god. The two girls did not relax their vigilance, but stood aside and watched Yi Xian's movements. Soon, the two girls were infected by Yi Xian's magnificent technique. The originally dark pool of ink became like the finishing touch in Yi Jing's hands. The two girls were stunned. They didn't dare to blink. They stood beside Yi Xian and watched him carefully until he finished writing. Chapter 5 Mr. Yi can't come today. Uncle, what does this mean? Zhou Xiaodan stood aside. Although he thought the word was well written, he didn't know what it meant. I know. Yi Jing on the side looked at these words and said excitedly. My mother taught me that this means that the universe is constantly moving and never stops. And the natural world is also constantly changing with time, which means that we should also maintain a positive attitude like the universe. Yi Xian listened carefully, the smile on his face became more and more intense, and he picked up Yi Jing. How clever. That's what I meant. Hey. Yi Jing was praised by Yi Xian and felt very happy. Afterwards, Yi Xian put the little girl down, walked to the side, found a small wooden tube made of wanwali, rolled up the rice paper on the table, carefully put it into the wooden tube, and handed it to Yi Jing. Jingjing, this is for you. I hope you can grow up happily and healthily just like this sentence. Yi Jing nodded heavily, accepted it carefully, grinned, and revealed his little fangs. Yi Xian nodded, seeing that it was getting late, and continued to speak to the two girls. Okay, the pajamas are already dried, and it's getting late, so go to bed. Good. The two girls nodded, and under the guidance of Yi Xian, they came to the tidied room and changed into pajamas. At this moment, the two girls looked even more quirky in the tailor-made Q version cute pajamas. Jumping on the bed, they looked more like two cute elves. Okay, go to bed. Yi Xian gently pulled open a corner of the quilt, and the two girls obediently crawled in, then immediately stood up and exclaimed. It's really soft. Yi Xian smiled and adjusted the corners of the quilt, trying his best to prevent the cold air from getting into the quilt through the gaps, and then he adjusted the hair of the two girls. Let me tell you a bedtime story, do you want to listen? When the two girls heard that Yi Xian was going to tell a story, they immediately became excited and spoke excitedly. We want to listen. Yi Xian groaned and thought for a moment, and his voice, which was full of magnetism and warmth, lingered in the ears of the two girls. The story is about a little prince who has been tasked with inheriting his father's kingdom since he was a child. He has to learn a lot of knowledge every day, whether it's horse riding, archery, or strategizing. But on an ordinary day, the little prince accidentally walked out of the palace while his teacher was not paying attention, and came to a world he had never been to before. The bustling streets, the crowds, the carriages, and the animals, everything attracted him so much that even though he was worried about being discovered by his teacher and father, he still lingered here. While he was watching from the street, a little boy who was about his age but in ragged clothes came up to him. After telling the story for a while, Yi Xian was about to continue expanding the story when he suddenly discovered that the two little girls had fallen asleep and their peaceful breathing sounds were heard. Well. Yi Xian smiled and shook his head, then sighed helplessly. It seemed that the two girls were very tired today. Afterwards, Yi Xian tiptoed back to his room and lay down to sleep. But not long after he fell asleep, Yi Xian's door was gently opened, and Yi Jing, holding a pillow and wearing cute pajamas, tiptoed towards Yi Xian's bed. Seeing that Yi Xian had fallen asleep, Yi Jing chuckled, threw herself on Yi Xian, hugged Yi Xian tightly, and began to sleep soundly. Yi Xian was extremely helpless at this moment, but when he felt the sweet breathing of the little girl beside him, a touch of warmth appeared in his heart. But then, Yi Xian hardly slept at all that night. Afraid of crushing Yi Jing, afraid that she would kick off the quilt, afraid that she would fall down. In addition, Yi Jing held him tightly all night and did not let him go until morning. Now that it was daybreak, Yi Xian simply decided not to make up for his sleep. With a tired smile on his face, he gently pulled the quilt for Yi Jing, quietly walked out of the room, and prepared breakfast for the two girls. Afterwards, after Yi Xian prepared breakfast, the two girls rubbed their sleepy eyes and slowly walked downstairs. Xiao Jing, Xiao Dan, go wash your face and brush your teeth, then come and eat. Yi Xian saw that the two girls looked like they were still sleepy, so he quickly took them to the bathroom. After washing their faces, the two girls looked much more energetic. Then they came to the living room, and the two girls smelled a fragrance. The table was already filled with breakfast, including fried dough sticks, buns, and hot soy milk. Dad, did you do all this? Yi Jing looked at the delicious food on the table excitedly, and then glanced at Yi Xian. Well. Eat quickly. We still have to go to school after eating. Yi Xian sat down at the dining table with the two maids. The two maids looked at the breakfast in front of them and their appetites suddenly increased. They ate big bites. After dinner, Yi Xian pulled two small rubber bands and fixed the hair of the two girls. After a while, two cute buns appeared in front of Yi Xian. Dad, you are so awesome. Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan looked at each other's hair and were both surprised by Yi Qing's technique. Okay, time to go to school. After tying their hair, Yi Xian grabbed the two girls' school bags and walked them out of the villa. In the morning, it is the peak time for sending children to school. At the school gate, many vehicles are stopping and starting, and almost all of them are sending children to school. Here, many parents were saying goodbye to their children and telling them to study hard. Then, everyone heard a noise nearby and immediately looked to the side. Then, an extended customized version of Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove towards this side. Suddenly, all the parents were stunned. Looking at this luxurious and majestic Rolls-Royce, they were shocked. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the Rolls-Royce, wondering whose parents this was. They must be so rich. Oh my god. This is a Rolls-Royce, it's too high profile. It's not worth it for a child. I can't believe it. Look at our car. It's incomparable. This is the extended version. Wow, it's hard to imagine the status of this family. At this time, Yi Xian was sitting in the car, carrying the school bags for the two girls and still giving them instructions. You two girls, you must listen carefully to your teacher. Don't be distracted during class. The two girls nodded heavily and threw themselves into Yi Xian's arms again. Dad, don't worry, we will definitely listen to the teacher. Good. Jingjing and Xiaodan are the best. Yi Xian smiled dotingly, then opened the car door for the two girls. The two girls, carrying their small school bags, slowly got off the car, then turned around and waved at Yi Xian. Goodbye, uncle. Goodbye, Dad. Yi Xian sat in the car, nodded slightly, and watched the two girls walking hand in hand towards the school gate. In Yi Jing's hand, he was still holding a piece of calligraphy that Yi Xian had given him yesterday, which was placed in a small rosewood tube. Okay, let's go back. Yi Xian closed the car window only after he could no longer see the two girls' backs. Then he spoke to Tang Hao in front of him. Tang Hao nodded, and suddenly remembered something, and his hands, which had just been placed on the steering wheel, fell down again. Mr. Yi, didn't the top officials and dignitaries in Jinling invite you to attend the banquet at noon today? What do you think? Yi Xian paused slightly, then waved his hand. You go in my place. Tang Hao nodded without saying anything else, then stepped on the accelerator and drove forward. After all, he knew who Brother Yi was. These dignitaries could call the shots in Jinling, but in front of Brother Yi, they couldn't make any waves at all. Afterwards, after Tang Hao sent Yi Qing back, he went alone to the hotel where he was going to attend the lunch banquet. This hotel is one of the best hotels in Jinling. The magnificent fountain at the entrance and two golden lions symbolize the luxury and nobility of the hotel. At this time, a group of dignitaries were waiting at the entrance of the hotel. They all looked respectful, as if they were waiting for someone. The old men in the lead had their bodies slightly hunched, but their eyes were filled with humility, and they looked straight ahead with utmost respect. When other people in the hotel saw this scene, they all started talking about it. Look, isn't this Zhou Shuyi, the old man of the Zhou family? He's the patriarch of one of the major families in Jinling. Also, isn't that the man in a suit and tie, Chairman Li Yunfeng of Xianglong Group? What the hell is going on? The heads of several major families in Jinling are here. Not only that, the bosses of those big groups are here too, and, are they waiting for someone? When everyone saw this scene, they were all confused, but they didn't dare to go out. After all, there were so many dignitaries standing at the door, and people of their status didn't want to invite trouble. Outside, many people who came in to eat were shocked when they saw this scene. They stood aside and talked about it, but no one dared to come in. What's going on? Why are all these big shots here? Yeah. It looks like he's waiting for someone. I can't believe it. Who is this person that is worth these big shots waiting for? At this time, these dignitaries have been standing here for a long time. People can neither go out nor in, so they just stand aside and wait, wanting to see who it is. But after waiting for a long time, no one showed up. The longer the time goes, the deeper the shock in everyone's hearts. After all, the longer the waiting time, the more it shows these people's respect and also reveals their identity. It's been a long time. Why hasn't he come yet? That's amazing. They kept waiting at the door for so long. I'm really curious about who is coming. Yeah, look at these people, there's not even a hint of complaint on their faces. I don't even have as much patience as them. At this time, people were becoming more and more excited, standing aside and discussing it. And amidst this discussion, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition was driving towards the hotel entrance. When others saw the scene, they were stunned. When everyone saw this car at this time, their mouths twitched and they burst into exclamations. This is too luxurious. Oh my god. What on earth is going on? I'm stunned. This car is not something that ordinary people can drive. It's not something that ordinary people can buy. People immediately started talking about it, but no one knew who was inside. When these dignitaries who were waiting at the hotel entrance saw the Rolls-Royce approaching, they all walked forward. The old men in the lead had hunched backs, but their legs and feet were extremely agile. With respect and humility on their faces, they walked forward to greet the guests. The other people behind him also had smiles on their faces, looking humble and respectful, which was completely different from their usual appearance. At this time, the Rolls-Royce also slowly stopped. These dignitaries looked at this scene and hurried over to greet them. Then, Tang Hao opened the car door, slowly walked down, looked at the dignitaries in front of him, and said lightly, "Sorry everyone, Mr. Yi is busy today, so let me do it. Let me say sorry to everyone." Everyone looked at Tang Hao in front of them and was stunned for a moment, but they nodded slightly. They all knew Mr. Ye's identity and had not been prepared to invite him over. Now that Tang Hao could come, it was already quite good. This Tang Hao is Mr. Yi's driver. There is a good metaphor that he is a close minister to the emperor. Chapter 6. This is Mr. Yi. It's okay, Mr. Tang, please come in. It's nothing, Mr. Yi, we are already honored to have you here. Mr. Tang, please give me the car keys. I'll go and help you park the car. These dignitaries were stunned for a moment, but they also showed great respect to Tang Hao and immediately invited Tang Hao in. When the people around saw this scene, they were all stunned, staring at each other in amazement, not knowing what was going on. You're not mistaken, this is just a driver. Yes. Why do these dignitaries respect a mere driver so much? Tisk, TSK, I almost suspect these people took the wrong medicine. Everyone was discussing the shocking scene before them, but no one could understand why it was happening. At the same time, inside the hotel, everyone was toasting each other. Several representatives stood up and respectfully toasted Tang Hao in front of them. Mr. Tang, we are very grateful that you can come here. Let us toast you a glass. After saying that, Zhou Shui, the head of the Zhou family, drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Tang Hao sat in his seat. Instead of picking up the wine glass, he picked up the teacup beside him and said with a smile, "Master Zhou, you are too polite. It's just that I can't hold my liquor and never drink, so I'll drink tea instead." Then, Tang Hao gently raised the teacup and took a few sips. "What's the matter, Mr. Tang, you're too polite." Zhou Shui waved his hand, looking indifferent, but everyone else knew that if it were anyone else, let alone replacing wine with tea, how many of them would be worthy of Zhou Shui's toast? But when facing Tang Hao, everyone just smiled slightly and no one said anything more. First of all, Tang Hao is Mr. Yi's driver. He drove here and doesn't drink easily. The second, and most important reason, is that Tang Hao is qualified enough to treat them like this. After finishing his meal, Tang Hao saw that it was getting late, so he stood up, looked at the dignitaries around him, and said calmly, "Thank you all for your hospitality. It's almost time now, so I'll leave first." When these dignitaries heard that Tang Hao was leaving, they were suddenly shocked. They all stood up and saw Tang Hao out. "Mr. Tang, please slow down, we will take you there." "Mr. Tang, I have some small gifts here, I hope you will accept them." Many of these dignitaries took out the gifts they had prepared in advance and prepared to give them to Tang Hao. But Tang Hao shook his head slightly and said lightly, "I will convey your thoughts to Mr. Yi. No need for gifts. If there is nothing else, I will leave first." After saying that, Tang Hao turned around and left without even looking back. At this time, in the elementary school, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan had just finished their meal and were sitting in the playground to bask in the sun or lying on the lawn, preparing to sleep. Yi Jing was holding the small wooden tube that Yi Xian had given her. She treasured it very much and would take out the words inside from time to time, read them carefully, and gently stroke them with her hands. At this moment, two old men were drinking tea in the principal's office. Zhang Qingjie looked at the old man opposite him, took a sip of tea, and said with a smile, "Old Wang, didn't you promise to write an inscription for our elementary school? Why haven't I seen it yet? It's not that I don't want to ask. Don't get me wrong. Do I have the qualifications?" Wang An glanced at Zhang Qingjie opposite him and said unhappily, "Look at them, they are all high-ranking officials and nobles who write inscriptions. How can I, a commoner, be worthy of such an inscription?" When Zhang Qingjie heard this, he almost spat out the tea in his mouth. Okay, if you, the president of the Jinling Calligraphy and Painting Association, can't do it, who else can?" Wang An was very pleased with what he said. He laughed, looked at Zhang Qingjie opposite him, and patted his chest. "Okay, wait until I get back, and I'll give you a question. Wouldn't it be better if we did this earlier?" Zhang Qingjie nodded, and the two of them drank tea and chatted for a while, then walked outside, ready to go out for a walk. Then, they came to the playground and looked at the two little girls, one of whom was lying on the lawn and the other seemed to be looking at something. Zhang Qingjie and Wang An both found it interesting and walked towards where the two girls were. Coming in front of the two girls, Zhang Qingjie slowly sat down and asked kindly. "Two little girls, have you eaten yet?" When Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan saw that it was the principal who came, they sat up suddenly and nodded slightly. "Principal Grandpa, we have all eaten." Zhang Qingjie nodded and looked at Zhou Xiaodan, who was lying on the lawn and rubbing his eyes, and said with concern. "What? Are you sleepy? Do you want to sleep in the office? There's a bed there, you can be more comfortable." When the two girls heard this, they quickly shook their heads and said with a smile. "No need, Grandpa Principal, we're just going to lie down and bask in the sun." Wang Yan was watching with great interest at the side and couldn't help but sigh. "Mr. Zhang, you are a very competent principal." As he spoke, Wang Yan glanced and suddenly saw the words in Yi Jing's hand, and was stunned. At this moment, Wang Yan's smile completely froze. Looking at the words in Yi Jing's hand, he felt a surge of righteousness in his heart gushing out, and then he sighed. "Good handwriting. Good handwriting." There was a rare look of deep regret in Wang Yan's eyes. His hands, which had never trembled in decades of wielding the brush, could not help but tremble at this moment. "Girl, can you show your handwriting to Grandpa?" At this moment, Wang Yan's voice was trembling as he looked at the calligraphy and painting in Yi Jing's hands, with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. As the president of the Jinling Calligraphy and Painting Association, he naturally understood how terrifying the power contained in this character is. Even if he is given another 20 years to digest the content, he still cannot write with the charm of this work. To put it bluntly, he doesn't even know if he can live for another 20 years. "No." When Yi Jing heard this, she pouted her lips. She looked over and saw that it was a grandfather she didn't recognize. She rolled up the words and put them into a small wooden tube, then held it tightly in her arms. Wang Yan looked at the alert eyes of the little girl in front of him and spoke as gently as possible. "Little girl, I'm not a bad person. Grandpa can trade with you. What do you want? Candy? Fruit? Or a doll? I can agree to anything. I won't take it away. I just want to take a look." Yi Jing looked at Wang Yan's smiling face, but became more alert at this time. She stood up and pulled Zhou Xiaodan to the side and ran to the side. Forehead. Wang Yan looked at the backs of the two girls running away in a hurry, and suddenly he didn't know what to say. The hand that he had just gestured with was still suspended in mid-air, with a dazed expression. "What are you doing? Look how scared you are of the child." Zhang Qingjie looked at Wang Yan at this time, and couldn't help rolling his eyes, and asked with some confusion. "What's wrong? Is there anything special about that calligraphy?" When Wang Yan heard Zhang Qingjie's words, he nodded seriously and looked at him and said, This word is absolutely a miracle for me. I just took a look at it and I felt a surge of righteousness in my heart for no reason. This is the artistic conception. I can't believe that I can express such a profound artistic conception with just a few simple strokes. Now, just by looking at it, I feel that my writing skills have greatly improved." Zhang Qingjie looked at Wang Yan's serious expression and realized that this old guy was not talking nonsense. He was shocked and just stood there in a daze. Etc. Wang Yan felt that something seemed to have been missed just now. After a little recollection, he suddenly remembered it and said in shock. The little wooden tube that the little girl used to hold the writing was made of Wanwali wood. Zhang Qingjie was also shocked when he heard this and coughed twice. Ahem. Is it that exaggerated? No matter what, you are the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association. No matter how good the calligraphy is, it can't be that outrageous, right? Although he was surprised by the material of the small wooden barrel, Zhang Qingjie was also confused. He didn't pay attention to the words just now, and it was hard to imagine what words could make Wang Yan become like this. This old fellow is really arrogant. How could he normally pay homage to an unknown work? After all, he has reached his current position and has seen many excellent works. How could he suddenly have such a reaction? It is really abnormal. Lao Zhang. At this moment, Wang Yan's gaze was fixed on the backs of the two girls as they walked away into the distance. His eyes were filled with shock and complexity, and he murmured, I'm not kidding. I'm not old and blind yet. I saw the calligraphy clearly. If it were to be released, I'm afraid the entire Jiangcheng, no, the entire Chinese calligraphy and painting world, would suffer an unprecedented earthquake. Ah! When Zhang Qingjie heard Wang Yan say this, he found it even more difficult to accept. This was just brought up by an elementary school student? Oh my god, are today's elementary school students so outrageous? Wang An took a deep breath, his eyelids twitched wildly, and he laughed at himself. Ha, Lao Zhang. Your elementary school is really full of hidden talents. I said I'm not worthy of writing an inscription. Hey, who knows this? Zhang Anjie suddenly didn't know what to say. He sighed and sat down on the lawn. At this moment, the two of them stared at each other, with shock in their eyes like a raging storm. At this time, the two little girls, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan, held the small wooden barrel, breathed softly, and ran all the way back to the classroom. As soon as Yi Jing returned to her seat, she carefully put the small wooden tube into the inner layer of her school bag. Afterwards, the two girls looked around vigilantly again, and only breathed a sigh of relief after making sure that no one saw them. Phew! That was a close call. Yi Jing wiped the sweat off his forehead and sat next to Zhou Xiaodan. Zhou Xiaodan took out his cell phone with a smile, wanting to use the new phone to call his parents. Beep. 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 At the same time, Zhou Shang was working in the office when suddenly the phone rang. Whose phone is this? I don't think I've answered it before. Is this a scam or harassment call? Zhou Shang picked up the phone and took a look at it, muttering in confusion. Although he didn't quite understand, Zhou Shang still answered the phone in order to avoid missing any important information. Dad. Come pick me up in the evening. As soon as he answered the phone, Zhou Shang's body trembled. Isn't this his little girl's voice? Dandan? Is that you? Of course it's me. When Zhou Shang heard the voice on the other end of the phone, he thought of his girl's naughty and cute appearance. He immediately smiled and asked in a doting tone. Dandan, is this your teacher's new phone number? Hey, no, Dad, this is my phone. What? Suddenly, Zhou Shang's body shook violently and he jumped up from his office chair. Where did you get this cell phone, girl? Zhou Shang thought about it and realized that he had never heard her mother talk about this. Besides, she was only in elementary school, so no one would think of giving her a mobile phone. Dad, this was bought for me by Yi Jing's dad. Yi Jing also has one that's the same as mine. When Zhou Shang heard this, his lips twitched slightly. He thought to himself, this girl just didn't come home last night and stayed at someone else's house for one night, so why did she take someone else's cell phone? Afterwards, Zhou Shang took a deep breath and pretended to be angry and gave a few words of instruction. Hey, little girl, didn't I tell you not to take other people's things? You're so good, you just let someone buy you a mobile phone. Don't do this again in the future. Whoa, whoa. Under Zhou Shang's criticism and education, Zhou Xiaodan on the other end of the phone sounded extremely perfunctory. For a moment, Zhou Shang paused slightly, opened and closed his mouth, not knowing what to say, thinking, is this the little cotton jacket with a hole in it? Ahem. You little girl, let's not talk about yourself for now. Let's treat them to dinner tonight. Can you tell Yi Jing? Okay. When she heard about the meal, Zhou Xiaodan's voice became much more obedient. Zhou Shang sighed slightly and added. The address is at Jinling International Hotel. Don't forget the good girl. Oh. After speaking, Zhou Shang hung up the phone and looked at the project contract on the desk in front of him. A look of worry appeared on his face. During this period, the company's revenue has been greatly reduced. Compared to before, now can be regarded as entering a low period. All kinds of things seem to be not going well. In the classroom, Zhou Xiaodan hung up the phone and said to Yi Jing beside her with a smile. Xiao Jing, my dad wants to invite Uncle to dinner tonight at Jinling International Hotel. Please tell Uncle. Good. Yi Jing raised a smile, swung her legs cutely, took out her cell phone and called Yi Xian. Almost instantly, the call was connected, and Yi Xian's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Jingjing, what's the matter? Dad. Xiaodan's dad wants to invite you to have dinner at Jinling International Hotel tonight. When Yi Jing heard Yi Xian's voice, a happy smile appeared on her face, and she told him about this matter. Okay, I'll pick you up after school. In the evening, Yi Xian made some snacks at home, including small cakes and biscuits. Then he put on clean gloves, put the snacks into packaging bags and sealed them with a thermoforming machine. After packing, Yi Xian took the snacks and walked out the door. When Tang Hao saw Yi Xian coming out, he nodded and immediately opened the car door. After Yi Xian got in the car, he drove towards the elementary school. At this time, Zhou Xiaodan was holding Yi Jing and waiting at the school gate. After a while, they saw the familiar Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version parked beside them. Get in the car. Yi Xian opened the door, took the small bags from the two girls, and sent the two girls into the car. How are you guys doing in class today? After sitting down, Yi Xian looked at the two girls and asked with a smile. Yeah. We are all very good. Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan blinked their big watery eyes and nodded in unison. So good. Yi Xian grinned, ruffled the two girls' hair, and took out the snacks he had prepared on the side. You must be hungry. This is what I made for you. Come and try it. The two girls looked at the bag that Yi Xian handed over. Seeing that it was full of small cakes and biscuits, their eyes suddenly lit up and they looked at Yi Xian excitedly. Try it now. Yi Xian nodded and helped the two girls tear open the packaging bag. Then you're welcome. Zhou Xiaodan chuckled, bit off half of the biscuit in one bite, and just after chewing a few bites, he exclaimed again. So delicious. Yi Jing was just about to put the biscuit into her mouth, but when she saw Zhou Xiaodan's exaggerated expression, she couldn't wait to take a big bite and was immediately conquered by the taste. Dad! You are so awesome. Yi Jing chewed the snacks in her mouth with big mouthfuls, and a light flashed in her eyes. Eat slowly, it's all yours. Yi Xian said happily, looking at the two girls wolfing down the snacks, which were soon all finished. Ah! Is that all? Yi Jing pursed her lips and looked at the empty bag, suddenly feeling a little disappointed. The same thing happened to Zhou Xiaodan standing by. Both girls looked as if they were still not satisfied. Alright. No matter what delicious food you eat, you have to eat it in moderation, otherwise you will gain weight. Yi Xian gently pinched the two girls' faces and said with a smile. Alright. Just after the girls finished their snacks, the car arrived at the entrance of Jinling International Hotel. When the staff at the door saw the extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom driving in front of them, they trembled suddenly and hurried in to inform the lobby manager. A moment later, the lobby manager came out in a hurry, walked to the front of the Rolls-Royce personally, opened the door respectfully with a warm smile on his face. Go park the car first. Yi Xian gave Tang Hao some instructions, then pulled the two girls out of the car, followed the lobby manager into the hotel, and waited in the lounge area. The lobby manager personally brought coffee and candy and said with a smile on his face. Sir, you guys take a rest first. If you need anything, you can always tell me. After waiting for a while, Zhou Xiaodan's cell phone rang. Zhou Xiaodan saw that it was Zhou Sheng calling and immediately answered the call. Dad, we're here. Afterwards, Zhou Xiaodan hung up the phone, scratched his head apologetically, and looked at Yi Xian. Uncle Yi, my parents will be here soon. Yi Xian smiled and nodded, saying calmly. It's okay, let's wait a little longer. So, Yi Xian drank coffee here, and the two little girls ate candies. Not long after, Zhou Sheng and Sunny came to the hotel and walked towards the side. Mom and Dad. When Zhou Xiaodan saw them, she ran forward excitedly and threw herself into their arms. Zhou Sheng was originally feeling somewhat depressed because his business negotiations fell through, but when he saw his precious daughter, the gloom in his heart was immediately swept away and he felt much better. Good girl. Let's go over there. After saying that, Zhou Xiaodan pulled Zhou Sheng and Sunny to their previous seats and introduced them excitedly. Mom and Dad. This is Yi Jing's father, Uncle Yi Xian. The two of them looked at Yi Xian with a polite smile, and after just a quick glance, they suddenly felt a huge wave in their hearts. For a moment, the two of them looked at Yi Xian blankly, just standing there. This is too young. They had imagined what Yi Jing's father looked like before, but they never thought he was so young and handsome. You must be Xiaodan's parents. Nice to meet you. When Yi Xian saw the two of them, he also stood up, smiled, and extended his hand politely. Zhou Sheng was silent for a second, then he reacted, smiled, stretched out his hand, and shook hands with Yi Xian. Hello Mr. Yi, my name is Zhou Sheng, and this is my wife Sunny. Sunny also smiled and nodded to Yi Xian, but at this moment she suddenly saw the mobile phone in Zhou Xiaodan's hand. Just looking at its appearance, it was obviously worth a lot of money. At that moment, Sunny also gave her husband a look. Zhou Sheng immediately understood, took out a stack of bills prepared in his bag, looked at Yi Xian with a smile, and said politely. Mr. Yi, this is the money you paid to buy my daughter a cell phone. Let's have a good meal tonight. I'll treat you. The food here is pretty good. But Yi Xian shook his head slightly and said calmly. No need to pay for the phone. Jingjing and Xiaodan are good friends. No need to be so polite. After hearing what Yi Xian said, Zhou Sheng looked at Yi Xian's clothes and temperament and felt that he was extraordinary, so he stopped talking. Okay, then thank you Mr. Yi. Afterwards, Zhou Shang took out one of his business cards and handed it to Yi Xian, inadvertently changing the way he addressed himself. Brother Yi, please accept this. If you need my help in the future, just ask. Don't hesitate. Okay, thanks. Yi Xian took the business card with a smile. After exchanging a few words, they prepared to walk to the side and go upstairs to the private room. At this moment, a group of people walked into the door, all of them dressed in suits. These were the high officials and dignitaries of Jinling, who were talking to each other as they walked. When Zhou Shang saw these people, he trotted over, looked at the bosses, and spoke enthusiastically. So it's the CEOs. What a coincidence! When several CEOs saw Zhou Shang, they stopped discussing and nodded slightly with a somewhat arrogant expression. Zhou Shang walked up to one of the CEOs with a smile on his face and said with respect, "Well, about today's contract, please see." But before he could finish his words, the boss's face darkened and he interrupted him directly. "Let's talk about this later. We're here to eat today, so let's not talk about work." "All right." Zhou Shang listened to this emotionless voice and agreed with a bit of disappointment. In the crowd, another boss saw Zhou Shang's look and asked with amusement, "Mr. Zhou, are you here to discuss business today?" "No, I'm here to treat my friends to a meal." Zhou Shang shook his head and gestured to Yi Xian and others who were not far away. Everyone looked over there, and at first glance, they saw Yi Xian smiling and talking to Sunny. All of a sudden, all these people shuddered, and the arrogance and nobility that were written on their faces just now disappeared instantly, and was replaced by a look of worship. Chapter 7 Terrible Numbers. Afterwards, these people stopped paying attention to Zhou Shang and walked towards that direction in unison. Zhou Shang looked at the expressions and actions of these people and was stunned for a moment. Not quite understanding what was going on, he just followed them over. Sunny was talking to Yi Xian at this time. Seeing so many CEOs walking quickly towards the side, he frowned and was also confused. Everyone walked straight to Yi Xian, looked at him, their mouth corners trembling, their hair standing on end, and they broke out in cold sweats. There were even a few bosses whose foreheads were covered with sweat, their pupils suddenly froze, their hands and feet seemed numb, they stared at Yi Xian motionlessly, restrained their expressions and held their breath, not daring to even breathe. It was almost the first time for them to see Yi Xian, but they had heard many legends about him a long time ago, and they had real respect for Yi Xian. If the venue was not inappropriate, they would have wanted to kowtow to him. "Mr. Yi! Mr. Yi, you are here!" Boom! Sunny and Zhou Shang were shocked when they saw this scene. When they looked at these bosses, their minds went blank, as if they had been struck by thunder, with only a buzzing sound. All the bosses had smiles on their faces at this time, and they looked at Yi Xian happily and spoke in a humble tone. "Well, Mr. Yi, how about having a quick meal together?" The boss who had just rejected Zhou Shang was even more afraid at this time. He hid behind everyone, his eyes avoiding, his body trembling, he lowered his head, his eyes full of regret. Yi Xian didn't say anything, but looked at Zhou Shang first and nodded slightly. "Okay." Zhou Shang reacted at this time, walked up with a smile and spoke to everyone. "Then let's go up together." There was no conversation along the way, and everyone soon entered the private room. The hotel waiter came to take the order, and was shocked when he saw the scene, and quickly notified the kitchen. Afterwards, the kitchen served the dishes incredibly quickly, and the table in front of everyone was filled with delicious wine and food. The two girls, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan, didn't know what was going on and were too lazy to care. Instead, they sat next to Yi Xian and looked at the delicious food on the table. Yi Xian picked up food for the two girls with a doting look on his face, and he didn't even bother to look at the bosses. Several CEOs looked at each other awkwardly, stood up humbly, raised the wine glasses in their hands, and spoke respectfully. "Mr. Yi, we'd like to toast you. Please feel free to do as you please." After hearing this, Yi Xian turned his gaze away from the two girls, looked at the group of bosses, and nodded slightly. Then, the bosses on the opposite side raised their heads and drank the wine in their glasses. Yi Xian still did not take any action, but these bosses did not have any complaints in their hearts. After all, they knew Yi Xian's identity, and it was not easy for him to sit at the same table and eat with them. Zhou Shang and Sunny were so shocked that they were dumbfounded. Then, Zhou Shang also stood up, picked up the wine glass, and said to Yi Xian, "Mr. Yi, thank you for taking care of my daughter. I'll toast to you." Yi Xian smiled, picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Zhou Shang, then drank it in one gulp. All of this fell into the eyes of the CEOs, and the way they looked at Zhou Shang suddenly changed. The boss who had rejected Zhou Shang before was already restless, and at this moment he almost rolled his eyes and collapsed on the chair. Afterwards, everyone finished the meal in a reserved manner. Yi Xian held Yi Jing's hand and followed Zhou Shang and the other two out of the hotel and walked in front of the Rolls-Royce. Seeing this, Tang Hao hurried forward and opened the door. "Is this so rich?" Zhou Shang and Sun Yi saw the scene and immediately gasped. "Xiaodan, you too, let's go first." Afterwards, Yi Xian turned around and smiled, said hello to Zhou Xiaodan and the others, then took Yi Jing into the car. With the crisp sound of the engine starting, the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. When these bosses saw Yi Xian leaving, they all gathered around Zhou Shang, all of them smiling and very respectful. "Oh, Mr. Zhou. If there is a chance in the future, we must cooperate well." "Yes, it is our honor to be able to cooperate with Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, next time there's a chance, I'd like to invite you out for dinner alone." The attitudes of these remaining CEOs towards Zhou Shang have made a 180-degree turn. Zhou Shang was surrounded by the usually cold and aloof bosses warmly. He felt flattered and responded politely. When it was time to leave, these bosses still saw them off and talked incessantly. "Boss Zhou, I'll take you there." "Mr. Zhou, when can you come and sign our contract?" "Mr. Zhou." These bosses accompanied Zhou Shang to the car before leaving reluctantly. After driving home, Zhou Shang still felt shocked. He couldn't calm down no matter what. He looked at Zhou Xiaodan, who was sitting on the sofa fiddling with her new phone, and asked, "Baby, do you know what your Uncle Yi does?" Zhou Xiaodan looked at Zhou Shang, shook his head slightly, thought for a while, and said, "I don't know, but Uncle Yi's house is huge. And the decoration inside is very luxurious." All of a sudden, Zhou Xiaodan remembered something, took out her small school bag, and started flipping through it while mumbling something. "By the way, Uncle Yi also bought me a lot of things." Sun Yi was curious and came over as well. Seeing the bulging little school bag filled with things, she followed Zhou Xiaodan and looked inside one thing at a time. But when she saw the things in the bag, Sun Yi was stunned, her big eyes were filled with doubts. Among this pile of things, the pajamas are from LV, the hairband is from Cartier, and even the mobile phone is a customized version of Porsche. Sun Yi suddenly lost her composure, took out her cell phone, and searched for these things one by one. Zhou Shang was also shocked when he saw the scene. OMG. Finally, Sun Yi took out a calculator, added up the value of these things, and was stunned when she saw the numbers in front of her. When Zhou Shang saw Sun Yi's appearance, his throat seemed to be stuck and his eyes were filled with deep shock. He was also curious, but when he looked at the numbers on the calculator, they were also messy. This is not a small amount. This is something worth millions. Just give it to a child like this? This is too much. How rich is this person? Sun Yi and Zhou Shang stared at each other with eyes full of surprise, completely stunned. They all knew in their hearts that just the things in front of them, as well as the appearance of those usually arrogant bosses, had already shown that Yi Xian's identity was so huge that they could not imagine. And the wealth he possesses, I'm afraid, has reached a terrifying number. "Mom and Dad, what's wrong? Are these things expensive?" Zhou Xiaodan looked at her parents with a hint of worry in her eyes, worried that she had made Uncle Yi spend too much money. Zhou Shang and Sun Yi looked at Zhou Xiaodan without saying anything, but shook their heads with a wry smile. "This is not expensive at all, it simply goes beyond the meaning of expensive. Alas, Yi Jing's father is so mysterious." Zhou Shang was in a daze at this time. He paced to the window with extremely complicated thoughts. Chapter 8. I think of happy things. In Villa number 1 of Yulangshan Pavilion, Yi Xian brought Yi Jing back home. "Xiao Jing, go play in the garden for a while. I'll go take care of some things." Afterwards, Yi Xian turned and walked into the villa, and Yi Jing walked into the garden on the side, looking at everything around him curiously. "It's so beautiful." Pushing open the door of the garden, the afterglow of the setting sun fell and spread over the garden, creating a shining golden light. The blooming flowers around were well taken care of by Yi Xian. The fragrance of the flowers accompanied by the golden sunset made people feel like they were bathing in a golden sea of flowers. When Yi Jing saw this scene, she burst into exclamation. She was so excited that she didn't know where to put her hands. She just felt that this scene should be recorded. The flowers around are swaying in the wind, carrying the breath of sunshine, and they look so lovely. I'm going to draw all of this. Then, Yi Jing suddenly started, took a step forward, walked towards the house, pouted her mouth and searched for a while. Suddenly her eyes lit up and she saw the painting supplies placed aside. The painting supplies here are very complete, including drawing paper, drawing boards, and watercolor paints. Very good. Yi Jing immediately perked up, picked up the drawing board and paper, as well as a lot of paint crayons, and trotted out into the garden. Her small body holding the drawing board, which was not much shorter than her, looked funny, yet also cute. After you finish drawing, show it to Daddy. Yi Jing clumsily held up the drawing board, held the crayon in her small hand, looked at the garden and the red sunset, and kept drawing on the drawing paper. Yi Xian saw Yi Jing sitting quietly in front of the drawing board in the garden, holding a paintbrush in her hand and waving it on the drawing paper. He immediately grinned and walked over. Jing, what are you doing? Yi Jing was painting seriously. When she heard Yi Xian's voice, she giggled, the golden light of the sunset reflected in her eyes, and said excitedly, Dad, I want to record this beautiful scene. Yeah. Jing is awesome. While praising, Yi Xian stood aside and watched Yi Jing try her best to record the beautiful scenery in front of her with clumsy but stubborn methods. Dad, I've finished my painting. Not long after that, Yi Jing completed her work and shook her head happily, seeming to be very satisfied with her work. Not bad. Jing draws very well. Yi Xian came over to watch with a smile. Although the strokes were crooked, they still showed some charm. How about Dad draw a picture for you, too? Yi Xian gently helped Yi Jing up and looked at the garden under the sunset with a smile in his eyes. I think there should be a quiet figure among the beautiful scenery in this garden. Really? When Yi Jing heard that Yi Xian wanted to draw a picture for her, she immediately became excited and opened her big watery eyes wide with excitement. Of course, Dad will definitely draw Jing beautifully. Yi Jing jumped up suddenly, walked excitedly to the flowers in front, posed, and looked at Yi Xian with blinking eyes. Dad, I'm ready. Good. Yi Xian smiled and put a new piece of drawing paper on the drawing board. Then he picked up the paintbrush and carefully outlined the lovely Yi Jing in front of him. The picture seemed to be frozen at this moment. Yi Xian had a doting smile on his face. With his slender fingers, he held a paintbrush and gestured on the drawing board like a pianist. Yi Jing also stood there patiently, maintaining her posture. Although her body was a little tired, she didn't feel it at all in her heart. She kept looking at Yi Xian with a smile. This was the first time she stared at Yi Xian's face for such a long time. She was the father she had met after several years of twists and turns. In the setting sun, Yi Xian's face was gentle and delicate, and his eyes no longer showed the indifference he showed to outsiders, but were filled with love. Yi Jing was somewhat moved and couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. In this picture, she felt the long-lost happiness, but it seemed that this feeling had been surrounding her for the past few days. Although there was no sound at this time, the swishing sound on the drawing paper completely outlined Yi Xian's face and Yi Jing's little heart. She finally met her father in the crowd. All right. An unknown amount of time had passed. Yi Xian smiled, put away his paintbrush, looked at the drawing paper in front of him, and nodded slightly. I want to see it. As soon as Yi Jing heard that the painting was finished, she trotted over here, muttering to herself. Dad, you won't draw me ugly, will you? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Jing had already arrived in front of the drawing board. Looking at the oil painting in front of her, she was immediately stunned, her mouth opened wide, and her eyes were full of surprise. Wow! Dad, are you taking a photo or drawing? Yi Jing was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Although she was young, she could naturally see what level the painting in front of her was. In the picture, the overall color is the golden sunset with a slight red tint. The clouds and the glow of the sky shine among the flowers. Below, there is a little girl in school uniform, with a beautiful smile and her skirt fluttering in the wind. Everything, whether it is the sunset, the flowers, or Yi Jing herself, does not look like a painting. Instead, it looks like a masterpiece that can only be created with an ultra-clear camera and professional lighting and toning operations. But in Yi Jing's eyes, this is much better than his own painting. The difference is not just a few levels. She never expected that her father was so proficient in painting. It was really amazing. Dad! You're awesome! Yi Xian smiled gently, feeling the little elf falling into his arms, then looked at the transformation that had just been completed, and said softly. Yeah. It's pretty good. Let's frame it and put it in our home. Yeah. That's great. Then when I go to school, Dad can see me at home. Yi Jing smiled foolishly, and the words she said were even more endearing. What a good boy. Yi Xian wiped Yi Jing's white and soft little nose lovingly and picked her up. So, Yi Xian held Yi Jing in one hand and held the drawing board in the other and walked into the house. Tang Hao, come here. Yi Xian first asked Yi Jing to sit at the dining table, then called Tang Hao and handed him the painting he had just drawn. Please help me to frame this painting. Tang Hao nodded, took the painting carefully, admired it briefly, agreed, and walked out with the painting. After all, there are few people who understand Brother Yi's strength as well as he does, so he has become numb now. Afterwards, Tang Hao placed the painting carefully in the car, then stepped on the accelerator and sped away towards a framing shop not far away. An hour later, Tang Hao walked out of a tea house next to the framing shop, stepped back into the framing shop and came to the counter. How is it? Is it framed? The clerk glanced at Tang Hao, smiled politely, looked through the records, and then nodded. Sir, it has been framed. I will go get it for you now. Although the clerk did not know a customer like Tang Hao, he could tell from his temperament that he was no ordinary person and did not dare to neglect him. On the other side, two girls were chatting in the lounge of the framing shop. One of the two girls was wearing jewels and famous brands all over her body. Even her shoes and bags were luxury brands that ordinary people could not even imagine. As for the other girl, although she was dressed rather simply, she had a different temperament between her eyebrows. As the saying goes, a man of learning is naturally elegant, which is exactly suitable to describe this girl. Both girls are very beautiful and have different styles. When they get together at this moment, it gives people a sense of intertwined collision. Each of them is shining brightly, but the simple girl has a better temperament than the other girl with famous brands. Xi Xian, when can you find time to draw a picture for me too? The girl with the brands suddenly thought of something and smiled slyly at Xi Xian in front of her, rubbing her slender white hands constantly. Why do you suddenly want my paintings? Xi Xian looked at Zhao Mei in front of her with some confusion, not quite understanding what this meant. You know how much your paintings cost. We are good sisters. Please keep them for me and sell them for money. Sell it for money. Hearing this, Xi Xian rolled her eyes and said to Zhao Mei in a bad mood. What? You little rich woman, you don't have to sell my paintings to support your family, do you? Zhao Mei looked at Xi Xian with even more contempt, twisted her lips and said. Come on. I don't know how many people are begging for your painting, but they can't get it. You are a truly great painter. Zhao Mei knew very well that Xi Xian was a rising star in the calligraphy and painting world, and just a random painting of hers could be sold for hundreds of thousands. And this number is just an estimate. If it is put at an auction house, it would be millions, which is not impossible. But at this time, she was not going to sell it, and she didn't need the money. Xi Xian also realized that she was joking, so she smiled and waved her hand. Okay, stop talking nonsense and let's go get the painting. Good. As they were talking, the two girls stood up and walked towards the counter, but the clerk's words almost made the two girls stagger and fall to the ground. Sir, the total cost of mounting your painting is 500,000. What? Xi Xian and Zhao Mei stared at each other, both certain that they had not heard wrongly. Suddenly, their hearts felt like a strong wind sweeping over the waves. They could no longer sit still and walked towards the counter. They all wanted to know what kind of painting this was that was worth spending hundreds of thousands to frame it. If it were an ordinary painting, wouldn't it be the same as buying the casket and returning the pearl? This is so weird. Even if it was a painting by Xi Xian, it shouldn't be like this, right? Zhao Mei walked quickly towards the counter while thinking in her mind. Yes, even though Xi Xian's paintings were the best among the newcomers and cost quite a stir, it didn't have to be done like this, right? Could it be the works of those more famous old painters? Or the last works of those who have passed away? I have to go and take a closer look. Xi Xian had the same idea as Zhao Mei at this time, and she didn't even dare to associate this with her own painting. She was anxious to see what the painting looked like. Since it was worth all the trouble, it must be worth seeing. Soon, Xi Xian and Zhao Mei walked to the counter and looked at the carefully framed painting spread out on the counter. They were immediately dizzy. This really made both of their worldviews collapse. Is this really a painting? Zhao Mei pursed her lips and wanted to say something, but her throat seemed to be blocked by something and she couldn't say anything. Xi Xian's reaction at this time was even more exaggerated than Zhao Mei's. Her whole body was shaking violently, and her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As the saying goes, laymen see the excitement while experts see the details. She can naturally see the importance of this painting. This painting, whether it is the overall tone, the outline of the details, or the portrayal of the characters, is a height that she cannot reach. Not only her, but even many people today who claim to be painters can only look up to her. Hiss. Suddenly, Xi Xian took a breath of cold air and her scalp felt numb. The girl in this painting is so cute. Yes. What a sweet smile, set against the sunset and the flowers, it's simply stunning. Not only him, but also Zhao Mei beside him burst into exclamation. Tang Hao paid the money, glanced at Xi Xian and Zhao Mei beside him, shook his head and said nothing. This was not the first time he had experienced such a thing. No matter what Brother Yi's things were, they were almost always like this in the eyes of outsiders. He was just more numb than them because he had seen too much. Goodbye, sir. Welcome to come again. As the clerk bowed and said goodbye, Tang Hao took the framed painting and left the framing shop. Xi Xian and Zhao Mei were still standing there in a daze. After a long time, the two people in the store reacted, looked at each other, and hurriedly chased after him. But at this time, it was already late, Tang Hao had already driven away, and no one knew where he went. There was a hint of disappointment in Xi Xian's eyes. She looked at Zhao Mei beside her and exclaimed again. So cute, this girl in the painting just now, just one look at her makes my heart melt. Zhao Mei also nodded vigorously and echoed. Yes. I can't believe it, this is really drawn. Xi Xian looked at the people coming and going outside the door, her eyes filled with complexity and even more shock. This must be a painting by a master. It's true that a master came from the common people. Compared to mine, my painting, huh? It's just a child's play. It's not presentable. It's just a pile of waste paper. After exclaiming several times in succession, Xi Xian sighed again. Oh, what a pity. I didn't even ask who drew this, nor did I ask for contact information or anything. When Zhao Mei heard this, she didn't say anything, but just patted Xi Xian's shoulder gently. The two of them just stared outside with their eyes open, and suddenly became confused by the coming and going of people. They forgot all about what they were supposed to do as this interlude played. At this time, Tang Hao had already taken back the framed painting and returned to the villa. At this time, Yi Xian and Yi Jing were sitting on the sofa and chatting. Mr. Yi, it has been framed. Yi Xian saw Tang Hao coming over with a painting, stood up and walked into the living room, looked at the painting in front of him, and said, Take this painting down and hang it here. This, okay. When Tang Hao saw the painting that Yi Xian was pointing at, his eyelids twitched suddenly, and he thought to himself that this was the authentic work of Tang Bohu. Afterwards, Tang Hao carefully took down the painting and slowly rolled it into the flower tube, for fear of breaking any edges of the painting. You know, there are very few authentic Tang Bohu works preserved in the world today, and they are still so complete. Yi Xian was very relaxed and hung the newly framed painting on the wall. How is it? Does it look good? Yi Xian smiled and looked at Yi Jing beside him. And the girl Yi Jing, at this moment, also opened her big watery eyes, carefully admiring herself on the wall, with the excitement unique to children flashing in her eyes. Nice. Ha, as long as Jing Jing likes it. Afterwards, Yi Xian picked up Yi Jing, admired the painting for a while, and played with her for a while. Dad, let's go for a run. Suddenly, Yi Jing looked at the night view outside the window and said something out of the blue, which made Yi Xian puzzled. What's wrong? Why does Jing Jing suddenly want to go out for a run? Yi Jing looked at Yi Xian, giggled, and rubbed her belly. Hey, Dad's cooking is so delicious. I'm afraid I'll get fat if I eat too much, so I want to go out and exercise. Girl, how old are you and you're already worried about gaining weight? Yi Xian rubbed Yi Jing's soft hair and nodded lovingly. Let's go, we'll go now. Yeah. As she spoke, Yi Jing had already run to the door. She looked at Yi Xian who was walking slowly towards her with a smile on his face, and spoke anxiously. Dad, please hurry up. I can't wait. Yi Xian looked at the impatient little girl, smiled, and trotted to the door, holding Yi Jing's little hand, and walked out of the villa. Soon, Yi Xian brought Yi Jing to a nearby riverside. The night view here was beautiful, and many people would come here to jog at night. Bright lights are shining overhead, the surrounding shops are bustling with nightlife, and the wide sidewalks are filled not only with people jogging at night, but also with people taking a walk after dinner and young couples being intimate. Yi Xian and Yi Jing also came here at this time. Looking at the lively crowd around, including many people playing badminton and square dancing, Yi Jing suddenly became very excited. The little hand held by Yi Qing was covered with sweat because of excitement. Okay, now that we're here, Daddy won't hold your hand anymore. Yi Xian let go of Yi Jing with a smile, jogged over, and continued talking to Yi Jing. Come on, let's just run slowly. We don't need any strenuous exercise at night. Yi Jing nodded gently, took the lead in moving her calves, and ran briskly forward. Yi Xian followed beside Yi Jing, and the two figures, one big and one small, looked so harmonious. Many people nearby also noticed this scene and immediately cast curious glances at them. Yi Xian was wearing a sports suit at this time, looking youthful and sunny. His handsome face was outlined with distinct edges and corners. Under the warm yellow light, he looked fair and mature. And his muscular body with golden proportions looked so dazzling among the crowd of athletes. Many girls covered their mouths when they saw Yi Xian, blushed immediately, and cast admiring glances at him. Wow! This is so cool! Ah! He's so handsome, has a great body, and has such a great temperament. I want to marry him. Don't think about it. Did you see the little girl next to you? He's a father now. What if it's my sister? The girls on the side suddenly burst into exclamations, and it was at this time that they saw the petite figure next to Yi Xian. I have to say that although Yi Jing is still young, she is a real beauty. With her sweet smile and angelic face, she is so adorable. At this time, Yi Jing was running beside Yi Xian. Her petite body made her look even more adorable and graceful, and her bright eyes that were not tainted by the dust also surprised the passers-by. Ah! This little sister is so cute. Oh my god, this girl is such a little beauty. She looks so pretty now. I wonder what she will look like when she grows up. TSK, both the father and daughter are so beautiful. The mother must be a real beauty too. Suddenly, passers-by on the side cast envious glances at them. This father and daughter pair is really eye-catching. When those girls saw Yi Jing beside Yi Xian, for some reason, there was a hint of disappointment in their eyes. Who? Yi Jing was running hard at this time, panting with a lot of sweat on her face, and her steps became disorderly. Jing, let's take a break and walk slowly for a while. Yi Xian noticed that Yi Jing was breathing heavily at this moment, and quickly stopped. I can still run. At first Yi Jing didn't stop, and there was a kind of stubbornness in her lovely and pitiful voice. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yi Xian looked at Yi Jing's stubborn little mouth, a smile appeared on his face, and he continued to run slowly beside her. Finally, after running forward for a few hundred meters, Yi Jing couldn't hold on any longer and stopped, with her hands on her waist, breathing heavily. Okay, let's take a break. Yi Xian took out an ice silk handkerchief he carried with him and gently wiped the sweat off Yi Jing's face. Exercise is so relaxing. Although Yi Jing was tired, there was a satisfied smile on her little face. Come on, let's go to the front and rest for a while. At this time, Yi Xian noticed a milk tea shop in front of him, so he took Yi Jing in, ordered 2 cups of milk tea, and rested for a while. Sister! I want sugar-free. When ordering, Yi Jing looked at the waiter seriously and muttered to herself. Okay. The waiter smiled and nodded, then walked aside. Jing, why do you want to drink sugar-free? Yi Xian looked at the little girl's rolling eyes and asked with a smile. Dad, doesn't he know? Because if it contains sugar, then all my exercise tonight would be wasted. Ha. When Yi Xian heard this, he immediately laughed and gently pinched Yi Jing's little face. Jing knows quite a lot. Hey, of course. Mom told me a lot. Yi Jing giggled foolishly, and the images of her mother and 4 younger sisters appeared in her mind. Dad doesn't even know he has so many daughters. If he knew, what would his expression be like? Yi Jing turned her head, imagining Yi Xian's shocked expression at that time, and suddenly she burst into another silly smile. Jing, what are you laughing at? Yi Xian looked at Yi Jing's cute appearance lovingly and asked lightly. Nothing, I just thought of something happy. P.S. The setting of this book has been rewritten and changed, so you have to start from the beginning. However, this book will be updated with 10,000 words every day starting today. I apologize to everyone who has waited for so long. I am back. Chapter 9. Mom is back, but there is a big gift waiting for her. Yi Jing was still just a little girl. When she heard Yi Xian's question, she was afraid that someone would see something wrong with her, so she quickly shook her head. The two sat in the milk tea shop for a while, and when they saw that it was almost time, they returned to the villa. Yi Xian took Yi Jing's hand and soon walked to the door of the villa. Yi Jing looked at the door in front of them and said in a baby voice. I'm back. Bite. But what the little girl didn't expect was that as soon as she finished speaking, the door opened directly. Dad! What's going on? Yi Jing pouted her lips immediately, her young mind was full of question marks. Is this magic? Is Dad a wizard? Yi Xian looked at Yi Jing's suspicious eyes, laughed, and walked in with Yi Jing. Jingjing, this is artificial intelligence. It can analyze the owner's voice. As long as we come, it will automatically open the door. Oh. So it's not magic. The little girl nodded slightly. Although she didn't know what artificial intelligence was, she could tell that it was not magic. Her little face suddenly looked a little disappointed. Then, Yi Xian took out a key and handed it to Yi Jing. Jingjing, this is the key to our house, keep it, girl. Okay, Dad. Yi Jing took the key and looked at it carefully with her eyes full of curiosity. This key was different from all the keys she had seen before. It was full of technology and there was a 1 engraved on it, representing Villa number 1. Go find a place to keep it. If the smart system at home is turned off, you can also use this key to open it. Yi Jing clenched her hands tightly and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Dad. I will take good care of it. Yi Xian nodded slightly, looked at the current time, and continued. Jingjing, after putting the keys away, go take a shower and go to bed. It's almost time now. It seems so. Only then did Yi Jing notice that the sky outside was already pitch black and nothing could be seen. Yes, Jingjing has to go to school tomorrow. Afterwards, after Yi Jing put the key away properly, Yi Xian had already prepared the hot water. Jingjing, the hot water is ready, come in and take a shower. As he spoke, Yi Xian also handed Yi Jing a clean towel. Yi Jing took it with a smile, showing her cute little fangs, and said sweetly, I'll ask Dad to tell me a story later. Okay, Dad will tell you a story to put you to sleep later. Yi Jing nodded heavily and walked into the bathroom humming a song. Soon, Yi Jing finished her shower, changed into cute pajamas, and walked towards the bedroom with Yi Xian. Okay, go to bed quickly, Dad will tell you a story. Good. When Yi Jing heard that a story was about to be told, she rushed into bed like a gust of wind, hugged a cute teddy bear doll beside her, and waited for Yi Xian to tell her a story. Turn on sleep mode. Yi Xian said softly, and the chandelier in the room went dark, replaced by a warm yellow night light at the bedside. Wow! Yi Jing blinked her eyes, feeling it was so magical. How is it? It's fun, isn't it? Dad will teach you slowly in the future. Yi Xian sat down on the edge of the bed with a smile on his face, his tone gentle and magnetic, and began to tell today's bedtime story. Jingjing, today Dad will tell you a story about a little princess. Yeah. Yi Jing had been waiting for a long time at this time. She lay quietly on the soft pillow, looking at Yi Xian's face. It's about a lovely little princess who lives in a beautiful castle. She lives a carefree life in the castle every day. One day, the little princess came to the river outside the castle and saw a group of ducklings swimming around. She immediately found it interesting. There was also a little boy herding the ducks nearby. The little boy saw that the little princess liked the ducks, so he promised the little princess that he could take a duck back with him, but he had to agree to a small request. The princess agreed immediately. The boy's request was very simple. He just wanted to go to the garden in the castle to pick the most beautiful flower. So the princess took the boy to the garden. Every flower was beautiful. Who? As Yi Xian was speaking, he heard Yi Jing's soft breathing. The little girl fell asleep before she finished her story today. Yeah, I was tired from running just now. Yi Xian stopped talking immediately, kissed Yi Jing on the little face, then tiptoed out of the room and gently closed the door. The next morning, Yi Xian prepared breakfast for Yi Jing as usual, and gave her a different hairstyle. Then he held her little hand and sent her to the school gate. At this time, the two had just arrived at the gate of the elementary school and saw Zhou Xiaodan and her father Zhou Shang. Xiaodan. Yi Jing saw Zhou Xiaodan waving at her sweetly, and she walked over to her excitedly. Dad, let's go. The two girls, carrying their small school bags, waved at Yi Xian and Zhou Shang. Both of them nodded, and then the two girls skipped into the school gate. Mr. Yi. You are here too. Zhou Shang saw Yi Xian and walked over with a smile. Yes, isn't it to send the children to school? Yi Xian also smiled, and the two shook hands gently again. How about sending the kids over in the morning? It won't interfere with work, right? If it's not convenient, I can pick up Xiaodan. The two girls are good friends, so it's nice for them to go to school together. When Zhou Sheng heard this, he smiled and waved his hand. Mr. Yi is so thoughtful. It's okay. This won't delay anything. Yi Xian nodded, and the two of them watched the two girls' backs getting farther and farther away. After exchanging a few words of greeting, they left. After Yi Xian left, Zhou Sheng leaned against his car, thinking about the order, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is really unbelievable. The orders for this evening alone are several times more than what he has received in all those years. And those high-ranking officials who were originally high and mighty were now extremely respectful to him, and they were all vying to come and get to know him. This feeling made him so flattered that it felt like a dream. Ah! Yi Jing's father is such an unimaginable person. Zhou Sheng muttered to himself, his eyes were a little blurry, and after a while, he drove away. After sending Yi Jing to school, Yi Xian returned home and poured himself a pot of tea. Holding the steaming cup of tea, Yi Xian sipped it gently while standing in the living room, looking at the little girl's painting on the wall, and a warm smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ding ding ding! As the bell rang for the end of get out of class, it was already noon. Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan held hands and prepared to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Jinjing! Xiaodan! But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded beside, and then someone rushed over, rubbing Yi Jing's little face with slender and gentle hands. Little girl, where are you going? The two girls turned around and saw the person coming in front of them, and they exclaimed in unison. Aunt Shenjing! Shenjing in front of me was about 25 or 26 years old. She was wearing a white shirt and a black skirt. Her proud figure and beautiful face made her look like a standard urban beauty. And her warm and kind smile seemed so friendly, and her eyes were full of love when she looked at the two girls. Come on, I'll take you home. I've made you something delicious. Good. The two girls suddenly became excited. One of them took Shenjing's hand and walked towards the school gate. There was a Mercedes-Benz C-Class parked at the door. Shenjing took the two girls into the car and drove towards her home. Shenjing's home was not too far from here, and they soon arrived at their destination. The two girls walked in hand. Shenjing's home was not very luxurious, but it was very clean. Everything was arranged neatly, and the lighting was very good. You guys sit down and rest for a while, I'll bring you some food. Shenjing smiled and rubbed the two girls' faces, then turned and walked into the kitchen. Soon, the table was filled with the food that the two girls liked. This was the result of Shenjing's careful preparation for half a morning. Eat it now! Shenjing brought the two girls their own cute tableware. The two girls were already drooling at the food in front of them and were very hungry. Afterwards, while the three of them were eating, Shenjing would stroke the two little girls' heads from time to time, her eyes full of doting. But when she stretched out her hand again, Yi Jing puffed out her lips and pressed her hand on the table. Aunt Shenjing, please eat well. Shenjing looked at Yi Jing's serious expression, smiled awkwardly, and slowly withdrew her hand. By the way, Aunt Shenjing, are you done with your work? While eating, Yi Jing suddenly asked a question, remembering that Aunt Shenjing was very busy some time ago and had no time to prepare delicious food for them. Well, the bank account has been settled, but the performance has not yet been completed. We need to take our time with this. Now that the urgent things have been done, all that's left is a gradual accumulation process. The two girls chewed the delicious food in their mouths while listening attentively and nodded from time to time. Shenjing then noticed that she had just talked to the two girls about work, and the two girls listened so seriously that she couldn't help but laugh. You two girls, really, you are listening with great interest, do you understand? Hey. The two girls pouted their lips, giggled, and shook their heads gently. We don't understand it, but we think it's quite interesting. Forehead. Shenjing was slightly stunned, picked up her chopsticks, and continued. Okay, let's eat. I'll give you a little surprise after we're done. Okay. When the two girls heard that there was a little surprise, they immediately became excited and finished their lunch quickly. After cleaning the table, Shenjing smiled and took out a bag of snacks and two exquisite dolls from the cabinet beside her. These are for you. When the two girls saw these things, their eyes suddenly lit up and they jumped up and down with excitement. Thank you, Aunt Shenjing. Shenjing nodded slightly and scratched the two girls' noses lovingly. Afterwards, these snacks and toys filled the two girls' school bags. Shenjing said as she was cleaning up for them. You can bring these snacks to share with other children, but you can only play with these toys when you get home. Good. The two girls nodded obediently, and Shenjing remembered something and looked at Yi Jing with a smile. By the way, Jingjing, your mother should be back soon. Do you miss her? Really? I miss my mom so much. Yi Jing nodded, feeling sweet in her heart and her eyes sparkling with excitement. Thinking about this time when mom comes back, there is a big gift waiting for her. Chapter 10: The Key to Villa Number 1. After eating, you should take a good nap, otherwise you will fall asleep in class in the afternoon. When the two little girls heard that it was time to go to bed, they nodded obediently. Jingjing and Xiaodan are such good kids. A smile appeared on Chen Jing's face. She rubbed the two little girls' heads again, pulled the two girls, and walked towards the bedroom. Okay, go to bed and get some rest. Afterwards, Chen Jing picked up the remote control, adjusted the air conditioner in the room to a more comfortable temperature, then gently closed the door and walked out of the room. Zhou Xiaodan looked at the soft big bed in front of her and climbed onto it first, while Yi Jing put the key to Villa Number 1 in the box where Chen Jing kept valuables before climbing up. With the fresh breeze in the house and the comfortable temperature, the two girls soon fell into a deep sleep, not affected by the midday heat at all. The nap time passed quickly. Zhou Xiaodan woke up first, rolled her big watery eyes, and tiptoed out. Influenced by Zhou Xiaodan, Yi Jing also woke up, rubbed her sleepy eyes, jumped out of the bed, and followed Zhou Xiaodan out of the bedroom. Bang! Although the sound of the door closing was very light, it woke Chen Jing up. Chen Jing woke up suddenly and sat up, only to see the two girls quietly carrying their small school bags and walking towards the door. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she thought to herself that these two little girls had to become independent. Well, I better follow and take a look. Chen Jing stretched, quietly followed the two girls, and escorted them all the way to school. Without any adults accompanying them, the two little girls were singing and dancing happily. Holding hands, they hummed nursery rhymes and skipped towards the school. Along the way, the two little girls were curious about everything. Sometimes they squatted down and watched a group of ants on the side of the road carrying scattered candies. Sometimes they heard the music of the sprinkler truck and excitedly tried to capture the fleeting colorful rainbow light under the mist. Put! These two girls. Chen Jing quietly followed the two little girls, looking at their cute appearance, with a doting smile in her eyes. Following them all the way, the two little girls soon arrived at school safely. Along the way, the two little girls would intentionally avoid passing vehicles, and when they encountered an intersection, they would wait for the traffic lights and pass through with the crowd. This made Chen Jing surprised, but also relieved. The two little girls were becoming more and more sensible after all. When she saw the two girls' backs disappear at the entrance of the teaching building, Chen Jing returned home. After returning home, Chen Jing did not rush to rest, but started to get busy again, cleaning the room inside and out. After all, some relatives will be coming soon. They are Chen Jing's third aunt Tang Mei and cousin Yui from Tianjing. Just when Chen Jing had almost finished packing, there was a knock on the door. Chen Jing paused and walked towards the door. But as soon as the door was opened, a little boy ran in, shouting a shrill roar. Ah! I'm the first one up here. The little boy ignored his muddy shoes and stepped on the floor that Chen Jing had just swept clean, leaving dirty footprints all over it, which made Chen Jing frown slightly. How could this little brat have the awareness of being a guest? He was even more arrogant than when he was at home. Looking at the fruit plate on the table, he picked up a red apple and started biting it. After a few bites, he had bitten the apple into pieces. Then, he turned on the TV, grabbed the remote control, turned up the volume, and sat on the sofa without taking off his shoes. Chen Jing ignored the little brat and looked at a woman who was walking towards the door. The woman looked to be in middle age, a little plump, with very thick makeup on her face. The fat on her face seemed to be shaking off the makeup as she walked. However, she was wearing a thick mink coat, which seemed somewhat incompatible with the weather here. She was carrying a black leather bag in her hand and walking with the graceful and elegant steps of a noble lady, yet her steps seemed like she was imitating an ugly woman. Not only does this woman have a kind of innate nobility on her face, but her eyes also reveal contempt and complaints. No matter who sees her, they will not have a very good first impression of this woman. The woman's sarcastic look did not change even when she arrived in front of Chen Jing. She took a look inside, and her eyes were immediately filled with disgust and contempt, just like a city person seeing a country person, looking down on people with her eyes wide open. And the slightly younger woman next to this middle-aged woman looks almost the same. The middle-aged woman was none other than Chen Jing's third aunt Tang Mei, and the younger woman next to her was her cousin Yui. Third aunt, cousin, you are here. Although the other person's eyes and expression did not show any joy, Chen Jing still had a smile on her face. After all, this person was her relative and she had to show basic courtesy. Tang Mei snorted lightly, did not greet Chen Jing, but looked at her inside slightly. Alas! You don't know. The weather in Jinling is much worse than that in the Demon City. No wonder all the rich people are heading to the Magic City. They are not just talking. Chen Jing was immediately choked by the sound of Tang Mei's voice. She couldn't help but frown slightly and looked at Tang Mei in front of her with suspicion. This third aunt is not originally from Jinling, but before she went to Shanghai, she still spoke with a Jinling accent. How come she has become like this in such a short time? Ah! Third aunt and cousin, don't stand there anymore. Come in and sit down. You must have worked hard on the journey. Although she was not used to hearing such an accent, and even found it a bit irritating coming from Tang Mei's mouth, Chen Jing still smiled and invited the two of them to come in and sit down. Chen Jing went to the side, made a pot of tea for Tang Mei and Yue, and brought it over respectfully. Aunt, cousin, you must have worked hard on the journey. Have some hot tea. Tang Mei didn't say anything. She looked at the tea in the cup in front of her with a hint of disgust on her face and gently pushed it aside. We are not used to drinking this kind of tea now. Having said that, a hint of contempt inadvertently flashed in Tang Mei's eyes. The corners of her mouth slightly raised as she looked at Chen Jing and said, Xiao Jing, you may not know this, but we all drink black coffee in Shanghai, and it has to be hand-ground. I don't think other things are interesting to drink. You have to know that coffee is something that requires attention. The source of the coffee beans, the roasting process, the grinding method, the brewing temperature, etc. are all very important. These things are not comparable to the instant black coffee in the convenience store. You know, when you are alive, you should be nicer to yourself. Tang Mei talked incessantly and mentioned the many details of black coffee. Chen Jing's face darkened slightly when she heard it, and she immediately lost her good impression of this relative whom she hadn't seen for a long time. At this moment, Chen Jing's face suddenly turned sour, and she thought to herself, how can someone talk like that? My mother said that this third aunt is working in Shanghai, right? Even her husband in Shanghai is just an employee, working from 9 to 5 every day. Does he have time to drink black coffee? Tang Mei looked at Chen Jing without saying anything, but she did not realize the chill in her expression and continued to chatter away. Xiao Jing, are you still a manager at the bank? I think it's better to stay in Shanghai. If you stay in Nanjing, you will be like this. If you haven't been to the Magic City, you definitely don't know that there are tons of opportunities everywhere in the Magic City. You don't know that your uncle just took on a big project a while ago. As she spoke, Tang Mei deliberately raised her finger, which had a diamond ring on it. When Tang Mei saw the diamond ring, she obviously showed off her domineering attitude and said with a smile, Your uncle bought this for me. How about it? Doesn't it look good? The smile in Tang Mei's eyes became even more intense, and she looked like a wealthy person. It's not that expensive, it's only 20,000 yuan. As she spoke, Tang Mei snorted again, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly. Hey, Xiaojing, you have to know that people still need to go to big cities to see the world, so that they can broaden their horizons. Look at a small place like Jinling. Can you achieve anything by staying here? No way. We've seen too many country bumpkins in Shanghai. Coming to this big city, everything is too much for us to see. Who would look up to such people? Tang Mei became more and more excited as she spoke. She couldn't help but mention Shanghai every time she spoke, as if she was a native of Shanghai and looked down on outsiders. Chen Jing did not say anything. She did not want to argue about these things. Having worked in a bank for so long, she had seen many people who would take advantage of others just for a little unexpected money. Tang Mei and Yue are basically of the same nature. They think they have seen the world just by going out, and they act arrogantly to everyone. While Tang Mei was still talking incessantly about the Magic City, the three of them heard a loud noise coming from the room inside. Chen Jing and others quickly got up and walked inside, only to see the little boy throwing the dolls in the room to the ground. When Chen Jing saw this, she immediately became unhappy and her face turned dark in an instant. These dolls are the favorite things of the two little girls, Yi Jing and Xiaodan. What are you doing? Unable to control her emotions, Chen Jing scolded the little brat who was holding a doll in front of her with a smug look on his face. When Tang Mei saw Chen Jing getting angry, she said nonchalantly, Oh, Xiao Jing, he's just a child, he doesn't understand anything. You are an adult and an aunt, so you should stop being so stubborn with him. You should give him some leniency. Aren't these just dolls? They're not broken. Is it necessary to get angry? Faced with Tang Mei's nonchalant tone, as if nothing had happened. Chen Jing was completely speechless. But third aunt, you don't know, these cost 200 or 300 yuan, and each one is genuine, and you may not be able to buy them now. Besides, it's the favorite toy of my best friend's child. When Tang Mei heard this, she put on a non-committal expression and said with a smile, "Oh my! Xiao Jing, how is this possible? Aren't these just dolls? How can they be so expensive?" Tang Mei continued speaking while smiling and showing a mocking look. "Xiao Jing, I think you have been deceived and paid the IQ tax. Aren't these things just cloth and cotton? They are sewn by machines and have no value at all. Besides, why did you, Chen Jing, buy these things? And why did you buy such expensive ones?" Chen Jing could hardly hold back any longer at this point. After hearing these words, she was about to explode. Tang Mei, on the other hand, was mumbling something in her mouth as she carried the little boy out. Seeing that she had finally taken the naughty kid out, Chen Jing quickly picked up the dolls in front of her, then took a look and breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I had mopped the floor before, so it wasn't that dirty and the doll was not damaged." Chen Jing quickly put the dolls back to their original places in the room, then walked out of the room and locked it up. After locking the door, he put the key in the pocket of the coat hanging at the door. But all of this was seen by the little brat. Chen Jing took a few deep breaths at this time, tried to calm herself down, and then returned to the sofa and sat down again. There was silence for a long time, with nothing to say. Chen Jing was also thinking about her mother's previous instructions. Although she was prepared, she didn't expect it to be like this. "Forget it. If I kick them out, my mother will lose face. Just be patient." Chen Jing gritted her teeth and changed the subject. "By the way, third aunt, where do you live now?" When Tang Mei heard Chen Jing ask this question, her eyes rolled and she immediately became alert. "We are now living in Yulangshan Pavilion." When Chen Jing heard Tang Mei's indifferent tone, she was stunned for a moment, paused slightly, and continued to ask, "You bought a villa there?" Tang Mei shook her head slightly, but there was still a hint of pride in her eyes. "How is that possible? How can a villa be so expensive? The premium is too high. It's all about the brand effect. We just rented an apartment there. I originally wanted to buy an apartment in the second phase of Yulangshan Pavilion, but that place is really a rip-off. There are so many people who have been appointed that we can't even get the qualifications to buy. The world has really changed. Now we have money but nowhere to spend it." Tang Mei took advantage of the situation at this time. Although her tone was regretful and unfair, it was full of arrogance. "Alas, but the Yulangshan Pavilion is really a good place. Whether it's the environment or the service, it's all pretty good. Even in the Magic City, it's a top-notch place." Tang Mei continued as she stroked the diamond ring on her finger. "Besides, a friend of your cousin Yui lives in the villa area. I have to say, the key is really beautiful. It even has the exclusive villa number on it." Having said this, Yui on the side also put on a smug expression, took out his mobile phone, clicked on the photo inside, and handed it to Chen Jing. "Xiao Jing, look, this is the key to the villa." Chen Jing nodded slightly and looked at the key carefully. The overall look of the key was very delicate, with a 5-clawed golden dragon carved around it. And in the very center, there is a mark of 23. This mark seems to be engraved in it, shining like crystal. What does this number mean? Could it be villa number 23? Chen Jing watched and murmured, "Yes." Yui nodded slightly, smiled, and continued. "This villa number 23 also costs over 100 million yuan. It is as luxurious as it sounds." When Chen Jing heard this number, she was a little shocked and stunned for a moment. Then at this time, Yui added, "You don't know, although villa number 23 is luxurious, I've heard from my friends that the first 3 villas there are all priced at over 1 billion. And the legendary villa number 1 is even more." While Yui was speaking, Tang Mei looked at Chen Jing and asked a question. "By the way, Xiao Jing, have you ever thought about changing your house?" When Chen Jing heard this question, she smiled slightly awkwardly. "Aunt San, please stop joking. Where did I get so much money?" Tang Mei pouted slightly and nodded. "Oh, yes, it's good that you are here. If you really go to Yulangshan Pavilion, let me tell you, the property fees there are very expensive." As she spoke, Tang Mei's eyes were filled with growing disgust, and her tone gradually became sarcastic and full of disdain. "I need to go to the bathroom." But at this moment, the little boy said he wanted to go to the toilet and walked inside. However, the little brat did not go to the toilet at all. Instead, he pretended to go to the toilet and secretly took out the key from Chen Jing's coat and sneaked into the room again. This little brat, I don't know where he saw it from, he actually squatted down, found a box under the bed, and gently pulled it out. In the living room, Tang Mei was still talking arrogantly, talking more about the Yulongtianj villa area. Xiao Jing, you don't know yet, I was planning to rent a shop somewhere in Yulongtian Pavilion. Tell me, but I'll scare you to death. The cheapest shop there costs 340,000 yuan a year. TSK, this is a rip-off. Even in the Magic City, it's not that expensive. Chen Jing had no interest in listening to Tang Mei's endless pretense. Seeing that the little brat had gone to the toilet and had not come out for a long time, she took a look inside. But it didn't matter what she saw the little boy coming out holding the box where she kept her valuables, with a triumphant expression on his face, as if he was holding his own trophy. In an instant, Chen Jing rushed forward, snatched the box from the little brat's hand, and shouted, "How could you sneak into my room? You are so ignorant." When Tang Mei heard Chen Jing scolding the little boy, her face suddenly turned dark and she stood up. "Chen Jing, what are you doing? Isn't he just a child? It's normal for him to be ignorant, just be tolerant and tolerant. Why are you yelling?" As she spoke, Tang Mei saw the box that Chen Jing snatched away, and her eyes were filled with disdain, and she spoke unhappily. "Isn't it just a box? In our Magic City, even junk collectors wouldn't be interested in a box like this." When Chen Jing heard Tang Mei's ridicule, she was immediately furious and her mind went blank. And that little brat seemed to feel that he had someone to back him up. He got a sullen look on his face, ran over, and pushed Chen Jing hard. Ah! Chen Jing didn't stand firmly and sat directly on the sofa. Then she let go of the box and it fell to the ground with a crisp sound. It was actually broken open. For a moment, Tang Mei and Yui were both stunned. The expressions on their faces showed disdain and resentment, but also a hint of ridicule and gloating. However, they did not feel that they were going too far. And the little boy even raised his scissors hands, as if he had finally defeated the devilish Ant Chen Jing. The expression on Chen Jing's face was even more interesting. There was boundless anger, panic from being suddenly pushed down, and a look of disbelief. She simply couldn't believe that this little brat could do such a thing. At this moment, Chen Jing had a lot of thoughts in her mind, and the first things that came to her mind were the two little girls, Yi Jing and Xiaodan. Compared with the two well-behaved and sensible little girls, the little brat brought by my relatives is simply a carnivorous plant, a real naughty child. The creator of such a naughty child is his impolite and uneducated parents. Bang! As the box popped open from the ground, everyone heard the sound, and no matter what their expressions were before, they all looked over. And out of nowhere, a key fell out of the box. It was inlaid with a gorgeous golden dragon and was made entirely of precious metals. In the center of the transparent colored gem, there was a simple yet domineering number 1. Chapter 11. Xiaojing was taken away by human traffickers? At this moment, except for the little boy who knew nothing, everyone's eyes were all looking at the key, with shock and disbelief on their faces. At this moment, it was as if time had stood still. Tang Mei and Yui were both stunned. They stared at the key with dull eyes, their whole bodies trembling slightly. Chen Jing also widened her eyes. No matter how she looked at the key, she found it unbelievable. How could this fall out of its box, and who put it in there? Tang Mei and Yui's eyes almost popped out of their heads at this moment, their brains went blank, and they felt as if they were struck by thunder, their whole bodies numb. How is this possible? Tang Mei took a deep breath, and her face suddenly changed drastically. She stammered and even her proud Magic City accent disappeared, finally uttering her hometown dialect. Is this the key to Villa number 1 of Yulongtian Pavilion? Yui gently grabbed the key, with a look of deep shock on his face. He didn't even dare to breathe. He took out his mobile phone, carefully compared the photos just now, and then he almost collapsed to the ground with shock. It can't be wrong, it's true. Take another look, maybe you made a mistake, this is not something to joke about. Tang Mei became anxious and urged Yui to check again and again, but no matter how Yui looked, the key was flawless. The key to the Yulongtian Pavilion is not only luxurious and domineering in appearance, but also has complicated design craftsmanship. Not to mention all these, even the key, not many people have seen it with their own eyes. After all, how many people can afford such a villa? It can't be fake. The key to Villa number 1 is genuine. Yui's eyes were dull, and Tang Mei, who heard this, reacted even more violently. She looked around blankly, not knowing what she was thinking. But Tang Mei now no longer has the arrogant look she had just now. Her face is pale and she looks a little older. But Chen Jing didn't say anything. She still didn't know what was going on. All of this happened so fast that her brain almost stopped working and she couldn't think at all. Ahem. Tang Mei coughed twice, breaking the silence first. The contemptuous look she had just had was gone, replaced by a friendly and even humble look. At this time, Tang Mei's eyes rolled, and then she walked in front of Chen Jing, with a smile on her face, and said flatteringly, "Well, Xiao Jing, I didn't expect you to be so successful now." Well, today's incident was caused by my ignorance. I didn't know Xiao Jing had already reached such a high level. I thought I had become a superior person just because I had been to the Magic City for a few days. After hearing this, Chen Jing was still a little confused, but she also felt contempt in her heart. Does he know who he is? When Tang Mei saw that Chen Jing didn't say anything, she grabbed Chen Jing's hand and the smile on her face became even more intense. "Well, Xiao Jing, when did you get this villa? This is something to be proud of. Even I, your third aunt, feel honored. My Xiao Jing has been very smart since she was young. I have always said that Xiao Jing would be successful sooner or later. But I never thought that she could reach such a height." At this time, Tang Mei was extremely flattering. She treated Chen Jing in front of her like an ancestor, praising and flattering her non-stop. Seeing the little brat who was pressing the remote control randomly, Tang Mei frowned, exerted force with her hands, lifted the little brat over her legs, and hit him hard on the butt. Ah! The little brat stared at Tang Mei with innocent eyes, wondering why he was protecting him just now but was going to beat him up now. "I told you not to touch other people's things. I told you not to be rude in someone else's house." Tang Mei seemed to be setting an example for Chen Jing, and the force of her beating on the little brat became more and more violent. The little brat cried so hard that tears as big as beans fell from his eyes. His face was red and his mouth was covered with snot and tears. During this operation, Tang Mei was still observing Chen Jing's expression, but Chen Jing was still sitting on the sofa in a daze, the same as when she was pushed down by the little boy just now. Hearing the little boy's loud cry, Chen Jing just frowned slightly, thinking it was very noisy. Tang Mei and Yui looked at each other and both felt that they could no longer stay here, so they stopped spanking the little boys but rubbed it gently, pulled him up, and walked towards the door. When she reached the door, Tang Mei thought of something again. She returned to Chen Jing's side again, patted Chen Jing on the shoulder, and said, "Xiao Jing, don't take today's incident to heart. Third aunt is just like that sometimes, she doesn't talk much, so don't take it to heart. If you have time, please come to my house. I welcome you. Third aunt will definitely serve you delicious food and drinks. Our door is always open to you." Not only Tang Mei, but Yui also walked in, stood beside Chen Jing, squatted down respectfully, smiled, and spoke flatteringly. "Xiao Jing, we are still good sisters. You are doing so well in Jinling. My cousin may have to rely on you in the future. I really didn't expect you to be so amazing. We really didn't realize it. I didn't expect Xiao Jing to be so amazing and yet still be so low-key. Hee, if it were me, I would have wanted to tell the whole world." As Yui spoke, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, giving people a friendly feeling like a spring breeze. He was completely different from the sarcastic and mean look just now. The arrogance, disdain, ridicule and mockery that the two had shown before were now completely gone, and were replaced by respect and admiration. Chen Jing just glanced at her and then pointed outside the door. Tang Mei and Yui, however, did not see any other colors in Chen Jing's eyes. They only saw a kind of cold and elegant aura that looked down on the world. She did not say a word and was very dissatisfied with what they had just said. For a moment, the two of them shuddered all over because of Chen Jing's expression. They took the little boy who was still rubbing his butt and sobbing, and quickly left here. As they walked, they continued to flatter Chen Jing. "Xiao Jing, we're leaving first. Please come and sit down with us when you have time. Xiao Jing, we'll contact each other later. Don't take today's unpleasantness to heart. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to contact us. We will do our best for you." When the two people had left for a long time, Chen Jing was still staring blankly at the key in front of her, with a look of confusion, disbelief, and deep shock. Where on earth did this key come from? Countless ideas flashed through Chen Jing's mind, but she couldn't figure out how the key had come to her without anyone noticing. "I know that this box is where I keep my valuables. Who else could have put the key in it? Could it be that it belongs to those two little guys? With deep doubts in her heart, Chen Jing looked at the time. It was time for the little ones to go home from school. Hey, let's go pick up those two little girls first. It just so happens that I don't have to go to the company at this time, and I don't have to let Xiaojing continue to live in the school. Thinking of this, Chen Jing quickly changed her shoes and walked towards the elementary school. But when Chen Jing arrived at the school, it was already late and many children had already been picked up. Chen Jing did not see Yijing's small and cute figure at school, nor did she receive any call from Zhou Sheng and others, and she suddenly became a little anxious. Logically speaking, since Yijing did not live on campus, she should have gone to Zhou Xiaodan's house, but today's situation was really weird. Without much delay, Chen Jing went to the office, found the teacher, and eagerly explained the situation. But when Yijing's teacher heard this, he was also confused. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Didn't Xiaojing's father just pick her up?" Ah! Chen Jing's heart suddenly trembled, and then her whole body began to tremble violently, to the point that she felt a little cold. Others may not know, but she knows everything in her heart. What was her best friend's situation like back then? She ran away with the ball alone. So where did Yijing's father come from now? Could it be a human trafficker? At this time, the worst possible scenario emerged in Chen Jing's mind. "Teacher, when was Yijing picked up?" Thinking of this, Chen Jing broke out in a cold sweat and asked with a trembling voice. "Just now, didn't you know?" After hearing this, Chen Jing no longer cared about answering the teacher's question, and quickly ran out. Soon, Chen Jing saw the back of a man, and the little girl who was holding his side was none other than Yijing. At this time, Yijing was chatting and laughing with the man while walking to the side. Chen Jing's face suddenly changed. She didn't know where the courage came from, but she quickly ran over and patted Yi Xian on the shoulder. Chapter 12 Don't Hit My Dad. Who are you? Taking advantage of the moment when Yi Xian turned around, Chen Jing picked up Yijing, then walked to the side and shouted to the crowd. "Human traffickers! Catch the human traffickers!" Yi Xian was originally listening to Yijing talking about interesting things that happened in school. When he saw the scene, his face was full of question marks. But in an instant, the parents around were enraged. When they heard this, they all turned around and tightly surrounded Yi Xian, who was pointed at by Chen Jing. After all, these people are all parents, and they hate human traffickers the most. They looked at Yi Xian angrily, fearing that Yi Xian would slip away. Yi Jing, who was hugged by Chen Jing, was also confused at this time, but after a moment of hesitation, he understood. Look! He's dressed like an ordinary person. Turns out he's actually a wicked human trafficker. Damn it! How could you have the heart to do that to such a cute little girl? This kind of person should go to hell. Parents, let's beat him up first, then arrest him and call the police. At this time, the parents were all pointing at Yi Xian and cursing, their eyes filled with anger. Later on, they were even rubbing their hands together, ready to take action. When Yijing saw this scene, she became anxious. She quickly broke free from Chen Jing's arms, stood in front of the parents, and shouted in a baby voice. "Don't hit my dad." "Dad?" At this moment, the parents were all stunned, staring at each other, and no one knew what to say. Chen Jing, with an empty arms, stared blankly at the determined look in Yijing's eyes, wondering if today's human traffickers are so good at brainwashing people. You know, Yijing is a smart little girl. Why would she really believe that the man in front of her is her father? But what made Chen Jing even more confused was that when she looked at the man's face, she felt that this man was very similar to Yijing in many ways. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the parents looked towards Chen Jing again. Chen Jing also looked at the little girl in front of her and murmured. "Jingjing, you, this person. Aunt Chen Jing, this is really my dad." On the other side, Zhou Xiaodan and her parents were about to go home. When they saw the scene, they curiously gathered around to take a look. When they noticed Yi Xian and Chen Jing in the middle of the crowd, they couldn't sit still anymore. "What's going on?" Zhou Shang and Sun Yi squeezed in, looked at the few people and asked. Chen Jing took a deep breath, trying to calm the waves in her heart, and looked at the two little girls, Chen Jing and Zhou Xiaodan. The two little girls told Chen Jing the whole story. After hearing this, Chen Jing became confused again and looked at Yi Xian, who was standing aside calmly. "Are you really Yi Jing's father?" "Yes." Yi Xian nodded and said. "So, what's your name?" "Yi Xian." Hearing this name, Chen Jing's eyes widened for a moment, then she pointed at Yi Xian angrily and shouted. "It's you!" Chen Jing's best friend, Wang Xinyao, the mother of little girl Yi Jing, told her at the beginning that the father of the children was called Yi Xian, so these little girls had the surname Yi. At that moment, Zhou Shang understood the whole situation and smiled awkwardly at the people around him. It's okay, everyone go home quickly, this is just a misunderstanding. The parents nodded slightly, understood what was going on, and then left. Oh. I never thought it would turn out to be like this. Zhou Shang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that all the parents had left. All this happened so fast. Just after I said goodbye to Yi Xian and Yi Jing with Xiaodan, such a misunderstanding happened. Yi Xian also sighed at this time, but his cell phone rang with a busy tone. Taking out his cell phone, Yi Xian answered a call, responded casually, and then hung up. Chen Jing looked at Yi Xian at this time, feeling a little embarrassed. They looked at each other in silence for a moment. Well, let's go to my house for dinner tonight. Let's go together. Yi Xian looked at everyone and said slowly. But at this time, Chen Jing suddenly remembered the key, hurriedly took out the key from her bag, looked at Yi Jing and asked. By the way, Jingjing, did you put this at home? Yi Jing blinked her big watery eyes at the key, pouted her lips awkwardly, and nodded. Ah. Yes, I forgot, this is what my dad gave me. Hearing the little girl's soft voice, Chen Jing felt frightened. This man who looks so young actually lives in the villa area of Yulangshan Pavilion. What is even more terrifying is that this is villa number 1. What is the concept? Not only does it show that Yi Xian's wealth has accumulated to a terrifying height, but it also shows that Yi Xian's identity is absolutely huge beyond his imagination. You know, being able to own villa number 1 in Yulangshan Pavilion is not something you can do just by having money. Chen Jing carefully looked at the silent man in front of her. His face was young and handsome, and there was a hint of evil charm in his every frown and smile. His conversation and temperament are so mature and steady that it is hard to imagine how much he has experienced at such an age to be able to look at everything happening around him so calmly. But in Chen Jing's heart, she still had some hostility towards Yi Xian. She couldn't muster any good impression of him for the time being, but these things were just hidden in her stomach. At the same time, a Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version stopped beside the crowd. Tang Hao opened the door and got out, smiling and waving to everyone. Everyone, get in the car. When Zhou Shang saw the scene, he didn't want to stay any longer. Instead, he waved to Yi Xian and said goodbye. When Chen Jing saw the Rolls-Royce driving in front of her, her eyes widened and she was completely stunned. Chen Jing knew very well what the Rolls-Royce Phantom represented, not to mention that this was the extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Brother Yi, let's take Xiaodan home first. Zhou Shang was clear about the current situation, and after all, this was someone else's family dinner, so he had no reason to join in. Yi Xian turned around and called him, saying with a smile. Brother Zhou, let's go together. The clothes customized for the children have just arrived. This, okay. Zhou Shang paused, but still nodded slightly. He couldn't give up this face. Moreover, he was flattered that Yi Qing called him brother. So, after a few greetings, everyone got in the car together. After everyone got on the Rolls-Royce, they were all extremely shocked. The car looked luxurious enough on the outside, but the inside was something else. Whether it is the exquisite interior, complete configuration, or comfortable seats, it is a feeling that everyone has never experienced before. In the car, Yi Jing leaned tightly against Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and simply hugged Yi Jing in his arms. When Chen Jing saw this scene, she also sighed. This girl really forgot about her aunt now that she has a father. Afterwards, Tang Hao drove the car and everyone headed towards the children's clothing store where they had customized children's clothing last time. At this moment, the children's clothing store is very busy. Chapter 13. This dress costs 5 million. The other staff members in the store were all shocked when they saw the neatly arranged sets of customized children's clothing. They know the prices of the clothes in their store, and they are not something that ordinary people can afford. What's even more terrifying is that these are custom-made clothes, all made of the finest materials, designed exclusively by the most famous designers based on the customer's needs. Not to mention the cost of materials and handmade design. Even if you hire top designers, it will still be a considerable expense. These are not just 1 or 2 pieces, these include clothes for all seasons, with all styles and styles available. When the staff saw this scene, they all stuck out their mouths in surprise. Children of this age grow fast, so there is no need to customize so many clothes. However, this customer didn't seem to care about any of this, but was very demanding on the quality and craftsmanship of the clothes. Besides being shocked, other staff members also quickly began to check, fearing that there might be some mistakes. None of them dared to neglect such a guest. If there is even the slightest problem, they will have to bear all the responsibility. Not only will they lose a distinguished guest, but they may also lose their hard-earned jobs. Even when checking these clothes, the staff did not dare to be negligent. They put on white gloves and checked carefully, with beads of sweat appearing on their faces. At this time, these people were discussing in low voices, with deep shock in everyone's eyes. Who on earth is this person? He can afford so many clothes, and they are not cheap. Yeah, those rich people in the past didn't play like this. Shoo. Stop talking, check it carefully, check it thoroughly. After a careful inspection and repeated confirmation that there was no problem with the clothes, the staff members breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the store manager and others were already standing at the door, all looking forward to waiting for the distinguished guest. This stop didn't take a moment, it took several hours. When the clerk inside saw this scene, he became even more certain of what he had been thinking. The customer coming this time was definitely not an ordinary person. After checking the clothes, the staff inside did not dare to rest. They all stood up and waited outside with the store manager. The guests outside were also stunned when they saw this and couldn't help but stop and watch for a while. This store, in this place, is considered a high-end custom brand, and they know it well. But who is the person who is worth all the trouble? Am I seeing right? Are they waiting for guests? TSK. Look, isn't this the store manager? He actually came out too. Who on earth is this person? I've never seen anyone in this store look like this. For a moment, all the guests passing by were amazed and started talking about it. Just at this time, Yi Xian and the others also arrived here and walked straight to the door of the store. The store manager saw Yi Xian holding Yi Jing's hand, coughed lightly, glanced at the shop assistants around him, and then came up respectfully with a smile on his face. Mr. Yi, welcome again. The clothes you ordered last time are all ready. Yi Xian nodded, then pulled Yi Jing in first, and Zhou Shang and the others followed closely behind. Looking at the children's clothes lined up in a row in front of him, Yi Xian reached out and touched them gently, feeling the good texture, then looked at Yi Jing standing beside him. Jing, are you satisfied with your visit? The little girl was already very excited when she saw these clothes. With Yi Xian's permission, she jumped towards the clothes in front of her. This store is great. Let's go in and take a look. I know, this store is the Rolls-Royce of children's clothing. Let's go in and take a look. At this moment, several men and women walked in from outside the door, holding their children. From their attire and accents, the shop assistants, who knew many people, quickly realized that these were wealthy businessmen from other places. They smiled and walked towards them. Hello everyone, are you here to buy clothes? Please come in, our clothes are all the best. The clerk warmly welcomed them in, then stopped paying attention and returned to Yi Xian and the others, standing respectfully. These wealthy businessmen looked at the dazzling array of clothes and looked at the children with a smile. Dear ones, just go and look around and take whatever you like. Aha! The two children agreed and walked towards the shelves inside. A few wealthy businessmen were strolling around casually, and in a flash they saw the clothes that Yi Xian had customized for the two little girls. They were stunned for a moment, and then looked at the store manager beside them. Boss, these clothes are really nice. They look good. Do you want to sell them? The store manager looked at the wealthy businessman, smiled politely at first, and then shook his head. Excuse me, gentlemen, these clothes were custom made for the children by this gentleman. Oh. Is that so? Several wealthy businessmen nodded slightly, immediately understood, and stopped talking. But their eyes are always on these clothes. They always feel that any one of these clothes is better looking than the ones on the shelves. And the design and material are so appealing that you can tell just by looking at them without even touching them. But Yi Xian didn't care about these. He squatted down and stroked the two girls' faces, saying lovingly, Jing, Xiaodan, why don't you try these clothes on and see how they fit you? Okay. The two girls giggled and each picked out a set of clothes they liked. Then they held hands and skipped towards the fitting room. When Zhou Shang and Sun Yi saw the scene, they looked at Yi Xian with some concern. Mr. Yi, these clothes cost a lot of money, right? Zhou Shang looked at Yi Xian somewhat awkwardly. He actually knew it very well in his heart. Judging from the reactions of the shop assistants and the quality of the clothes, he must have spent a lot of money. It's okay. It didn't cost much. Yi Xian said with a smile. Xiaodan and Jing have such a good relationship, and they call me uncle, so it's not too much for me to buy her some clothes. Besides, I quite like this little girl. After hearing this, Zhou Shang stopped worrying about the price of the clothes and nodded with a smile. Then I will thank Mr. Yi on behalf of my girl. Just as Yi Xian and Zhou Shang were talking, the two little girls changed their clothes, trotted up to them, and turned around excitedly. Dad, do you think this dress looks good? Yi Jing was wearing a gray and white top with cute cartoon images printed on it, and a pair of azure blue cropped trousers underneath, which looked very cute. Zhou Xiaodan wore a white lace vest with a black and white striped skirt, which also made her look playful and cute. So pretty. You two are like two little princesses. Yi Xian smiled dotingly and gently stroked the two girls' heads. Zhou Shang looked at the clothes of the two girls and was very satisfied. Sun Yi, who was standing by, squatted down, stroked Xiaodan's clothes carefully, and murmured. This dress is really nice, it feels really good to the touch. Well, now that you two girls are satisfied, just wrap them all up. Yi Xian smiled and looked at the shop assistants around him. Please wait a moment, sir. We will pack it for you now. The shop assistants immediately became busy again, carefully packing the custom-made clothes and the clothes that the two little girls had changed out of, and put them into exquisite handbags. Then, the shop assistants handed Zhou Xiaodan's clothes to Zhou Shang. Zhou Shang paused and accepted them all. Zhou Xiaodan walked up to Yi Xian with a smile on her face and said sweetly. Thank you, Uncle Yi. It's okay. Does Xiaodan like these clothes? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled at Zhou Xiaodan. Uncle Yi, Xiaodan likes it very much. This is Xiaodan's favorite dress. Zhou Shang and Sun Yi were also carrying clothes, and walked up to Yi Xian with smiles on their faces, thanking Yi Xian again. After getting the clothes, everyone didn't waste any more time, and walked out of the store while chatting and laughing. The children of the rich businessmen had also picked out some clothes at this time, but they were still a little hesitant. Several wealthy businessmen had just seen the custom-made clothes and saw how the two girls looked after wearing them. They lost interest in other clothes in the store and walked up to the store manager. Boss, we also want to customize clothes, is that okay? When the store manager heard this, he was immediately delighted. He had just seen off a distinguished customer, and now someone else wanted to place a custom order. Gentlemen, of course you can. But we need to verify the capital. Capital verification. These wealthy businessmen suddenly became unhappy, put on an air of showing off their wealth and spoke in a bad mood. Isn't it just a few pieces of clothing? Why is it so troublesome? Can't we afford it? The store manager wiped his sweat, afraid of offending the customer, and quickly waved his hands to explain. Sir, you misunderstood. These clothes are all designed by our top design team. They are made of the best materials and are handmade. We don't use stock when designing these clothes. They are all customized according to each child's personality. So, the price is a bit expensive. Each piece costs about 5 million. That's why we need to verify your assets. Ah! When several wealthy businessmen heard these words, they immediately lost their composure, and their expressions changed from disdain and arrogance to astonishment in an instant. 5 million for one piece. What kind of dress is this? Is it inlaid with gold? Is this still clothes for children? After all, their own clothes are not that expensive. The boss looked at the wealthy businessman who didn't say anything, and asked again with a smile. Dear guests, do you need any customization? Ah. No. Excuse me. Several wealthy businessmen waved their hands and quickly pulled their children and walked outside. Chapter 14, Is what I gave too much? At this moment they didn't dare to stop at all, and they didn't even have the courage to look back. They could imagine what expressions these shop assistants would have at this moment. Thinking of the sets of clothes that the man had customized for the child, the wealthy businessman couldn't help but gasp. What is a rich person? This is what a rich person is. Thinking of this, several wealthy businessmen couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and even their pace and posture of walking became much more restrained. Compared to them, these self-proclaimed wealthy businessmen are nothing. At this time, everyone had walked out of the mall, got into the Rolls-Royce, and drove towards Villa number 1 of Yulongshan Pavilion. The vehicle was driving very fast, and while everyone was chatting and laughing, it soon drove into the villa area. Zhou Shang and Sun Yi had also heard of the Yulongtianj villa area, but only after coming here did they realize what luxury meant. Even the greenery around here is not comparable to that of ordinary villa areas. It is surrounded by green trees and patches of flowers, all of which are rare and exotic flowers. Other villa areas might have some flowers and plants planted inside the villa areas, but here, these luxurious villas were built by squeezing out a little space between the green trees and flowers. The road is clean and wide, with a clean and clear river in the middle. There are many golden koi swimming in it, floating slowly with the water flow and water plants, full of vitality. These independent villas are also extraordinarily luxurious. From the decoration at the door, the marble Roman columns inlaid with various patterns, and the doors with gold trim, it can be seen that this is not a configuration that can be found in ordinary villa areas. Zhou Shang and Sun Yi were both shocked when they looked at the scenery outside the car window. This was their first time in this villa area. Although they had heard about it before, they had never imagined it could be so luxurious. Moreover, as the car drove further inside, the surrounding scenery and villas became increasingly high-end, and it was simply one mountain higher than another, and everyone was becoming more and more shocked. By the time the Rolls-Royce was about to arrive at the entrance of Villa Number 1, the two had already doubted whether this was the villa area they had imagined. It was beyond their imagination of a villa area. Chen Jing, who was standing by, was also shocked when she saw these scenes. But they are all adults, whether it is Sun Yi, Zhou Shang, or Chen Jing. Although they are surprised, they did not show it, and just coughed slightly a few times. After all, both in terms of mentality and experience, they are much more mature than Yi Jing and the two little girls. Soon, the car stopped in front of Villa Number 1. The two little girls were so excited that they got out of the car first and walked in to greet everyone. Everyone, please don't be restrained. We are all not strangers. Just be casual. After entering, Yi Xian said to the people behind him with a smile. A few of them nodded slightly, and looked at the scene inside Villa Number 1, and they were so surprised. This is a luxury that no one can imagine, and it is truly worth every inch of land. Chen Jing was walking slowly and looking around at this time. She saw Yi Jing's portrait hanging on the wall and her whole body shuddered. This portrait is so stunning. Just by looking at it, you can feel that the little girl in it is full of cuteness and liveliness. It is so cute that it can melt your heart. Seeing Chen Jing stop in front of the portrait, Zhou Shang and Sun Yi also saw the portrait and were equally amazed. They looked at Yi Xian standing aside. Mr. Yi, did you ask someone to draw this for Xiaojing? This is simply amazing. The painting is so good. The girl Yi Jing was leaning against Yi Xian at this time. When she heard Zhou Shang's words, she laughed and said, Uncle Zhou, this is what my father drew for me. For a moment, as the little girl spoke innocently, everyone fell silent. At this time, whether it was Zhou Shang or Chen Jing, they all looked at Yi Xian as if he were a monster. Today's waves are really scary. Especially for Chen Jing, her brain seemed to be at a standstill and she couldn't process all the information she had come across today. Seeing that everyone was so shocked that they were speechless, Yi Xian smiled calmly. Nothing, I just know a little bit about painting. Suddenly, the young hearts of the three people were hit hard again. This is a little understanding. Brother Yi, I think your painting is already at the top level. You can paint Xiaojing with such charm. Don't be so modest. Sun Yi, who was standing by, also swallowed her saliva and agreed with a smile. Yes, Mr. Yi, your painting is simply the best I have ever seen. Yi Xian didn't pay too much attention to these. He held Yi Jing's hand and spoke to everyone. Everyone please sit down, we will eat soon. Tang Hao was standing nearby at this time. When he heard this, he immediately understood and walked to the side and took out his cell phone. At this time, he was looking at the two top Michelin restaurants in Jinling. Since they were adjacent to each other, he casually compared and selected them, and then made a phone call. Tang Hao made a phone call, and after a few rings, a girl answered the call. Hello? Welcome to our restaurant. May I ask what you may need, sir? It's like this, I want to discuss something with you. Tang Hao said calmly while playing with the car keys in his hand. Are you going to make a reservation? Please tell me the number of people and the time to arrive at the store. Please also let us know if there are any special dishes. Our chef will prepare them for you in advance. The girl on the other end habitually thought that Tang Hao wanted to reserve a table, so she spoke professionally to Tang Hao on the other end of the phone. Tang Hao listened patiently without interrupting her. He waited until she finished speaking before speaking slowly. No, I want to borrow your chef. Loan. Suddenly, the girl was stunned when she heard this, her brain went blank for a moment. After a few seconds of silence, she thought that the other party was joking and came to find trouble on purpose. After all, before this, I had never heard of any Michelin restaurant loaning out chefs, not to mention that they were one of the top Michelin restaurants. If they loan out all the chefs, what's the point of running this restaurant? Who will cook? Who will cook? Should they ask their waiters to cook and the boss to serve? Sir, please wait a moment. Afterwards, the girl muted her phone and went inside to find the manager. Manager, I've encountered a prank here. Someone just asked us to provide the service of a lone chef. What? Give me the phone and I'll talk to him. The manager also had an expression of disbelief on his face and thought it was a prank. However, based on the principle of service first, he still asked the girl to bring the phone. Sir, I'm sorry, we don't provide such service here. We are a Michelin restaurant. If we loan out our chef, we won't be able to do business anymore. And as you know, our guests here usually need to make reservations. If we borrow the chef, we will not be able to explain to the guests. Please understand. There is no precedent for your request, and our regulations do not have this provision, so I'm sorry, can you try another restaurant? Although the manager's expression was full of contempt, he still tried his best to control his tone and explained to Tang Hao very politely. How about this? I can offer you a high price, which is definitely enough for your turnover for a month, or even several months. We are only borrowing your chef for 1 day. It won't affect your business anymore. Please consider it. At this time, when the manager heard this, he was already certain that the other party was playing a prank. This is simply ridiculous. With just a few months of turnover, don't they know how horrible their restaurant's turnover is? Sir, please stop joking around and calling me. This is sheer nonsense, absolutely ridiculous. Please take care of yourself. After saying that, the manager hung up the phone, returned the phone to the girl, snorted coldly, and spoke harshly. If you encounter such a disruptive call next time, don't hesitate, just hang up. Good. The girl agreed, and without saying anything more, she returned to her post. At this time, in another Michelin restaurant, a group of young men and women were preparing to come in for dinner and enjoy the service of a top restaurant. But just as they reached the door, the lobby manager came out trotting, looked at the young men and women in front of them, and apologized with a smile. I'm sorry everyone, we may not be open today. Sorry everyone, please come back another day, we will give priority to reserving your seat. What? When the young masters and young ladies heard this, they were stunned, staring at each other, and all laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, stop joking, Manager Zhang. If you don't open for business, are you going to starve? The young master who was in the lead burst into laughter and patted Manager Zhang on the shoulder. Manager Zhang, today is not April Fool's Day, and the ingredients we need have already been reserved in advance. Several other young masters and ladies also echoed the words, but none of them believed what Manager Zhang said. Yes, Manager Zhang, we are also old customers, please don't lie to us. Let us in quickly, stop joking, we are all tired of standing. Manager Zhang looked at the young men and women in front of him and was speechless for a moment. Then his expression became a little more serious and he coughed. Ahem. Everyone, we are not kidding. Our chefs are all loaned out tonight, so we won't be able to serve you. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze, and these young masters and ladies stared with their eyes as big as large glass beads, staring at Manager Zhang who was bending over to apologize, and suddenly burst into exclamations. Loan. The chef is loaned out. Ha! Afterwards, these young masters and young ladies who were usually unruly suddenly flew into a rage. Who is it? So unethical. Is there anyone like that? What on earth is your restaurant for? Is there such a thing? Are you going to leave us all out in the sun just to serve one person? We don't care. You must give us an explanation for what happened today. Manager Zhang wiped his sweat as he looked at the ferocious looks of these young masters and ladies and said helplessly. I'm sorry, everyone. We didn't want to do that, but what the other party gave us was too much. Chapter 15. What kind of tea is this? This. As soon as these words came out, these young masters and young ladies were choked and speechless. Someone exclaimed again at this time. Quick! Look! A young man's pupils shrank slightly, and he pointed to the side and took a breath of cold air. Upon hearing the voice, everyone looked in the direction of his finger and were immediately stunned. At this time, they saw chefs carrying a variety of kitchen knives and other miscellaneous things, wearing spotless chef uniforms, and each of them looked ready to go. At this time, all the young masters and young ladies were stunned, thinking, are you serious? Really? You guys are serious. How much did you give? Do you really have to do this? Fuck, this doesn't require all personnel to be mobilized, right? Just as these young masters and young ladies were talking to each other, a convoy outside slowly drove towards the side with the sound of horns honking. Soon, a fleet of Rolls-Royce cars stopped beside the chefs. The doors opened and burly men in suits, with extraordinary demeanor and wearing sunglasses, got out of the cars. These people are all strong and sturdy. Even the loose suits cannot hide their bursting power. They look very stylish in the suits. When the chefs saw this scene, they were stunned. They were curious about the person who was loaned out, and now they saw that his identity was simply unimaginable. "Get in the car." The leader, a man wearing sunglasses, waved to the chefs. The chefs did not dare to delay and quickly got into the Rolls-Royce. After getting on the bus, the convoy drove non-stop towards the distance. The young master and young lady standing nearby were dumbfounded at this moment, staring at each other in astonishment. But they didn't expect that someone could actually loan out the chefs of an entire Michelin restaurant. Moreover, this Michelin restaurant is one of the top Michelin restaurants in Jinling. Oh my god, what kind of god is this? A group of young men and women watched the convoy leave, their eyes flashing with complicated expressions, their throats seemed to be blocked by something, and they couldn't say anything. At this time, in a club nearby, a girl saw this scene outside and rushed to find the manager. "Manager, please go out and take a look. Something big has happened." The manager was checking the bill. Seeing the girl's anxious look, he suddenly became angry and said in a bad mood, "What's wrong with you? Why are you so unstable?" The girl had no time to care whether the manager blamed her or not, and she grabbed the manager's sleeve. "Manager, please go out and have a look. There is a super luxurious car team outside. They seem to be here to pick someone up." The manager was also shocked and his expression changed instantly. At this moment, a trace of incredible shock flashed across his eyes, and then he heard the roar of a car outside. His pupils contracted instantly, and the bill in his hand fell gently to the ground with his trembling hands. Although he repeatedly told himself that this was not true, the fact was before his eyes. The people who could come here to pick someone up were a convoy, so what else could it be? Thinking back to the phone call that he thought was a prank, the manager's mouth twitched slightly, his legs felt numb, and he immediately walked outside. When the dignitaries in this high-end club heard the noise, they were somewhat curious and followed him out. Then, they saw the luxury convoy full of Rolls-Royces and immediately burst into exclamations. "Oh my god! They're all Rolls-Royces! How horrible! Who on earth is this person? This person is not even a human being. TSK, 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 is this the world of the big guys?" Amid the exclamations of the crowd, the manager widened his eyes and watched the chefs on the opposite side get into the cars one by one, and then the convoy left here without stopping. When these dignitaries saw the scene, they were shocked and continued the discussion. "It seems like they just took away the chef." "Nonsense, if a person wearing a chef's hat is not a chef, then what is he?" "But I've never heard of Michelin chefs being loaned out." "Hey, don't you know? Money makes the world go round." Watching the convoy leaving and listening to the crowd's admiration, the manager could no longer sit still and walked towards the high-end club nearby. The manager of the club was standing at the door at this time, watching the convoy leaving, a smile as bright as the sun on his face. "Manager Zhang, what's going on?" The manager walked up to Manager Zhang, looked at him puzzledly, and pointed at the fleet and asked, "What did this convoy just now mean?" Manager Zhang was in a very good mood at this time. He looked at his old rival in front of him and said with a smile, "Hey, didn't a gentleman just call to borrow a chef? And he also asked for a fleet to pick him up." I was also skeptical and embarrassed at first, but I took a gamble. I never expected that the result would actually come true. Alas! You don't know, this gentleman gave, let me calculate. The total amount we received was enough to cover our profit for half a year. When Manager Zhang said this, the smile on his face was just like a blooming flower, as bright as it could be. But some are happy while others are sad. The manager who heard this was completely stunned. At this moment, he regretted so much that he looked at the smug Manager Zhang in front of him and suddenly felt dizzy and almost couldn't stand. Now he no longer had the heart to stay here, so he turned around and stumbled towards his club restaurant. At this time, he lowered his head, and his steps seemed to be getting heavier and heavier, as if they were filled with lead, and he would gasp for breath with every step he took. Now he wanted to slap himself in the face, and all he felt was regret. As the convoy moved forward, it soon arrived at the gate of Villa No. 1 of Yulangshan Pavilion. The chefs got out of the car and looked at Villa No. 1 in front of them and took a deep breath. They can become Michelin-starred chefs and are people who have seen the world. However, the luxury and size of Villa No. 1 still exceeded their imagination. What kind of place is this? It's too luxurious. It looks like it's the villa of Yulangshan Pavilion, and it seems to be villa number 1. No wonder he was able to be so generous. It turns out this is the reason. The expressions of these chefs were more interesting than each other. They were all like country people who came to the city for the first time, full of curiosity about the prosperous city. Come in, everyone. Tang Hao looked calmly at the fully armed chefs and said indifferently. The chefs nodded woodenly and walked forward with Tang Hao. Tang Hao did not take them to the main villa, but to the side villa nearby. When the chefs walked into the villa, they were all stunned. The luxurious decoration, spacious space, elegant and luxurious atmosphere are simply amazing. It seemed as if we were no longer entering a villa, but a castle manor. Everyone, just work here. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Hao led the chefs into the kitchen and did not stay there any longer, but walked outside. OMG. When these chefs saw the kitchen in front of them, they were stunned again. The professionalism of this kitchen is even more than that of their own restaurant. These kitchen utensils and electrical appliances are all world-class brands, full of texture. Many kitchen utensils are even custom-made, all using the finest materials. A chef was looking at a kitchen knife in front of him with trembling hands, his mouth wide open, and he looked as if he had been struck by thunder. This is absolutely the best kitchen knife I have ever seen. When the others heard this, they all gathered around and exclaimed in unison. Looking at the kitchen knives in front of them, the chefs took another look at the ones they brought and realized that theirs were simply rubbish. And the ingredients prepared on the side are all top-notch ingredients. Blue dragon, Australian lobster, king crab, black pine mushroom, caviar and Australian abalone, they all seem to be as common as the cabbages in the vegetable market. The chefs feel like they have entered a paradise in this kitchen. If possible, they would even like to stay here for the rest of their lives. Although they were shocked, the chefs did not delay any longer and started to work quickly. After all, others had spent a lot of money to hire them. And looking at this family, they are definitely a wealthy family. They dare not neglect them no matter what. At the same time, Yi Xian in the main villa was making tea for everyone. I saw him operating the tea set with ease, and every step was so pleasing to the eye. First, clean the tea set, then warm the cup, boil water, slowly scoop out the tea leaves with a teaspoon, and gently put them into the teapot. Finally, as a stream of hot water was poured into the teapot, the tea leaves tumbled a few times, and then a burst of tea fragrance overflowed. Everyone watching on the sidelines was amazed. This was truly too exquisite. What was even more sudden was that at this moment, both Zhou Shang and his wife, as well as Chen Jing, smelled a strong aroma of tea. Just a sniff of the tea fragrance will instantly make people feel refreshed, and an indescribable comfort will fill their lungs. Even Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan were staring with their eyes wide open, watching carefully from the side. When Yi Jing smelled the fragrance, she immediately looked at Yi Xian excitedly and said in a baby voice, "Dad, what kind of tea are you making? It smells so good." Chapter 16 This fish is worth 5 million. Yi Xian looked at the curious expressions of the two little girls and explained with a smile. This is called tea art. There are also certain techniques for brewing tea. As for this tea, it's called De Hong Pao, and De Hong Pao is an oolong tea. The brewing method is very particular. First of all, the water temperature is very important. We should try to control it at around 95 degrees. Only when the temperature is right can the flavor of De Hong Pao come out. At this time, Yi Xian was operating and explaining at the same time. Not only the two little girls, but also Zhou Shang and his wife, and Chen Jing were listening carefully. Secondly, before brewing, you need to warm the cup, then wash the tea leaves to remove impurities on the surface. But remember, this step must be done quickly, and don't let the tea leaves soak, otherwise they will lose their original fragrance. For the final brewing, we use the high infusion method. After filling the pot with hot water of appropriate temperature, we cover the pot and let it steep for 4 or 5 minutes. During this process, we also pour hot water over the teapot itself, so that the fragrance of the tea can be fully brought out. When Yi Xian finished speaking, the operation in his hands had been completed. The remaining process was to wait for the tea to steep so that the aroma of the tea could fully evaporate. For some reason, these two little girls were listening particularly attentively, even more attentively than when they were in class at school. "Mr. Yi, you are really amazing. We have learned a lot from you. It turns out that there are so many tricks in this." Zhou Shang and others who were listening on the side also shouted that they had learned something. They didn't say how much they knew about these things, but they could only say that they had never heard of them. The art of brewing tea is not something that everyone can understand. At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Xian with more admiration. Smelling the rich tea aroma, Zhou Shang thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask Yi Xian. Mr. Yi, is this tea of yours imperial tribute to Hong Pao? Yi Xian nodded and looked at Zhou Shang with a smile. Brother Zhou is also someone who understands tea. Zhou Shang nodded solemnly, and when he saw the teapot that Yi Xian had just filled with Da Hong Pao, he was suddenly shocked. Imperial tribute Da Hong Pao comes from the mother tree in Wui Mountain. It has been recognized as the king of tea in the world for hundreds of years. The production of this tea is very small, and because of its unique taste and aroma, it is not only famous in China, but also overseas. Mr. Yi is truly an amazing person. You have so many precious tea leaves here. I really admire you. After all, Zhou Shang knew how rare the imperial tribute to Hongpo was. How many dignitaries had begged for a taste of it, but couldn't get even a little bit. But Yi Xian had so much. Thinking of this, Zhou Shang couldn't help but take a breath, and looked at Yi Xian seriously and asked. May I ask, Mr. Yi, where did you get so much tea? This is incredible. This is a gift from a friend. Yi Xian said this calmly, but when Zhou Shang heard this, he became upset. His eyes were filled with shock and his body trembled suddenly. Sunny, who was standing by, saw Zhou Shang's look and felt something was not right, so she looked at him with a frown. What's wrong with you? Why are you so startled? You're a guest at someone else's house, so please control yourself a little bit. Zhou Shang saw Sun Yi's somewhat blaming look and quickly explained in a low voice. Oh, you don't know this imperial tribute red robe is even rarer than gold. Many people have tried their best to buy them but still cannot, including some wealthy businessmen and powerful officials. Mr. Yi has too many of them. When Sunny heard this, she immediately understood why Zhou Shang reacted like that. Her eyes shrank instantly and she nodded woodenly. This is a priceless item. Today, they were shocked again and again by the father of the little girl Yi Jing. Living in a villa like this is something that not everyone can afford. Chen Jing, who was standing by, had just heard what Zhou Shang and his wife said, and was even more surprised. The more she looked at Yi Xian's calm demeanor, the more she felt that this man was too mysterious. Xinyao, Xinyao, who on earth did you meet? Chen Jing thought of her best friend Wang Xinyao. She didn't know if she knew about these things, but she didn't think she would know. After all, at the beginning. Just as everyone was amazed at Yi Xian's imperial tribute to Hong Pao, the tea was almost brewed. Okay, everyone try it. Yi Xian smiled and picked up the teapot, pouring a cup for everyone present, including the two little girls, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan. This. Zhou Shang and others picked up the teacup at this time, just took a sip, and then they were completely stunned. This tea was beyond all of their imaginations. If they hadn't tasted this kind of tea themselves, no matter how beautiful the words were, they would not be able to describe how they felt at that moment. It is really amazing. The fragrance of Da Hongpo was rich but not boring at all. The sweet aftertaste remains in the mouth, as if performing an unforgettable symphony for the tongue and taste buds. While tasting the refreshing fragrance, everyone also could not feel the bitterness of the tea leaves at all, as if this was no longer just drinking tea, but had already transcended the scope of tea itself. Even the two little girls were stunned at this moment, their little eyes were filled with great doubts. Wow! Dad, this tea is so delicious. Uncle Yi, I love this tea so much. The two girls were stunned at first, and then drank up the tea in the cup in one gulp, which made Zhou Shang and his wife and Chen Jing feel distressed. You know, now they only dare to take small sips, and no one knows if they will have the chance to drink such tea in the future. We want more. After seeing the girl finish drinking the tea, she looked at Yi Xian with her big watery eyes, and playfully and cutely begged Yi Xian to pour them another cup. No. Facing the expectant gazes of the two girls, Yi Xian shook his head seriously. You two little girls, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to sleep at night? Oh. All right. Hearing Yi Xian's answer, the two girls pouted and said oh softly, with a slightly lost look on their faces. Also, you two girls, you shouldn't drink tea like you drink water. Tea leaves should be drunk slowly and savored slowly. Don't be so anxious in the future. Yi Xian looked at the two little girls' lost expressions and gently stroked their little heads. Yeah. We got it. The two girls nodded heavily, and as Yi Xian gently caressed them, all the disappointment they had just felt was swept away. At this time, Zhou Shang and his wife, as well as Chen Jing, were still tasting the tea in small sips. They all felt their ears and eyes were clear, their lungs were extremely refreshed, and their mouths were filled with fragrance. They felt that this tea was a fairy product that could only be enjoyed when the gods in heaven gathered together. Mr. Yi, I have learned a lot. Your tea? We have never drunk it before, we have only heard of it. Chen Jing nodded and was about to say something when she heard Yi Jing's voice talking beside her. Hey, Uncle Zhou, Aunt Sun, and Aunt Chen Jing, let me take you around. I don't know what this little girl Yi Jing was thinking about. She actually volunteered to take everyone for a walk around the villa. The way this girl nodded and put her hands on her hips was cute and playful, just like the little owner of this villa. Okay. Chen Jing smiled dotingly, walked to Yi Jing and held her little hand. Zhou Shang and Sun Yi also stood up with a smile. They were also full of curiosity about the villa and wanted to take a look around. What did the Yulongtianj Villa No. 1, which was famous throughout Jinling, look like? Yi Jing was now like a little tour guide, taking a few people around for a walk. While they were walking around, Chen Jing's cell phone rang urgently. Hey, what's up? After the call was connected, Chen Jing shook her head apologetically and walked aside, while the others continued to follow Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan. Chen Jing was standing next to the fish tank at this time. She was talking on the phone while looking at the fish tank. She was immediately attracted by this large fish tank. Inside the fish tank, there were 2 blood dragon fish swimming around. Their slender bodies were covered with red and purple scales, which sparkled brightly under the light from the fish tank. Okay, I'll go back to the bank tomorrow. As for the performance, we can figure it out together then. While Chen Jing was talking on the phone, her eyes were always on the 2 blood dragon fish. Her tone was comforting, and after she finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Then, Chen Jing put away her phone and looked at the 2 blood dragon fish more carefully, her eyes full of curiosity and admiration. But just when she wanted to reach in and touch it, a magnetic male voice sounded from the side. Don't move. Chen Jing's hand paused slightly, stopped above the water surface, and then she withdrew it as if she had been electrocuted. Turning around, I saw that the person who had just spoken was Yi Xian. Chen Jing felt a little embarrassed. She looked into Yi Xian's eyes and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. They were so pretty that I couldn't help myself. Yi Xian smiled and shook his head, then walked to the fish tank and looked at the 2 blood dragon fish swimming in it. That's not what I meant, it's just that this is a carnivorous fish and it will bite. After all, fish, no matter how good they are, can never be compared to humans. Hearing this, Chen Jing's eyes were a little surprised, and she nodded slightly. Suddenly, her favorable impression of Yi Xian increased a lot. By the way, what kind of fish is this? Without dwelling on what had just happened, Chen Jing became curious about the species of the 2 fish. She looked at Yi Xian and asked, This is a blood dragon fish, not a Chinese species. It's not surprising that you don't recognize it. Chen Jing nodded and continued to ask. This fish must be very expensive. It looks so beautiful. Speaking of the price, Yi Xian shook his head. When Chen Jing saw this, she thought that the price of this fish was not too exaggerated, but Yi Xian's next sentence almost made her fall to the ground. That's fine, just 5 million. 5 million. Chen Jing's body trembled, and she was immediately stunned. She looked more carefully at the 2 blood dragon fish in the fish tank and murmured. At this rate, wouldn't that mean one would cost 2.5 million? Looking at the 2 blood dragon fish swimming freely in the fish tank, Chen Jing suddenly felt that these were not fish, but gold soaked in water. Yi Xian smiled lightly, waved his hand and said, No, it's 5 million. Chen Jing, I'm numb. At this moment, the air and time seemed to have frozen. Chen Jing first confirmed that she had not heard wrong, and then looked at Yi Xian in astonishment, trying to catch a trace of expression from his face, that kind of pretentious and arrogant expression. But what disappointed her was that no matter how she looked at him, Yi Xian's face was just dull, just like a pool of stagnant water, without a single ripple. And the number of 5 million, when it came out of his mouth, seemed to have no weight at all, just like spending a few dollars on breakfast. I am so embarrassed. I am so ignorant. Although Chen Jing didn't say anything at this time, her heart was already in turmoil. What level of rich man is this? Does he not regard money as money? Or is money really just a number to him? Yi Xian looked at Chen Jing without saying anything, nor did he think about how many thoughts were flashing through her mind. Instead, he thanked her very seriously. Thank you so much. Chen Jing looked at Yi Xian blankly, not quite sure what Yi Xian meant by this sentence. Thank you for taking care of Jingjing. It's really troublesome. Ha, that's okay, I like Jingjing, this little girl, too. Chen Jing smiled and scratched her head. She was a little slow to react to Yi Xian's words. By the way, I just overheard you making a phone call. Are you from the bank? Aha. Chen Jing nodded, and Yi Xian continued. I just happen to have some spare cash here. I'm not used to managing this kind of spare cash. So I'll just keep it with you. Just help me get a better interest rate. The rest doesn't matter. As he spoke, Yi Xian took out a gold card from his pocket. There was various information on the back of the card. Here's the card for you. All the information is here. I won't go and get it done. Just do it for me. Chen Jing nodded, took the gold card and looked at it. She was also shocked, because this card requires a deposit of at least 10 million yuan before it can be issued. And judging from Yi Xian's appearance, there wouldn't be only 10 million in it. Chen Jing held the card and wanted to refuse, but Yi Xian's words did not allow her to refuse. Okay, I'll definitely give you the highest profit margin you can get. Thank you for your help. Yi Xian nodded slightly, not caring much about it. At this time, Yi Jing ran up to the two of them and said excitedly, Dad, Aunt Chen Jing, the food is ready. Chapter 17 stuck? Okay. Yi Xian then smiled, took Yi Jing's little hand, and walked towards the dining table with Chen Jing. At this time, a group of Michelin chefs were standing in the restaurant of the main villa, looking at everything around them, their mouths opened into an O shape, with unspeakable shock in their eyes. When they were in the secondary villa just now, they were deeply shocked by the luxury inside, but now that they entered the main villa, they truly felt what true luxury was. In the spacious restaurant, tableware is neatly arranged, all of which are made of precious metals and high-end ceramics. The surrounding carpets and murals, as well as the decorations and ornaments, highlight the extraordinariness of this villa in every detail. Hiss. All these chefs took a deep breath. Thinking about it now, only people like this could afford a fleet of Rolls-Royces and hire all the chefs for a Michelin restaurant. Living in such a place and with such a scene, the chefs began to speculate about the identity of the owner. However, no matter how they thought about it, they felt that they simply couldn't figure it out with their own perspective. Just when the chefs were so surprised that they were speechless, Yi Xian had already taken Yi Jing's hand and sat down at the dining table with Chen Jing. The chefs saw Yi Xian sitting at the main seat with two little girls beside him. They quickly came to their senses and looked towards Yi Xian. The leading chef, wearing a chef's hat, first bowed politely towards Yi Xian, then introduced him with a smile. Hello sir, I'm Chef Ol, it's my honor to serve you, can we serve the dishes now? Yi Xian nodded slightly. I didn't dare to delay and quickly asked the waiter behind him to bring up one exquisite dish after another. The first dish served was an appetizer. Ol carefully opened the lid and introduced it to everyone. Everyone, this is the appetizer we prepared, cream foie gras pudding. We use the best and freshest foie gras, and the cream is fried, which perfectly blends the freshness of the foie gras. The aroma of the cream can perfectly cover up the remaining fishy smell of the foie gras, and the pudding is for a delicate taste. After saying that, Oral gently took the foie gras on the plate and placed it in front of everyone's table. Then, another new dish was served. After opening the lid, it turned out to be a dish that looked like an egg fouillon. However, when everyone smelled the fragrance, they knew that this was not an ordinary king crab. Everyone, this dish is king crab roe and egg in lotus leaves. We used the most essential part of the king crab, the crab roe, to make the egg in lotus leaves. The egg in lotus leaves is also made by heating it in a water bath. This ensures the taste while increasing the flavor with the crab roe. Please enjoy. This dish is European abalone sauce and garlic stewed noodles. It also uses the top quality European abalone. After slow cooking over low heat, the noodles are evenly soaked in the sauce, and the garlic is fragrant and less greasy. The last dish is this cold mixed grouper sashimi, which has the elegance and freshness of Japanese sashimi, and the ingredients used are sweet and refreshing, and melt in your mouth. Finally, all the dishes were served on the table. Each dish was delicious and tasty, showing the skills of the top Michelin chefs to the extreme. In the end, there was no space left on the table, as it was filled with dishes, as well as pastries, desserts, and drinks carefully prepared by the chefs. It was even better than royal treatment. Everyone was stunned by such a scene. Smelling the fragrance coming towards them, they felt that their own values were being baptized. Is this the life of rich people? Zhou Sheng and his wife stared at each other blankly, then looked at the dishes on the table. They wanted to say something, but it felt like their throats were blocked and they couldn't say anything. They originally thought that coming here for a meal would be luxurious and rich, which was also something they could imagine, but this scene was something they had never seen or even heard of. These are all truly top-quality ingredients, none of them are just random. Caviar, premium foie gras, seafood, and matsutake mushrooms are all like cabbages in other people's freezers here. It seems that in front of Yi Xian, these priceless things have suddenly become much cheaper. After taking another look at Yi Xian's eyes, their breathing froze. Because at this moment Yi Xian's eyes were as dull as water, as if the sumptuous banquet in front of him was just like a street food stall, and there was nothing worth seeing. Not only Zhou Sheng and his wife, Chen Jing was also becoming more and more nervous at this time. The dishes in front of him were really beyond his imagination. She had no idea how much the meal had cost, and of course, she couldn't imagine. But one look at these respectful Michelin chefs and one can tell that this is a terrifying number. Chen Jing had heard of Ol, who was standing upright and introducing the dishes, in newspapers and on the internet. He was a world-class Michelin chef. Being able to have him come to your home and cook for you personally is something that not everyone can do. And as far as she knew, there had never been a precedent for a restaurant chef coming here for Michelin, so it was really a bit exaggerated. Most Michelin restaurants require reservations. The high service and menu fees cannot resist the enthusiasm of countless high-ranking officials and young ladies. The daily turnover itself is a terrifying number. To hire a chef for a day, the price would be more than what can be paid from one day's turnover. Now Chen Jing actually wanted to ask how much the meal cost, but when the words came to her lips, she knew she shouldn't say it. Okay, now that the dishes are all here, let's eat. Yi Xian looked at Zhou Sheng and others who were in a daze, as well as the two little girls drooling, and waved to everyone with a smile. And a group of Michelin chefs including Ol also tactfully withdrew and, led by Tang Hao, went to the secondary villa to rest. You two little girls, can't wait? Come eat. Yi Xian rubbed the two girls' faces lovingly and continued. Just tell us if you want to eat anything, and the chefs can make it for you. Okay. The two little girls nodded slightly, then grabbed the cutlery, and when they saw the dishes on the table, they were dazzled for a moment. I choose whoever the little rooster points to. Because there were too many dishes, the two little girls simply stopped looking at them one by one, and instead started reciting commands, preparing to choose by opening a blind box. When the others saw the cute appearance of the two girls, they also had spring-like smiles on their faces, and the shock and surprise just now eased a little. So everyone ate and chatted, and soon the meal was finished. At this time, the sky was getting darker. Zhou Sheng's family and Chen Jing said goodbye to Yi Xian and Yi Jing, and were sent back home by Tang Hao. Chen Jing held the gold card given by Yi Xian tightly in her hand, sitting in the Rolls-Royce, looking at the hustle and bustle of traffic outside the window, but Yi Xian's face kept appearing in her mind. At this moment, she was becoming more and more curious about the identity of the man her best friend met. She was so shocked when she met him for the first time. Now she was wondering whether she should tell Wang Xinyao about this matter. Soon, with the vehicles shuttling back and forth, Chen Jing returned home. After returning home, Chen Jing fell on the sofa, still feeling frightened by what happened today. Looking at the dim chandelier, Chen Jing's eyes became more and more blurred, and she murmured, "Who is this person?" After a moment of silence, as her eyelids began to droop, Chen Jing took a shower and went back to her room to sleep. The next day, after Chen Jing got up, she went to the bank immediately. As soon as he arrived at the bank, the first thing he did was to take out the gold card that Yi Xian gave him and insert it into the card reader next to him, ready to see how much money was on it. At this time, the subordinate Duan Mengfei came over, with an apologetic look on his face, scratched his head and said, "Manager Chen, I'm so sorry. We are the ones who held you back. Our performance is not up to par. We rely on your performance. Alas, I'm afraid our group's bonus for this month will be gone." When Chen Jing heard this, she stopped what she was doing and looked at Duan Mengfei with a smile. "Okay, it's okay. Just because your performance is bad this month doesn't mean it will be bad in the future." Duan Mengfei heard Chen Jing's voice of comfort and a hint of gratitude appeared in her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, she heard an unpleasant voice coming from the side. "Ha, you've already dragged our manager Chen down to this point, and you're still saying these things, what's the point?" The female supervisor of another group held a heavy account book in her hand and spoke sarcastically with deep disdain in her eyes. "Yeah. Instead of talking about this, why not use your brains and think about your performance? Ha, you can't even imagine our team's performance this month. Come on, I don't think Chen Jing is any better. As the old saying goes, birds of a feather flock together." When the others heard the female supervisor speak, they also echoed her, their tone full of sarcasm. Chen Jing ignored them and continued to check the balance in the card. But at this moment, Chen Jing looked at the screen in front of her, her eyebrows slightly frowned, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. This ATM machine is stuck. Chapter 18 President. Boss, what are you doing? Duan Mengfei looked at Chen Jing busy at the machine in front of her for a long time and asked with some confusion. Oh, a friend of mine asked me to help with a deposit, and I wanted to check the balance, but I didn't expect it to be stuck. Puff. As soon as Chen Jing finished speaking, the female supervisor next to her burst out laughing, revealing an expression of gloating. Oh my, this guy is going to be in big trouble. Even the machine is stuck. TSK, 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 even drinking cold water will get stuck in your teeth. When the other employees heard this, they also had smiles in their eyes. What kind of thing is this? Good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. When has this machine ever jammed? Is it because the money is too little to read? No wonder he didn't come. Maybe he felt a little embarrassed, didn't he? What if the performance is poor? How can the performance be good if we do this every day? When Chen Jing heard these words, she rolled her eyes and glanced at them. Just shut up. Can you please stop gossiping so much every day? Seeing that the ATM machine still had no response, Chen Jing shook her head and had no choice but to go find the manager. The manager tried several times, but the system still crashed and he still failed. At this time, everyone was confused. Even those guys who had been sneering and mocking just now were looking at them with some confusion. Is this ATM machine broken? The manager murmured as he watched, then swiped Yixian's gold card again out of habit. Bite. Following a prompt tone, the ATM machine displayed a string of numbers. Alas, success. The manager breathed a sigh of relief and his face lit up with joy, but before he could finish his words, his entire expression froze. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion. At this moment, even this experienced manager felt his head buzzing and suddenly felt blank. Looking at the terrifying numbers on the screen in front of him, the manager was almost stunned. When everyone saw the manager's stunned look, they all came over to take a look and gasped. Oh my God! Over 100 billion! Everyone present was stunned, staring blankly at this string of horrifying numbers. This is fake, right? How could there be so many? I can't believe it, this is incredible. Is it possible that the machine is broken? At this time, the female supervisor of another group suddenly said that she didn't think the string of numbers was real. It's possible. The manager came to his senses, pulled out the gold card from the ATM machine with trembling hands, and swiped it again. Bite. But this time, the numbers on the screen still didn't change. At this moment, a thunderclap sounded in the manager's head, and he went to try it on several other machines. But no matter how you try, the result is still the same, more than 100 billion, real 100 billion. At this time, everyone here was silent, and the air seemed to be frozen. The only sound that could be heard was everyone's increasingly rapid heartbeats. Chen Jing covered her mouth and looked at the shocking numbers on the screen, her mind went blank. Thinking about the casual words Yixian said when he gave her the gold card yesterday, she felt completely confused. According to Yixian, this is just a little spare money. But even the stock god or the Wolf of Wall Street probably wouldn't dare to say that. Chen Jing, who works in a bank, knows exactly what more than 100 billion means. Is this true? Finally, the manager's trembling voice broke the silence. He turned around and looked at Chen Jing as if he was crazy. Manager Chen, where did you get this card? After hearing what the manager said, Chen Jing came back to her senses, took a deep breath, and then told him about the card. Ah! This card belongs to my friend. He asked me to help him manage it and make a deposit. Very good. The manager grabbed Chen Jing's hand excitedly, his body was shaking. Such a manager who usually works in an orderly, steady and cautious manner, was as excited as a child at this moment. Oh my God! My worldview has collapsed. What kind of friend is Chen Jing? She's surprised me for a whole year. I can't believe it, this is the first time I've seen such a big deal. The people around him were also dumbfounded at this moment. The string of terrifying numbers on the screen was a bombshell to everyone. Soon, the president and the general manager also learned about this matter, and they all rushed here in a hurry. At this time, in the bank's conference room, the general manager sat at the top of the conference table, next to him sat the president and the manager, as well as today's heroine, Chen Jing. Manager Chen Jing, you did a great job on this matter. The president had a big smile on his face at this time. He looked at Chen Jing, who was sitting upright, and kept praising her. I have heard about you many times at the head office. I am very pleased and proud that our bank has an employee like you. This performance of more than 100 billion yuan is something that no one has ever achieved since our bank was founded. You are truly a pioneer. Beautiful, really beautiful. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Chen Jing listened to the president's words and smiled slightly awkwardly. In fact, she knew clearly how this big order came about. It was not due to performance gains. On the contrary, she now understood that it was just a favor done by Yixian. President, you are too kind. This is my job. It's just that for this deposit, please see. As Chen Jing was talking, she turned the topic to Yixian's money. She wanted to hear what the bank president had to say. Manager Chen, we have discussed this customer's deposit requirements and can offer an annualized rate of 9%. The president smiled and continued. Moreover, we are willing to give this gentleman the greatest benefit, giving him our Huaxia Bank's special black card. We at Huaxia Bank have cooperation with many companies, so black card users not only enjoy lifetime exemption from any handling fees, but also enjoy the greatest discounts when shopping anywhere. This gentleman can enjoy supreme treatment such as Super VLP in all the companies that cooperate with us or our subsidiaries. As he spoke, the head bank gently handed the special black card that had already been processed to Chen Jing. Chen Jing nodded, put the card away with satisfaction, and prepared to give it to Yixian when she returned. Then, the head president looked at Chen Jing in front of him seriously, which made Chen Jing stunned. President, what are you doing? The president did not say anything, but stood up and looked at Chen Jing with respect. From now on, I have decided that you will be the president of this branch. Chapter 19. I was tricked by two little girls. President. Chen Jing was stunned for a moment, and couldn't believe that what she heard was true. Yes, through this time, we have fully seen your ability. You can definitely do it. The president smiled and handed over a contract. I hope you won't refuse, because you must be the most suitable candidate. When Chen Jing heard the words of the head president, she looked blankly at the former branch president beside her. Chen Jing, don't worry about me. I will go back to the head office to work. I will leave this to you. I am relieved. The branch manager smiled and nodded slightly. All right. When Chen Jing saw this, she had no way to refuse, so she simply picked up the pen and signed the employment contract. That's right. The general manager clapped his hands and smiled with satisfaction. Afterwards, after arranging some handover work, the three of them walked out of the meeting room together. President Chen, you must establish a good relationship with this gentleman. It is an honor for Huaxia Bank to have such a customer. As they walked, the president spoke earnestly. When Chen Jing heard the president calling her like that, she was somewhat uncomfortable and smiled awkwardly. I'm not quite used to being addressed like that. President, don't worry, I will take good care of this customer. Yeah. That makes me feel relieved. The head bank nodded, and the three of them walked up to the staff outside. Everyone, put aside the work at hand, I have something to announce to everyone. Everyone was still busy with their work, but when they heard the president's words, they immediately quieted down. Everyone, from today on, Chen Jing will be the president of our branch. What? For a moment, all the employees were stunned. This news echoed in their minds like a thunderclap. At this time, people looked at Chen Jing's expressions, and they all changed drastically. This I am honored to have the trust of the president, and I hope to continue to work hard with you to achieve great results together. Chen Jing bowed slightly. Not to mention the employees, even she herself found it hard to accept at this moment. And these employees could no longer sit still at this time. After a moment of silence, they suddenly burst into cheers. Congratulations, President Chen Jing. Great. With President Chen Jing leading us, we will definitely be able to move forward. Congratulations. We'll have to change our tune from now on. All of a sudden, all the employees there were smiling, and they were all congratulating this event. Very good, then you should cooperate well in the future, we will leave first. The general manager laughed, said goodbye to everyone and left. And the original branch president also left here with the head president, and his current position is no lower than that of the previous branch president. So at this moment, a smug smile appeared on his face. After everyone saw off the president and his men, Duan Mengfei and others who were in the same group as Qin Jing excitedly surrounded Qin Jing, all with joy on their faces. Sister Qin Jing, congratulations! Duan Mengfei hugged Qin Jing tightly and jumped up and down excitedly. However, those guys who had been sneering and mocking before were now standing silently aside, trembling all over. Now they can't even mention how much they regret, their faces are filled with remorse. What they said and did before would have had no impact if Qin Jing's identity had not changed. But at this time, Qin Jing suddenly became the president of the bank, and their future life was difficult. At this moment, it is the break time at school. In the principal's office, Zhang Qingjie saw two little girls walking in hand, and immediately stood up to greet them. "Two little girls, you are finally here." Zhang Qingjie laughed and took the two little girls to sit on the chairs. Then, Zhang Qingjie made tea with a smile on his face, looking at the two little girls with a kind smile on his face. Yi Jing was sitting on a stool at this time, pouting her lips, looking at the principal in front of her with some uneasiness, and said vigilantly, "Principal, are you planning to take my calligraphy today?" Zhang Qingjie paused and looked at the clever and pretty little girl in front of him with a bitter heart. The two little girls were puffing up their mouths, holding hands, ready to run away at any time. No, no. How could the principal be such a person? Zhang Qingjie waved his hands quickly, fearing that the two little girls would run away if they were unhappy. "Oh, that's good." The two girls nodded, slowly relaxed, and sat upright on the chairs. "Hey, where's the principal? I just asked you to come over here today to drink some tea and cool off." "Really?" The two little girls looked at each other, both of them seemed unconvinced. "Of course." Zhang Qingjie happily picked up the hot water and started to brew the special grade Dahongpo. At this time, he felt a little distressed in his heart. What could the children get from drinking this tea? But he got this from his old friend so that he could get this thing done. "Principal, your brewing action is wrong." The two girls laughed, looked at Zhang Qingjie in front of them, and shook their heads smartly. "What?" Zhang Qingjie looked at the two little girls in front of him in astonishment and burst out laughing. "You two girls, do you still understand this?" "Of course, my father taught me." Yi Jing nodded her head cutely and continued. "Principal, you should warm the cup first, then quickly rinse the tea, steep it after high-pressure brewing, and also use hot water to warm the teapot at this time." Zhang Qingjie was a little dazed. Looking at Yi Jing's serious expression, he felt somewhat confused. Although he was not quite convinced by what the two little girls said, it sounded quite reasonable. "Okay, Principal Grandpa will give it a try as you said." Zhang Qingjie smiled cheerfully and simply tried it as Yi Jing said. "Since we are asking the two mates to do something this time, we should just go along with them." "Yes, that's right. Principal Grandpa is really smart." Yi Jing watched Zhang Qingjie operate and praised him endlessly. Zhang Qingjie was speechless for a moment. He was a principal after all, but today he was taught a lesson by two girls. "Well, okay, you guys try it." Finally, the tea was ready. Zhang Qingjie poured a cup for the two little girls first, and then poured a cup for himself. Even he himself wanted to enjoy this top-quality tea. But after taking a sip, Zhang Qingjie was stunned. This tasted much better than the one he had brewed before. The two little girls also picked up the hot teacups, took a sip, and were also stunned. Yi Jing stood up, picked up the teapot and sniffed it gently. Zhou Xiaodan also picked up the teapot and smelled it. No wonder it doesn't taste good. It seems to be far inferior to Uncle Ya's tea. When Zhou Xiaodan smelled the scent, he immediately said something innocent. Yi Jing, standing aside, also nodded heavily. When Zhang Qingjie heard this, he almost spit out his tea. It still doesn't taste very good." The two little girls drank a cup of tea in one gulp, didn't stay any longer, said hello, and left the principal's office hand in hand. "Principal, we're leaving first." Zhang Qingjie nodded woodenly, still standing there in a daze, not reacting for a long time. "This is the special grade Dahong Pao. These two little girls actually said it doesn't taste good. The only one better than this is Yugong Dahongpo. It can't be possible that these two little girls were drinking Yugong." Thinking of this, Zhang Qingjie couldn't sit still anymore and quickly called Wang Yan. "Mr. Shang, how is it? My special grade Dahong Pao must have been successful once it was put into use, right?" After the call was connected, Wang Yan's triumphant voice came from the other end. "Success!" When Zhang Qingjie heard this, he also sighed slightly. "Don't even mention success. I was tricked by two little girls. Chapter 20. I can still do it. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and then Wang Yan asked in surprise. What's going on? What do you mean by that? Zhang Qingjie sat on the chair, looking at the premium Dahongpo that was still steaming in front of him, and said with a slight tremor on his lips. You are not here. These two girls are so scary. They first taught me that the way to make tea was wrong, and taught me in detail how to make it. When Wang Yan on the other end of the phone heard this, he almost staggered and asked hurriedly. Hey, Lao Zhang, you don't really believe it, do you? Are you getting old and confused? Zhang Qingjie didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, he took a breath. The scary thing is, the method these two little girls taught me really made this tea taste a lot better. No way. Hearing this, Wang Yan immediately lost his composure. What kind of elementary school is this place? These are just two first-grade girls. This person also knows about tea art. Wang Yan's voice was a little intermittent at this time. First he said that word, then tea leaves. Who are these two little girls? That's nothing, people even say this tea doesn't taste good. Zhang Qingjie curled his lips helplessly, and suddenly felt that the tea in front of him was bland. What the hell? There was a sudden plop sound from the other end of the phone. Wang Yan lost his grip and the phone fell to the ground. Old Wang, people say that her father's tea tastes much better. It seems that they are drinking imperial tribute. Our special grade Dahong Pao is nothing. This. Wang Yan felt helpless when he heard this, and his eyelids began to twitch wildly. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yan looked blankly at the room full of calligraphy and paintings in front of him, muttering to himself. What on earth do these two little girls do at home? In the evening, Chen Jing sent a message to Yi Xian, saying that she was going to pick up the little girl Yi Jing today and would bring the black card with her. Yi Xian agreed without hesitation. After all, before he met Yi Jing, Chen Jing had always been taking care of her. Afterwards, Chen Jing arrived at the school gate first. After a while, Chen Jing came out skipping and jumping with a small school bag on her back. Hey! Where's Dad? Yi Jing looked at Aunt Chen Jing in front of her, pouted her lips, and asked in some confusion. Why, little girl, can't your aunt come to pick you up? Chen Jing looked at the girl and asked in a pretended angry tone. No. Jingjing likes auntie so much. Yi Jing quickly shook her head, smiled and held Chen Jing's hand. Chen Jing also smiled and gently scratched Yi Jing's little nose. You. No matter what, you just please your aunt. The two walked and looked at the lights on the roadside. Yi Jing was very excited along the way and talked about many interesting things that happened during this period. Chen Jing looked at Yi Jing's smile lovingly. She could feel that Yi Jing's mood had improved a lot during this period of time. It seems that this girl is very happy because of Yi Xian's arrival. I remember when I was walking on the street with the little girl and saw other fathers holding their children, although the little girl didn't say anything, she would suddenly feel a little lonely in her heart. But now this girl is smiling especially happily. By the way, Aunt Chen Jing, we are going to have a holiday. The little girl Yi Jing chuckled and talked about the school arrangements. Hey, we finished our exam this afternoon. Tomorrow our teacher will grade our papers, and then we have a meeting, so starting tomorrow, we will have a holiday. And then in a few days, it will be summer vacation. The little girl Yi Jing was jumping up and down, talking about summer vacation, and the smile on her face became more and more intense. You little girl, you're just looking forward to the holidays. As they were talking, the two of them came to Villa number 1. The beautiful property manager looked at Yi Jing and Chen Jing and knew them, so she quickly let them in. We're back. Following Yi Jing's baby voice, the two of them walked into Villa number 1 together. Yi Xian walked over with a smile, took the little girl's hand and hugged her in his arms. How was the test today? Fine. Yi Jing rolled her big watery eyes, smiled and nodded. Great, go take a bath first. The hot water is ready. Okay, Dad. After saying that, Yi Xian put Yi Jing down, and the little girl skipped towards the bathroom. Chen Jing stood aside and watched the scene, with a warm smile on her face. Come and sit down. Seeing Yi Jing going to take a shower, Yi Xian invited Chen Jing to come in and sit down. The two of them sat on the sofa, and Chen Jing looked at Yi Xian seriously and thanked him sincerely. Thank you so much this time, because I have received a lot of care because of your money. As she spoke, Chen Jing took out a black card from her bag and handed it to Yi Xian. This is what our president meant. This is our Hua Xiaobank's special black card, with an annualized rate of 9% and no service fees for life. Afterwards, Chen Jing gave Yi Xian a detailed introduction. Yi Xian nodded and took out a card holder from the drawer. Then, Yi Xian unzipped his jacket and found either a gold card or a black card similar to this one. Yi Xian searched for a while, found a gap, and casually stuffed the black card in. In an instant, Chen Jing, who was sitting next to him, suddenly lost her composure. Her eyes were filled with shock and she stared at Yi Xian with wide eyes. How rich is this person? The cards here are not ordinary cards. Oh, I almost forgot. Let me add you to the parent group. As you know, these schools now have parent groups. In addition to being surprised, Chen Jing also remembered the matter of the parents group, so she pulled Yi Xian in. Okay, everything is done. Jingjing and the others have a day off tomorrow, so I'll be leaving first. After that, Chen Jing waved to Yi Xian and prepared to say goodbye and leave. Let's eat first before we go. Yi Xian stood up and went to have dinner with Chen Jing. I'll cook something and we can just make do with it. It'll be troublesome for you to go back and cook. Hearing this, Chen Jing looked at Yi Xian in surprise and asked in astonishment. Can you still cook? Why don't I do it? I can still cook. Yi Xian looked at Chen Jing with a smile but didn't say anything. Chen Jing looked at Yi Xian's eyes, then looked at her own urban beauty outfit and said, Let me tell you, don't look at me like this, I usually don't eat takeout, I'm very capable, and I'm an expert at cooking. Oh. Yi Xian waved his hand to indicate that he understood. Chen Jing rolled her eyes, feeling dissatisfied. Well, the guest should follow the host's wishes. I will try your cooking skills. After all, she didn't quite believe that a wealthy tycoon like Yi Xian would have any skills. She is still deeply impressed by the scene yesterday. That's right, I'll go cook first. When Jingjing finishes her bath, you can help her take care of it. Okay, don't worry. Chen Jing nodded, and Yi Xian stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Soon, Yi Jing finished her shower and Chen Jing helped her blow dry her hair. Yi Jing knew that Yi Xian was cooking, so she pulled Chen Jing to the kitchen. Your dad might have made a mess in the kitchen, Chen Jing said with a smile as she followed the girl. But before she could finish her words, when she entered the kitchen, she saw Yi Xian's smooth knife skills. At this time, Yi Xian was placing the tender tofu on the chopping board, and the knife in his hand was cutting the tofu up and down quickly and evenly. Chen Jing has watched many food videos and knew at a glance that this was how to make stir-fried tofu. Frying tofu requires knife skills that even many top chefs cannot master. But Yi Xian's two moves were so smooth, the tofu looked intact 1 second, and when it was thrown into the water the next second, it was like a myriad of flowers blooming together. Each strand of tofu was so even, it looks as if they were measured with a high-precision ruler. Then, Yi Xian cut the tofu, lit the pot, picked up the oil bottle beside him, and quickly poured in cold oil. Such skillful movements even made Chen Jing wonder if Yi Xian was a chef before. Chapter 21 Call Classmates Together. As we all know, one of the outstanding qualities of Chinese chefs is their control over the oil temperature. Yi Xian poured the tofu into the hot oil at just the right moment, and immediately, a sizzling sound came from the pot. I can't believe you're so amazing. Have you studied cooking and got a chef's license? Chen Jing stood aside and watched, and couldn't help but praise him. I haven't learned it before, it's just practice makes perfect. Yi Xian smiled and took out the tofu as he spoke. The tofu processed by Yi Xian's superb knife skills looks like a blooming fire tree in silver flowers, with strands of wisps, very beautiful and exquisite. This dish is stir-fried tofu, but I made some changes myself to make it more flavorful. As Yi Xian spoke, he continued to process the prepared auxiliary ingredients and mixed the seasonings needed for processing. At this time, Yi Xian took out a small pot and started to cook the sauce needed for the tofu. Before Chen Jing came here, Yi Xian had already prepared mashed red radish and shredded bonito, and placed them evenly on the fried tofu. The sauce was almost ready. With a ding sound, Yi Xian turned off the fire in the small pot and poured the sauce on the tofu. Suddenly, a hot aroma came with steam. Chen Jing, who was standing by, smelled the smell and couldn't help swallowing. Finally, Yi Xian sprinkled some chopped green onions on it. After a series of processing, the white square piece of tofu was completely transformed. Wow! It smells so good. What is this, Dad? At this time, Yi Jing was already standing on tiptoe, wanting to see what this extremely tempting smell came from. Don't worry, you'll know when it's served on the table. Good. The little girl nodded, and there seemed to be a trace of crystal clear saliva hanging from the corner of her mouth. Then, Yi Xian heated the oil in the pan again, and the other ingredients on the side had been cut neatly. I'll just make some and stir-fry 2 more dishes. As he spoke, Yi Xian slid in the shredded beef, and suddenly, the hot oil in the pot began to boil. Chen Jing and Yi Jing nodded and stood aside to watch. The little girl Yi Jing was just greedy at this time and wanted to see what delicious food Yi Xian had made, while Chen Jing was completely stunned by Yi Xian's cooking skills. To be honest, people always say that different professions have different worlds, but when it comes to Yi Xian, Chen Jing doesn't feel any truth in this saying at all. Apart from anything else, it didn't feel like Yi Xian had spent much time making such a delicate dish. If it is true as he said, practice makes perfect, then how familiar does one have to be? Thousands of thoughts flashed through Chen Jing's mind, and she even began to wonder if Yi Xian in front of her was an alien. At this time, Yi Xian increased the fire and quickly stir-fried the shredded beef. Although the shredded beef was cut a little thick, it was very even. As Yi Xian continued to stir-fry, the moisture in the shredded beef in the pot began to slowly decrease, becoming thinner and thinner, and the color became darker and darker. Chen Jing could see that this was stir-fried beef shreds. Although this can only be considered a home-cooked dish, with Yi Xian's cooking method, it is impossible to tell what it is. Others were slowly frying the shredded beef to dry out the moisture, but Yi Xian actually turned on high heat and kept stir-frying it. The temperature in the kitchen suddenly rose a lot, and the shredded beef in the pot gradually began to be stir-fried. Yi Xian turned down the heat slightly, added various condiments, pepper shreds and sesame seeds, and then continued to stir-fry quickly over high heat. The beef in the pot kept turning as the iron pot was turned. Soon, a dish of dry-fried beef shreds with good color, aroma, and taste appeared on the plate. But around the kitchen worktop, not to mention spilled food, there wasn't even a single stain of oil. Chen Jing was watching the scene from the side. She was completely stunned. She couldn't believe that what she saw was real. Even the top chef wouldn't dare to do this. Okay, that's all the dishes. I'm going to make some fruit. Yi Xian washed his hands, took out half a watermelon from the freezer beside him, placed it on the chopping board skillfully, took out a slightly smaller kitchen knife, and removed the rind in no time. There wasn't even a speck of red on the melon rind, it was completely clean. Chen Jing took a breath of cold air again. What kind of monster is this? Is it really possible for a human to have such knife skills? This exquisite kitchen knife seemed to come alive in Yi Xian's hand. After Yi Xian's careful carving, the melon flesh turned into cartoon characters. Chen Jing couldn't hold it anymore and felt that her whole worldview had collapsed. This is Chinese cuisine, Japanese cuisine, as well as knife skills and plating. It can be said that Yi Xian is proficient in everything and has reached the pinnacle. And just now, I actually doubted whether Yi Xian could cook. What was this like, a poor student doubting whether the god of study could do the test? Forehead. At this time, Chen Jing wished she could find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Well, that's all, let's eat. Yi Xian picked up a plate of food in each hand and said to Yi Jing and Chen Jing. Yeah. When Yi Jing heard that it was time to eat, she jumped and danced excitedly. She happily surrounded Yi Xian like a flying elf and followed him out of the kitchen. At this moment, Chen Jing was still looking at the stove with residual heat. She stood there in a daze, her mouth slightly open and closed, with deep shock in her eyes. Afterwards, the three of them gathered around the dining table, on which were placed several brightly colored, exquisitely presented dishes, as well as a cartoon watermelon that Yi Xian had carefully carved. Let us eat. Yi Xian picked up the chopsticks with a smile and picked up a piece of beef for Yi Jing first. Thank you, Dad. The girl Yi Jing smiled, reluctantly picked up the chopsticks with her little hands, took a bite, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Dad, your cooking is still so delicious. Well, as long as you like it. Yi Xian smiled dotingly and looked at Chen Jing, who was still in a daze. Miss Chen, what's wrong? Oh, it's okay. Chen Jing reacted, smiled awkwardly, and picked up the chopsticks beside her. Looking at the delicacies in front of her, even she, who is usually a bit picky, felt her appetite whetted. Chen Jing still couldn't quite believe what she had just seen, and was hesitant. While putting the tofu into her mouth, Chen Jing was still wondering, maybe it just looks delicious but tastes average? However, as her taste buds burst into a strong fragrance, Chen Jing felt as if she had been electrocuted and stopped chewing. You did this. For some reason, Chen Jing suddenly looked at Yi Xian and asked a question that didn't sound very smart. Yi Xian's face was full of question marks at this time, and he looked at Chen Jing with some suspicion. Aunt Chen Jing, weren't you and Jing Jing watching Dad do this just now? Even the girl Yi Jing blinked her little eyes and looked at Chen Jing curiously and asked. Oh. It's okay, I'm just a little surprised, this is so delicious. Chen Jing realized at this point that her previous question was somewhat problematic, so she stopped talking. At this time, facing the delicious food in front of her, Chen Jing could no longer control herself. Her chopsticks were flying among the various dishes, and she never stopped. But during the entire dinner, she kept looking at Yi Xian with extremely strange eyes, as if she was looking at a monster. Mr. Yi, thank you for your hospitality. It's getting late. I'll leave first. Jingjing, you must listen to your father carefully. After dinner, Chen Jing did not delay any further. After saying goodbye to Yi Xian and Yi Jing, she left villa number 1. Yi Xian cleared the dishes on the table and sat on the sofa to drink tea, while Yi Jing, the girl, leaned beside Yi Xian, listening to music with a pair of big headphones. Maybe the future is light years away. This little girl was listening to the song, humming softly, and shaking her head. She looked very cute and lovable. At this time, Yi Xian was also looking at Yi Jing with a smile, then he took a look at her playlist and found that they were all Ziqi's songs. Jingjing, you like this sister's songs more, right? After hearing Yi Xian talking about Ziqi, the little girl immediately started talking about things related to Ziqi in an endless stream, even more fluently than reciting ancient poems. Yes. I like Sister Ziqi the most, and so do many of my classmates. Xiaodan likes Ziqi too. Yi Xian nodded, and suddenly remembered that he had just mentioned in the parents' group that some classmates were going to Ziqi's concert, and asked if anyone wanted to go with them. Jingjing, Sister Ziqi has a concert recently, right? Yes. Yi Jing thought about it and nodded slightly. Tomorrow night, in Jinling. When the little girl said this, her eyes suddenly lit up. But now I think that even if I want to go, I may not be able to go. I heard from some classmates that the tickets have been sold out long ago. Yi Xian caught the change in the little girl's eyes at this moment and gently rubbed Yi Jing's head. Let's go and see it. Call all the students in your class to come along. Chapter 22. What kind of fairy is this? Dad, is this true? The little girl immediately opened her eyes wide and looked at Yi Xian in surprise. Of course, how could Dad lie to you? Yeah. I love you, Dad. After confirming that Yi Xian was not joking, the little girl Yi Jing kissed Yi Xian on the face. Then I'll call Xiaodan first. The first thing Yi Jing thought of was to contact Xiaodan and let her know the good news. Well, go ahead. Yi Xian smiled as he watched the little girl take out her cell phone to call Zhou Xiaodan. He also took out his cell phone and called Bai Ling. Brother Yi. What's the matter? As soon as the phone was connected, an extremely respectful voice came from the other end. Bai Ling, please help me find some tickets. Afterwards, Yi Xian made a statement in the parent group, informing all parents that he would invite all students to go to Ziqi's concert together tomorrow, and that he would also arrange for transportation to pick them up on the same day. When the parents in front of their phones saw the news, they were stunned. Is this true? Zhou Sheng and Sunny were also stunned when they looked at the phone screens. How did Mr. Yi do it? How did he get so many tickets? Sunny stuck out her tongue and asked in surprise. This. Zhou Sheng was speechless for a moment, but then he sighed. Don't doubt who Mr. Yi is. This matter is not simple. When other parents saw the news, they were even more surprised. Yi Jing's father, who had just joined the group, really gave them a big shock. After a brief silence, the parents' group suddenly exploded. Is this true? Thank you so much, my daughter is clamoring to go to Ziqi's concert, but there are no tickets left. Yi Jing's father is so generous. My kid almost turned the house upside down when he heard the news. Oh, I really don't know what to say. I would like to thank Mr. Yi on behalf of my children. All of a sudden, the parents in the group began to express their gratitude. They were filled with gratitude and curiosity towards this mysterious father of Yi Jing. The little girl Yi Jing was extremely excited at this time. Even though Yi Xian had told her several stories, she didn't even blink. Dad, I can't sleep. Yi Jing narrowed her eyes and looked at Yi Xian awkwardly. Okay, this is normal. Yi Xian smiled easily and tidied the quilt for the little girl. When I was a kid, our teacher told us we were going on a spring outing the next day, and my dad was just as excited as you are. Really? The little girl looked at Yi Xian with some disbelief, and suddenly became curious about her father's childhood. Dad, can you tell me a story about your childhood? Yi Xian looked at the little girl's expectant eyes, smiled and nodded. Well, when Dad was a kid. Listening to Yi Xian's childhood stories, the little girl laughed like a silver bell from time to time, and soon fell asleep. The next day, in the evening, Yi Xian looked at the table full of snacks and desserts, and waved to Yi Jing, who was still biting half a cookie beside him. Jingjing, come on, help daddy pack them up. Each of you will get one pack tonight and share it with your classmates. Good. Yi Jing agreed in a baby voice, with indescribable excitement still revealed in her big watery eyes. After all, this time, not only can I attend Sister Ziki's concert, but I can also be with my classmates. This is such a happy thing. With anticipation for the concert, Yi Jing helped Yi Xian and quickly completed the packaging. Let's go. Yi Xian put Yi Jing's small school bag on his back and stretched out his big hand. The little girl smiled sweetly, held Yi Xian's hand, and suddenly thought of Zhou Xiaodan and the others. Dad, but Xiaodan and the others. Yi Xian held Yi Jing's little hand and laughed. Don't worry, Jingjing. Dad has already asked someone to pick up your classmates. At this time, at the gate of a community in Jilin, a couple was waiting at the gate with their daughter. Their daughter was Yi Jing's classmate, and was waiting for someone arranged by Yi Xian to pick her up to the concert. The couple stared at each other with eyes wide open, still with a lingering sense of surprise in their hearts. At this moment, they still couldn't quite believe that Yi Jing's father was really too generous. He invited their daughter's entire class to watch Ziqi's concert right after the exam. Girl, remember to take good care of yourself when you go there, be a good boy, and don't cause trouble for others. The girl's mother said as she was packing her clothes and school bag. Yeah. Don't worry, Mommy. The girl nodded heavily, her eyes filled with excitement. The girl's father was looking around at the moment, smacking his lips in surprise. It seemed like they said there was a car coming to pick us up, but I didn't see any private cars. As he spoke, the girl's father looked at the mother and daughter, paused, and continued. Why don't we just send the girl over ourselves and not trouble others? Hearing the girl's father's suggestion, the girl's mother also nodded. I think it's okay. They have invited so many classmates to watch the performance. It's not good to trouble others all the time. The girl's father nodded and was about to drive his car over when he saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked nearby. Seeing such a car, the girl's father couldn't help but stop and look at it carefully. Wow, this is indeed a world-class luxury car. It looks simply amazing. This design. This appearance. This domineering. The girl's father kept praising the Rolls-Royce parked nearby, while the girl's mother wiped her sweat and quickly interrupted him. What are you doing? You look like you have never seen the world. Forehead. The girl's father nodded helplessly and scratched his head in embarrassment. Am I just curious? My dear wife, you know that I just like to study cars. All right. Stop talking nonsense and go get the car out. Okay. The man made an okay gesture and was about to turn around to drive out when the driver of the Rolls-Royce Phantom saw them and drove towards them. Excuse me, is this little girl Zhao Lin? I'm here to pick her up. At this time, the driver rolled down the car window and looked at the little girl brought by the couple with a smile. Uncle, I am Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin smiled and nodded, then she saw that there were several children sitting in the back seat of the car, all of them were her classmates. When the couple saw the scene, they shuddered and almost fell down. The car in front of you is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The most luxurious car in the world. But Yi Jing's father actually arranged a luxury car of this level to pick them up, which really made the two of them breathless. Ah, girl, you must be obedient when you get there. After a while, the girl's mother finally reacted and smiled as she sent the girl to the car. The girl's father was completely stunned at this moment, not daring to breathe. He really couldn't understand what kind of person could be so generous. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Zhao Lin got on the bus with laughter and sat with several classmates. The couple watched the Rolls-Royce gradually go away, standing there blankly, letting the whistling wind blow on their faces. After a while, the girl's father suddenly took a breath, with deep shock in his eyes. What kind of deity is this? Chapter 23. This is a bomb. The girl's father was sweating profusely at this moment. He couldn't understand why he could use such a luxurious car just to pick up his child. How rich was this person? Ah, the person who can get so many tickets in such a short time and invite the whole class to watch the concert is definitely not an ordinary person. The girl's mother's voice was slightly trembling at this moment. This matter was really beyond their imagination. Although it can be seen from this incident that Yi Xian is not simple, the two of them never expected that they had underestimated others 1,000 times. At this time, outside the concert venue, although there was still some time before the concert started, there were already crowds of people. People gathered around the ticket office, some had bought tickets, some hadn't, and there were also many scalpers selling tickets at high prices. Those who bought tickets are now queuing up to enter the venue, their faces filled with joy. Those who didn't buy tickets gathered together dejectedly. Alas, I made a reservation early in the morning, but I couldn't get a ticket at all. No way, my luck is so bad this time. It's too difficult. I don't know how people buy it. Why can't we buy scalper tickets? Just as everyone was lamenting, a discordant voice suddenly came from the crowd. Ticket scalpers, are you kidding me? You're selling for dozens of times the price. Will you buy it? It's because of these guys that we can't get tickets. Come on, if you have money, go buy it. At this moment, a scene outside the venue attracted the attention of many people. I saw a group of children standing in an open space outside the venue, and soon they lined up in 2 rows. In front were Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan, directing order. Students, don't run around. Once we're standing still, we'll be ready to go in. The children who were originally talking excitedly soon quieted down when they heard Yi Jing's voice, and stood still without moving around. Xiaodan, go count, are all the students here? After hearing what Yi Jing said, Zhou Xiaodan nodded slightly, counted from the back to the front, and then raised her little hand. Everyone is here. Very good. Yi Jing chuckled, then took out the snacks that Yi Xian had prepared just now, and together with Zhou Xiaodan, began to distribute the snacks to the children. Everyone has 1 pack, so don't worry. Soon, each of the children had a bag of exquisitely packaged snacks in their hands. The bag contained a variety of foods, including popcorn and cookies. Thank you, Monitor, thank you, Deputy Monitor. The children held the snacks in their hands, looked at Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan excitedly, and thanked them in unison. Okay, we can go in now. Now that all the necessary preparations were done, the 2 girls led the children to the ticket gate. Everyone, follow closely and don't get lost. This scene made many people around laugh and smiles appeared on their faces unconsciously. These children are like little adults, and they are really obedient. Yeah, you still have to queue before entering. It's so cute. Ah, these kids are so well behaved. Ah, compared to those naughty kids in my neighborhood, they are so cute. Most of the crowd's attention was attracted by these children at this time. They were talking about them and praising these obedient children. At this time, Yi Xian was quietly following at the back, watching the children, worried that they would fall behind and also to prevent any unexpected accidents. Soon, the children arrived at the ticket gate. The ticket inspectors looked at the children with loving smiles on their faces. After entering the concert venue, the children were led by Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan directly to the center of the concert venue, which is the best seat in the entire concert venue. After they were all seated, the other people around them also sat down one after another. They soon noticed the seats here and were all stunned. Aren't these the kids who were outside just now? These are all in the inner court. I'm stunned. How did these kids do it? Could it be a little actor from the special show at the concert? No, the little actors should be backstage, and their clothes aren't uniform. When people looked at these children neatly occupying a large area of seats in the center of the concert venue, they suddenly didn't know what to say to express the shock in their hearts. Tickets for Ziqi's concert are already hard to come by, and tickets for the center of the backstage are even harder to buy, and they're expensive. If the people here were adults, even high school students, they wouldn't be too surprised. But this group of people are just some real children. What on earth did they do to be able to do such a thing? It seems that these little guys come from unusual families. It seems like they are from the same class? I just heard someone say there is a monitor and a vice monitor. In the same class. I don't understand. Not only were other people amazed, but these children were also amazed at everything around them. Looking at the lights around them and the big stage in front of them, there were sparkling lights in the children's eyes. Because the child was attracted by other things, he hadn't even touched the snack bag in his hand. As more and more people came to the scene, the concert began soon. The lights and music suddenly turned on together, and a pleasant voice sounded from the speaker nearby. Friends at the scene. How are you? Ziqi, wearing an elegant and luxurious robe and holding a microphone in her hand, walked out from the backstage with ease. For a moment, there was loud cheers and thunderous applause at the scene. Ziqi. Ziqi. Sister Ziqi, we love you. Ah. Ziqi's outfit today was so ethereal that she soon became the only scenery in the crowd of tens of thousands of people. Everyone, the first song is a song that everyone is familiar with. I hope everyone can join me in lighting up this night. As Ziqi finished her opening remarks, a familiar song sounded from the speakers. The fans at the scene were instantly ignited at this moment, waving their glow sticks and cheering signs, like a vast ocean. As Ziqi's heavenly voice came out of the microphone, the people at the scene also started a chorus of thousands of people. There was excitement shining in everyone's eyes, and the atmosphere was reached to its peak. The children were also excited at this time, and many children who were familiar with the song began to hum along. Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan hummed as they opened the snack bags in their hands and started eating popcorn. The moment the popcorn bag was torn open, a fragrance spread all around. The aroma of popcorn mixed with a slightly burnt flavor of cream immediately invaded everyone's mind. The children around couldn't help but look at the snack bags in their hands, opened them, and slowly tasted them. When all the kids in this class opened their snacks, the entire concert venue was filled with a soul-captivating aroma. Many people nearby smelled the smell and swallowed their saliva. They were all stunned and disgusted continuously. What are these kids eating? It smells so good. Oh my god, I'm not hungry. Why does my stomach keep growling when I smell this smell? Oh, the popcorn and Coke in my hand don't smell good anymore. However, these children did not pay attention to the voices of people around them. They just listened to Ziqi's singing and enjoyed the delicious snacks. However, I don't know if it was because the snacks were too fragrant or because they were too close to the stage, but even Ziqi could smell the tempting aroma. This smells so good. While Ziqi was singing with the microphone, she looked at the snacks in the hands of the children in front of her and almost couldn't help swallowing. She herself is a little glutton. With her many years of experience in food, she can tell at a glance that the snacks in these children's hands are so sweet that it's tempting to commit suicide. She didn't know why, but when she saw these kids eating with such relish, she actually felt a little envious. To her, these are simply sweet and delicious bombs. No, I must stay steady. Chapter 24. Wait, girl, what did you say? While taking a breath, Ziqi swallowed hard. This was her own concert tour, she had to hold on. At this time, the chorus of tens of thousands of people had ended. After a few soothing songs, a rapid drum beat suddenly sounded. Ah! This is Sister Ziqi's title song. When the fans heard this prelude, the memory engraved in their DNA was indelible, and they immediately screamed and cheered again. I love this song the most. Yeah. Me too. This is my cell phone ringtone. This song is extremely difficult. I think only a high-pitched queen like Sister Ziqi can handle it. The audience became more and more excited. Ziqi's song reached its climax. A high note that broke through the sky and sounded like the sound of nature resounded throughout the venue. After a while, the concert experienced wave after wave of climaxes, and finally ushered in the final curtain call. As people slowly walked out of the venue, a group of children also walked out. But as soon as they came out, many people came over, looked at the children with smiles on their faces, and asked with a smile, "Kids, where did you buy your snacks?" This is from the monitor. The children's faces were filled with satisfied smiles, and they all looked at Yi Jing standing beside them. Following the children's gaze, people also looked over. Little girl, how did you get here? There was anticipation in people's eyes. After all, this snack was extremely attractive to them. My dad made this for me. Yi Jing pouted and said with a smile. All right. When everyone heard this, they all smiled helplessly. If this was the case, there was nothing that could be done. Dad. At this time, Yi Xian also came to the children, and Yi Jing threw herself directly into Yi Xian's arms. Children? Are you happy today? Yi Xian rubbed Yi Jing's little head and asked the children around him. Happy. Thank you, Uncle, for today. We are so happy. And the snacks made by Uncle are so delicious. Yi Xian nodded and smiled slightly. You're welcome, just be happy. As he spoke, Yi Xian looked at the time and then said, It's almost time now, let's go have a meal together. Okay, the children agreed in unison with a smile. Then, Yi Xian took them to dinner. When they arrived at the nearby Wanda Plaza, he parked the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition. Children, follow me. As soon as they got off the bus, the kids stood in 2 rows and followed Yi Xian to a good restaurant nearby. At the same time, backstage at the concert, Ziqi was still removing her makeup when her agent hurried over. Ziqi, how are you today? The agent looked at Ziqi, who was removing her makeup in front of the dressing mirror, and asked with concern. Fine. Ziqi nodded slightly, then asked with a smile. By the way, why are there so many kids in the middle of the inner field today? When the agent heard this, he clapped his hands and said, Yes, I came here just for this matter. Those tickets are wanted by the chairman of Hawaii Entertainment. I have to trouble you again. Please change your clothes and bring some more gifts. At this point, the agent's eyes became a little more serious, and it was obvious that this matter was no small matter. I see. Ziqi nodded. She knew about such things. Over at Wanda Plaza, the children gathered in a large private room of a restaurant. They were in a very happy mood and were discussing what had just happened. I'm so happy today. I never thought that we would be able to see Sister Ziqi's concert. Well, I still have to thank Uncle Yi for this. Uncle Yi is really amazing, the snacks he makes are really delicious. Boom boom boom. But as we were chatting, there was a knock on the door. The food is served really quickly. Yi Jing was closest to the door. After hearing the voice, she walked towards the door while talking. But as soon as he opened the door, Yi Jing was stunned. The person at the door is not a waiter delivering food, but a graceful figure. The pretty figure bent down and smiled at Yi Jing. Her angelic face made the little girl Yi Jing open her mouth wide. She has a beautiful smile, delicate features, fair skin, and a face without any blemishes. She has an indescribable beauty and a hint of playful cuteness. Ziqi looked at Yi Jing's dazed look and found her endearing, so she smiled and pinched her little face, then asked gently. Little sister, is Mr. Yi in this room? Yi Jing stared blankly at Sister Ziqi in front of her. For a moment she felt like she was in a dream and spoke timidly. Ziqi sister, are you looking for my dad? Dad. Now it was Ziqi's turn to be stunned. Looking at the cute little girl in front of her, she couldn't help but pinch her little face. Is this Mr. Ye's daughter? She's so cute. Ziqi looked at Yi Jing in front of her, slightly surprised, thinking secretly in her heart. Sister Ziqi. Is it really you? Come in quickly. Yi Jing reacted at this time and was so excited that he didn't know what to do. He quickly made way and took Ziqi into the private room. At this time, the children who were still chatting heard the sound and looked towards the door. But when they saw the person coming, the air seemed to freeze in an instant, and the box that was bustling just now suddenly became silent. OMG! Someone screamed at this moment, and then the whole box exploded. This is Sister Ziqi. It's real. It's not a dream. Why is Sister Ziqi here? The children's faces were all filled with smiles. When they looked at the real Ziqi in front of them, they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. The idol who was singing on the stage just now was now standing in front of everyone. How could they not be surprised? In an instant, these children surrounded Ziqi almost at the same time. Sister Ziqi, we love you so much. Yi Shen looked at the situation here, then looked at Ziqi and said with a smile. They all like you. Ziqi smiled and gently stroked the children in her arms. I can see that. Looking at the eager eyes of the little girls next to her, Ziqi bent down and said with a smile. Let's take a photo together. Okay. Use my phone. When Yi Jing heard that they were going to take a photo, she took out her cell phone. Ziqi took a look at it and thought that this little girl's cell phone was really good. Ziqi took Yi Jing's mobile phone and squatted next to the little girls, taking several photos of them together. Yi Xian walked over, looked at everyone happily, and said to Ziqi. Give me your phone, I'll take a picture of all of you. Okay, thank you Mr. Yi. Ziqi nodded and handed the phone to Yi Xian. Children, come here and stand still. As she spoke, Ziqi held two girls, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan, one on each side. The other children stood beside them, posing in all kinds of weird postures. But the only thing in common was that they all had genuine smiles on their faces. 1, 2, 3. Eggplant. Then, the flash went off, the shutter sounded, and a picture full of children surrounding Ziqi was frozen in the photo. After taking the photos, the kids were still reluctant to leave and pulled Ziqi to get autographs for them. Ziqi was also very enthusiastic towards these children. Looking at their small and cute figures, she felt happy in her heart. She had not expected to be so loved by these children. Sister Ziqi, I want to take a photo with you alone. I want Sister Ziqi's autograph. Sister Ziqi, can you teach me to sing? The children also gathered around Ziki, with excitement unique to children in their eyes. Okay, kids, sister is here today and has some small gifts for you. When Zichi's cell phone rang, she saw the message that her helper had brought gifts, so she smiled and waved to all the children. Gift? When the children heard that their favorite sister Ziki had gifts for them, they were so excited that it was difficult to describe. Sister Ziki is so kind. We love you. Sister Ziki is really an angel. Ah. I'm so happy today. The smiles on these children's faces were filled with real happiness, and Zichi also smiled and stroked the little heads of the girls in front of her. Hey! Here it comes. The assistant, along with several staff members, brought gifts to the children. These exquisite gift boxes contained autographed photos of Ziki, as well as dolls and co-branded headphones. These things are priceless in Zichi's fan circle, but this time, Zichi prepared a gift box to give to a child. The children all opened their eyes wide when looking at the gift boxes with Ziki's beautiful photos printed on them, and suddenly burst into cheers. Come on, children, take one each, everyone has a share. Zichi picked up the 2 gift boxes with a smile, shook them gently next to her ears, and then handed them to the 2 children closest to her with a smile. The assistants were helping to distribute the gifts, and soon every child had a small and exquisite gift box in their hands. Are you happy today? Yi Xian watched this heartwarming scene from the side and smiled gently. Happy! The children shouted in unison, and at this moment, the waiter outside also brought the dishes. You guys want to eat? Then I'll leave first. Zichi saw that the food was about to be served and waved to everyone. Sister Ziki, don't leave, let's have a meal together. Yi Jing stared with her eyes wide open, her little hands reluctantly pulling at Zichi's skirt. The children like you very much. Want to have dinner together? Yi Xian also stood up and invited Ziki to stay and have dinner with the children. All right. Ziki grinned and looked at the children's expectant eyes. She knew she couldn't refuse these children. Great. Sister Ziki, I have some snacks here, please have some. Zhou Xiaodan took out a few bags of snacks that he hadn't finished eating yet and trotted over to Ziki. Thank you, little sister. Ziki did not refuse and gently took the snacks handed over by Zhou Xiaodan. This was what she saw these children eating when she was singing on the stage just now. When she thought about it now, she also swallowed her saliva. I can't resist that sweet smell at all, it's simply the most delicious thing in the world. Schwa! Zichi immediately tore open a pack of biscuits and gently put them into her mouth. She immediately felt as if she was electrocuted. The taste of the biscuits really surprised her. She simply couldn't believe that there were such sweet biscuits in the world. The rich egg yolk flavor and crispy texture immediately conquered this adult greedy cat. It's so delicious. Where did you buy it? Zichi looked at Zhou Xiaodan and Yi Jing and asked, these snacks are even more delicious than the expensive snacks she customized in high-end pastry shops. Hey, Sister Ziki, this was made by my dad. Yi Jing smiled silly and looked at Yi Xian who was drinking tea beside her. Your father. Mr. Yi. Zichi was surprised again and immediately covered her mouth. Even if she had a wild imagination, she never thought that such a delicious snack was made by Mr. Yi himself. Then, Zichi sat on both sides of the children, chatting and laughing with them while eating the leftover snacks. The scene was so happy. As the first few cold dishes were served one after another, soon the large table in the box in front of them was filled with a variety of dishes. There were all kinds of dishes. Just looking at the colors and smelling the aroma made people salivate. But Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan were not very surprised. After all, compared to the food cooked by Yi Xian, these things were not that attractive to them. Okay. Let's eat. Seeing that more and more dishes were served, Yi Xian smiled and asked the children to eat. The child obediently returned to his seat from Ziki's side. Looking at the delicious dishes in front of them, the children hadn't even thought about tasting them themselves, when several of them frantically put food into Ziki's bowl. Sister Ziki must be tired after singing for so long. You should eat more. Yes, Sister Ziki, these dishes smell so delicious. What kind of food does Sister Ziki like to eat? While the children were picking up food for Ziki, their mouths were still filled with questions. Ziki looked at the children's innocent smiling faces and happily answered their questions while eating. Soon, the meal came to an end amidst laughter and joy. After dinner, Zichi sent Yi Xian and the others out. As soon as she reached the door, she saw this surprising scene at the door. Even Zichi, who had seen a lot of things and even stepped onto the international stage, gasped. This is actually a convoy. Looking at the convoy of Rolls-Royce Phantoms in front of her, Zichi couldn't help but feel shocked. Goodbye, Sister Ziki. At this moment, the children got into the car one after another, smiled and waved goodbye to Ziki. Goodbye, kids. Zichi finally reacted, her face filled with smiles, and she waved goodbye to each of the children. You must study hard, and if there is a chance in the future, Sister Gi will invite you to come to the concert again, okay? Good. The children suddenly became excited and waved to Ziki enthusiastically. Thank you. We are leaving now. Yi Xian stood aside and said goodbye to Ziki with a smile. Okay, goodbye, Mr. Yi. Zichi smiled sweetly, then Yi Xian nodded, took Zhou Xiaodan and Yi Jing, the two girls, and got into one of the Rolls Royces. Yi Xian prepared to send Xiaodan home. Watching the convoy disappear into the city lights, Zichi suddenly felt an indescribable shock in her heart. As expected of Mr. Yi. After a while, Zichi came to her senses and couldn't help but exclaimed, and walked towards a luxury car nearby. Now the team's mission is to send these children home. Yi Xian took Yi Jing and drove directly towards the Yulongtian Pavilion Villa area. One of the little girls was sent to the gate of the community by a Rolls-Royce. Seeing the little girl skipping into the community with a small school bag on her back and a small gift box in her arms, the driver wearing sunglasses smiled and drove forward. Mom and Dad. I'm back. The little girl walked into the house and called out in a baby voice. Xiao Mei is back. When the couple heard the voice, they immediately walked towards the door and saw the girl holding a small gift box with a smile on her face. Xiao Mei, are you happy today? Xiao Mei's father picked her up with a doting smile in his eyes. I'm so happy. Sister Ziki is having dinner with us today. This is a gift from Sister Ziki, everyone gets a share. As she spoke, Xiao Mei hugged the gift box tightly in her hands, and an expression of love was revealed unconsciously. That's good. Xiao Mei's father was smiling happily, but Xiao Mei's mother, who was standing by, noticed something was wrong. Wait. Girl, you said Sister Ziki was having dinner with you, and these gifts were given to you by her. Chapter 25 Second Sister, Fifth Sister. Xiao Mei's father finally reacted and, like her mother, looked at Xiao Mei in confusion. Yes. We took a photo with Sister Ziki today. There is also a signature from Sister Ziki in my school bag. It looks so beautiful. The couple looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Just when they were about to ask for more details, their cell phones suddenly rang with a notification. At this time, in the parents group, Yi Xian also posted all the photos taken tonight. When the parents looked at these photos and listened to their children's descriptions, they were suddenly shocked. These photos were taken both inside the concert venue and inside the hotel boxes. At the concert, the seats where the children sat were the best seats in the entire venue, the most central location in the venue. What is even more outrageous is that these hard-to-get seats were actually occupied by all the kids in this class. The remaining photos taken in the hotel box made the parents gasp. A big star like Zichi actually did as the kids said. She not only came to give them gifts and take photos with them, but also had a meal with them. When the little girl's parents saw this scene, their hands holding the mobile phones were shaking slightly. Who on earth is Yi Jing's father? His power is too great. The little girl's mother was stunned for a long time before she let out a cry of surprise. At this time, Zhou Shang was also shocked when he heard Zhou Xiaodan, who had just arrived home, talking about what happened today. Looking at these photos, Zhou Shang couldn't help but secretly think that Mr. Yi was really so powerful. Not to mention being able to get these seats, just being able to have a star like Zichi accompany the children for dinner is something that not everyone can do. By the way, Xiaodan, how did you do on the exam? At this time, Zhou Shang remembered the exam that had just ended and asked Xiaodan. Well enough. Xiaodan smiled silly and gave a thumbs up, looking very confident. Yeah, my girl is awesome. Zhou Shang smiled, picked up Xiaodan and kissed her, then asked again. By the way, girl, the parents' meeting is scheduled for the afternoon after tomorrow, right? Yes. At the same time, Yi Xian also took Yi Jing back to Villa number 1. As soon as they arrived home, the little girl told Yi Xian about the parent-teacher meeting. Dad, will you go to the parent-teacher conference for me this time? The little girl's eyes were full of anticipation as she looked at Yi Xian deeply. Don't worry, Jingjing, Dad will definitely go. Yi Xian rubbed the little girl's face lovingly and nodded heavily. The next morning, Yi Jing got up early and changed her clothes. Today was the day for the school cleaning. Dad, do you have any rags at home? We need them for the spring cleaning today. Some. Yi Xian quickly took out a brand new rag and handed it to Yi Jing. Jing, do you want Daddy to go with you? When Yi Jing heard that Yi Xian wanted to go with her, she shook her head. It's okay, Dad. We can do this. Great. Jing is awesome. After everything was ready, Yi Xian asked Tang how to take the little girl to school. Although there were no classes today, most of the children came to school to do the general cleaning. This is something that every school does before the holidays, and it also helps to cultivate children's ability to work. After a morning of work, thanks to the cleaning led by two girls, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan, their class was the first to complete the task perfectly. At noon, Chen Jing came to the school gate and picked up the two children to take home for lunch. Aunt Chen Jing, are you not busy recently? Yi Jing looked at Chen Jing, who seemed to have a lot of time recently, and asked while shaking her little head. Chen Jing smiled helplessly, thinking that your father's move has ruined our bank's performance over the years. It's okay. I haven't had anything to do lately. It's okay to take a short rest. All right. Yi Jing nodded and smiled very happily. She also wanted Aunt Chen Jing to have a good rest for a while. After all, Chen Jing had been very busy for a long time before this. Okay, you two girls go wash your hands first, I'll go bring the food over. After arriving at Chen Jing's house, Chen Jing asked the two maids to wash their hands quickly, and she went to the kitchen and brought the meals prepared in advance to the two maids. After dinner, the two girls watched TV, while Chen Jing went to take a shower. At noon in the hottest days of summer, it feels really hot even inside the house. The two little girls sat on the sofa, like two exquisite dolls, watching TV obediently. Suddenly, Chen Jing's cell phone rang. The two girls were attracted by the sound, picked up the phone and saw that it was a video call. They answered it without thinking. Suddenly, two little heads appeared on the screen. They huddled in front of the screen, blinking their cute eyes and grinning, revealing their small and delicate dimples. These two little girls, one is full of energy and the other looks a little shy, but no matter what, these two girls are born exquisite and beautiful, just like the little princesses in fairy tales. Aunt Chen Jing, where is my sister? One of the girls just answered the video call and asked anxiously. At this moment, they noticed that the person in front of them was not Aunt Chen Jing at all, but Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan. Yi Jing looked at the two people opposite her and recognized them instantly. They were her second sister Yi Xia and fifth sister Yi Shi. Sister, it's you. Great. I was looking for you. We too will come to see you in a few days. Yi Xia looked at her and saw that it was her sister Yi Jing, and immediately excitedly told her the plans for the next few days. Really? That's great. When Yi Jing learned that his two younger sisters were coming, he was delighted. By the way, where are the second, third, and fourth sisters? At this time, Yi Jing discovered that he did not see the other two sisters on the screen, so he asked casually. It's like this, Auntie Yun was also invited to the closed park, but only two places can be taken away. Xiaoxi and I lost the game of rock paper scissors, so we can only stay in the Magic City. We are at Aunt Yuyan's place right now, and we are also on vacation, so we will plan to visit you in a few days. Yi Xia kept explaining to Yi Jing and the others, while Yi Shi just nodded beside them, saying a few words from time to time, and her voice was very low. Thinking that they would be able to come here in a few days, Yi Xia hugged Yi Shi beside him, and the two of them looked expectantly at Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan, who were smiling here. Okay, sister. We'll see you in a few days. Aunt Yuyan is going to take us to the amusement park. As Yi Xia was talking, he was thinking about Aunt Yuyan taking them to the amusement park later. He shook Yi Shi beside him, and then glanced at the screen. Sister, we're hanging up first. Bye. After saying that, Yi Xia hung up the phone in a hurry. Yi Jing was speechless for a moment. The second sister was still impatient, while the fifth sister was always so shy. Originally Yi Jing wanted to tell them the news about Yi Xian, but before she could say a word, her second sister got impatient and hung up the phone. Yi Jing had kept this matter a secret before because she didn't know what kind of person her father was. At this time, Chen Jing also came out of the shower, looked at the two little girls watching TV, and said with a smile. Jingjing, Xiaodan, you must be tired after cleaning all morning, go and have a good sleep. Okay, Aunt Chen Jing. The two girls smiled sweetly, held hands obediently, and went to Chen Jing's room to sleep. In the evening, Yi Xian came to pick up Yi Jing. After returning to the villa, Yi Jing took out a full score test paper from her bag and ran into Yi Xian's arms. Dad, look, I got full marks this time. Yi Xian took the test paper with a smile. Looking at the little red tick on it and Yi Jing's neat handwriting, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Jingjing is awesome. Hey, thanks, Dad. Yi Jing spoke, and then looked at Yi Xian seriously. Dad, don't forget, there's a parents' meeting tomorrow afternoon. Yi Xian smiled and gently rubbed the little girl's face. Don't worry, I won't forget it. Time passed quickly and it was noon of the next day. The girl Yi Jing had already arrived at school, and Yi Xian also set off early. Chapter 26, Fog, Look. Tang Hao drove a Rolls-Royce and took Yi Xian to school. We had left home very early, so nothing should have happened, but the accident still happened. The vehicle drove onto an overpass and slowly stopped. When I looked ahead again, I saw that the traffic jam had formed a long dragon. After a long while, the vehicles in front of me didn't move at all. Looking at the long queue in front of him, Tang Hao couldn't help but exclaimed. That's weird, there's usually no traffic jam here. As he spoke, Tang Hao got out of the car and said to Yi Xian, who was sitting in the back seat. Brother Yi, I'll go down and take a look. Please wait a moment. Yi Xian nodded, and Tang Hao walked forward. After a while, Tang Hao came back dejectedly. Alas, there was a car accident ahead. It looks like we won't be able to drive for a while. When Yi Xian heard this, he frowned slightly, got out of the car and walked forward. But seeing this situation, even Yi Xian sighed, leaned against the car and made a phone call. After that, Yi Xian hung up the phone with a much more relaxed expression. On the other side, a male driver looked at Yi Xian leaning next to the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition, and also noticed this top luxury car, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Brother! You are young and promising. What's the matter? Is there something urgent? Yi Xian glanced at him and said with a smile. I have to go to my daughter's parent-teacher conference. Looks like I'll be late this time. An older sister nearby heard the two people talking and shook her head helplessly. Alas, there is nothing we can do. This kind of traffic jam is unexpected. This road is usually very smooth. A car accident happened. It can be regarded as a natural disaster or a man-made disaster. Then, she looked at Yi Xian with concern and continued. By the way, little brother, I have a folding bike in my car. If you don't mind, you can use it for emergency. Yi Xian looked at the elder sister deeply and said with a smile. Thank you, big sister. No need. Someone will pick me up later. This, ha 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 ha. When the people on the side heard this, they burst into laughter and said to Yi Xian. Brother, what are you thinking? Who's here to pick you up? Yeah, the traffic is so bad, who can get through? Ha ha, it's like this, I'm afraid even motorcycles can't get in. People were obviously a little skeptical about this matter. After all, no one would believe it. But soon, everyone heard the sound of helicopter wings in the sky. Hearing the noisy sound, everyone looked over here and saw a large armed helicopter flying in the sky. It's a helicopter. In an instant, people burst into exclamations at the same time. There was also a look of disbelief in their eyes. How could there be a helicopter here? And it was a real armed helicopter. Impossible. I've lived here for so many years and have never seen an armed helicopter appear here. Is it because of the car accident that we need to ask the military to come and deal with it? Impossible. Do you think this is the brother who was going to attend the parents' meeting? At this time, one of them looked at Yi Xian and suddenly found that Yi Xian had a faint smile on his face. What are you thinking about? Even if you have money, you can't be treated like this. Yeah, besides, it's just a traffic jam and I can't attend the parent-teacher meeting on time. Why make such a fuss? Anyway, I don't think this guy has any connection with the army. People looked at the helicopter above and started discussing it, and the surrounding area suddenly became lively. At the same time, on the helicopter, a young man with a firm expression and three-dimensional and stern features was looking down with a pair of eyes like a falcon. Soon, the boy spotted the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition below and said to the driver next to him. Drive this way, I see Brother Yi. Clear. The driver agreed and drove to the side, slowing down a little. Everyone was still talking about it, when someone saw the helicopter coming towards them and suddenly shouted. Look! The helicopter is coming! As they were talking, the helicopter had already arrived above everyone's heads. The hatch opened and Bai Xing waved to Yi Xian. Brother Yi, I'm here. Yi Xian nodded, then looked at the people around him and said with a smile. Thank you all for your kindness. I'm leaving now. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and looking at Yi Xian's nonchalant smile, they couldn't help but gasp. No way! This helicopter is really here to pick this person up. In an instant, the crowd around exploded. No one could accept that an armed helicopter would come over their heads just for a young man. It was so bizarre that several drivers couldn't help but pinch themselves. Then their pupils contracted and they realized that this was not a dream. Oh my god! What kind of identity is this? At this moment, everyone's eyes were all looking towards Yi Xian. No one could imagine that this was actually happening. However, people are also confused at the moment. The elevated road is full of cars and the helicopter cannot come down. Moreover, the current height is 6 or 7 meters. How can this person get up? While people were still thinking about it, Yi Xian exerted force with his calves, pushed back, and in front of everyone's astonishment, he jumped directly onto the helicopter and landed steadily on it. Oh my god! This is still a human being. What kind of monster is this? It's 6 or 7 meters high. Today is truly amazing. My worldviews have been refreshed over and over again. At this moment, the crowd below was completely dumbfounded. They stared at the scene with their mouths wide open, rubbing their eyes, and their brains were blank. This is already against common sense, but for Yi Xian, it seems like it is something he can do easily. How horrible! Is this still a human being? At this time, the door of the helicopter closed, and it flew towards the horizon carrying Yi Xian. Only the group of people below were left standing there, looking panicked. On the helicopter, Bai Xing, who was wearing the uniform of the Chinese Yanhuang army and carrying 4 golden beans on his shoulders, looked at Yi Xian and asked respectfully, "Brother Yi, where are we going?" Yi Xian looked in the direction of the elementary school and replied calmly, "Let's go to a primary school over there." Although Bai Xing was a little confused, he nodded, and the helicopter turned and flew in the direction Yi Xian pointed. At the same time, in the elementary school, the 2 girls, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan, were standing at the door. When they saw parents coming, they politely stepped forward to ask who the parents were, and then led them into the class. Zhou Shang saw the 2 little girls from afar, walking towards him in 2 steps at a time. "Dad! You're here!" Zhou Xiaodan smiled sweetly at Zhou Shang. Zhou Shang gently pinched the little girl's face, saw Yi Jing beside him, and asked casually, "Girl, is your Uncle Yi here?" When Zhou Shang heard this, he shook his head slightly. "Not yet, but it should be soon." There was anticipation and a little disappointment in Yi Jing's eyes. After all the parents were almost here. Zhou Shang immediately noticed the disappointment that flashed across Yi Jing's eyes, and patted the little girl's shoulder comfortingly. "Don't worry, girl. Your dad should be here soon." Yi Jing nodded, and believed that her father would come. After all, he had promised her. Zhou Shang didn't say anything more. Seeing that the time was almost up, he said a few words to the 2 girls and walked towards the classroom. After a while, the head teacher saw that most of the people had arrived, so he looked towards Yi Jing. "Yi Jing, is there anyone else whose parents haven't come yet?" Yi Jing's expression was much more lost at this time. He lowered his head and said weakly, "Teacher, my dad is not here yet." The female head teacher looked at the little girl's lost look, with a hint of heartache in her eyes, and gently touched Yi Jing's little head. "It's okay. Maybe something happened on the way? Or maybe something urgent happened? Take your time, we're not in a hurry." Yi Jing looked up at her female head teacher, and her depressed mood improved a little. "Thank you, teacher." Here, Principal Zhang Xingjie and calligraphy and painting master Wang An were also strolling around the campus. Zhang Xingjie's expression was relaxed at this time, and he looked at Wang An and smiled. "Lao Wang, I have nothing to do after this, we can go fishing." Zhang Xingjie stretched lazily as he spoke. Wang An looked at him unhappily and said with contempt, "Mr. Zhang, I used to think you were a responsible principal, but now I see that you are looking forward to the holidays more than the students." Zhang Xingjie felt sore and coughed a few times to ease the embarrassment, then rolled his eyes at Wang An. "Hey! Everyone needs to relax. The students want to relax, and I want to relax too. Besides, I'm old too. I can't compare to these vibrant flowers." Wang An didn't say anything else and nodded seriously. "That's true. In the blink of an eye, you're almost reaching retirement age. Mr. Zhang, have you ever thought about what you are going to do after you retire?" Zhang Xingjie and Wang An paced and began to think about this problem, but in a trance, they saw a helicopter flying in the distant sky. "Fuck! Old one, look!" Chapter 27 You Are So Weird. Wang Yan looked up at this moment and saw an armed helicopter hovering over the elementary school. What is going on? Zhang Qingjie's eyelids were twitching wildly at this moment. How could such a small primary school come to such a commotion? Don't just stand there, Lao Zhang. This helicopter looks like it's heading towards the playground. Let's go over there quickly. Wang Yan looked at the direction the helicopter was circling and pulled Zhang Qingjie, who was still standing there in a daze, towards the playground. For a moment, the sound of helicopter wings scraping through the air resounded throughout the entire elementary school, and many students and teachers also witnessed this horrifying scene. Oh my god, why is there a helicopter coming to our school? Several teachers were holding materials in their hands. When they saw this scene, their hands trembled and they almost dropped all the materials on the ground. Teacher Wang, you have been teaching for a long time. Have you ever seen such a situation before? The younger teachers all turned their eyes to a middle-aged woman beside them. The middle-aged woman shook her head, with a serious look in her eyes. Not to mention the 20 years I've been teaching here, I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. When the other teachers heard this, they also shook their heads helplessly. Do you think this is for a parent-teacher conference for the students? A young teacher looked at the helicopter above and muttered to himself. Impossible. Not to mention that there are students in our school who have private jets at home, this helicopter is a real armed helicopter. How could it appear here? The older middle-aged woman quickly denied the young teacher's guess. It was only then that others noticed that this was actually an armed helicopter. Oh my god. Are you crazy? The students were different from the teachers. Facing such a situation, they just felt excited and talked at once as they looked at the armed helicopter that was slowly landing towards the playground. Hey! This looks like a helicopter that only soldiers can fly. It's so cool. I want to be a soldier and fly this plane in the future. Quick! Let's go check it out. It looks like the helicopter is going to land on the playground. Soon, all the students headed towards the playground, and some teachers did the same. The armed helicopter was flying lower and lower, and as the speed of its wings became slower and slower, it slowly landed on the playground. When Zhang Qingjie saw this, he hurried over to greet them, his steps old and heavy. Seeing the helicopter coming down, he was also nervous. There hadn't been any illegal or disorderly incidents in their school. Besides, even if it happened, it should be the police who came. How did the military get involved? At this moment, the door of the helicopter opened and Yi Xian jumped down first. Everyone stared at him closely, but they did not recognize this man. Zhang Qingjie was even more surprised when he saw Yi Xian coming down without any military uniform. What on earth was going on? Thinking of this, Zhang Qingjie walked quickly towards Yi Xian, and a little girl next to her, like a little whirlwind, instantly surpassed her and threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. Dad! I thought you weren't coming. Dad! Zhang Qingjie and Wang Yan beside him looked at each other. This man was actually the father of this little girl. Zhang Qingjie wiped his sweat, quickly walked towards Yi Xian, and looked up and down at the man in front of him. Hello, I'm Zhang Qingjie, the principal of this school. May I ask who you are? The little girl hugged Yi Xian tightly, and when she saw Zhang Qingjie behind her, she made a face at him. Principal, this is my dad. He's here to hold a parents' meeting for me. Zhang Qingjie fell silent when he heard this. You're telling me that this is a parents' meeting? Hello, principal. I'm Yi Jing's father. I'm sorry for what happened today. Yi Xian smiled apologetically, stretched out his hand to Zhang Qingjie, and the two shook hands gently. Today, I was stuck in traffic and was afraid I would be late, so I did this. I'm so sorry. Listening to Yi Xian's explanation, the corners of Zhang Qingjie's mouth were twitching, and he was suddenly speechless. This is what it means to be late for a parent-teacher conference and then come to the elementary school in an armed helicopter. So if you have an argument with someone on the road, do you have to drive a tank and kill everyone? Well, I can understand your feelings. Although Zhang Qingjie felt a little ashamed, he still smiled with relief. Being able to attend a parent-teacher meeting on a military armed helicopter is not something that ordinary people can do. Principal, I have to go to the parents' meeting first. This helicopter may have to stay here for a while. When Zhang Qingjie heard this, he quickly waved his hands to indicate that it was not a big deal. It's okay. I'll take you there. This plane won't crush the plastic lawn here. Yi Xian did not reject Zhang Qingjie's enthusiasm and followed Zhang Qingjie to Yi Jing's class. As soon as he walked into the classroom and sat down, Yi Xian attracted the attention of the parents around him. These parents had heard about what had just happened. When they knew that Yi Xian came to the parent-teacher meeting in an armed helicopter, they were immediately frightened. At the same time, they all knew that Yi Xian was the one who took their children to Ziqi's concert. They all stood up, looked at Yi Xian, and expressed their gratitude. Dad Yi Jing, I really don't know how to thank you. I really troubled you with the last concert. Yeah, it's not an easy task to take care of so many children. Mr. Yi, I'm here to thank you on behalf of my daughter. She's so happy every day now. Zhou Shang also had a smile on his face at this time and spoke to Yi Xian. Mr. Yi, even with the way you appeared, we are still far from being able to match you. When other parents heard this, they also echoed it. Indeed, I have never seen anyone come to a parent-teacher conference in an armed helicopter before. This is more than just a promising young man. He has surpassed the heights that ordinary people like us can imagine. Mr. Yi, you really opened our eyes this time. Listening to the words of the parents around him, Yi Xian just smiled and waved his hand. Sorry, I was stuck in traffic. I couldn't help it. When the parents heard this, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch slightly, but they still had an understanding smile on their faces. The head teacher wiped his sweat, looked at the report cards, certificates, and prizes on the table, suppressed the nervousness in his heart, took a few deep breaths, and spoke to the group of parents. Dear parents, now that everyone is here, let's start the meeting. After hearing the head teacher's voice, the parents below also quieted down and looked towards the podium. At this time, on the playground outside, Bai Xing was standing next to the helicopter, still a little dazed. Thinking about Brother Yi's smile just now, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How long has it been since he saw Brother Yi smile so happily? Back then, Brother Yi was stationed in the southwest. He had only one red flag and one sharp blade, and he pushed the enemy back thousands of miles away. What kind of courage and fierceness was that? Just that one look is enough to shock people, and even some timid guys may have a mental breakdown on the spot. That aura and his current appearance are definitely two different people. His thoughts were pulled back to the past. Bai Xing was stunned for a long while before he looked at Yi Jing, who was playing and fighting on the playground. Little sister, come here. Looking at the cute and lively Yi Jing, Bai Xing tried his best to look more friendly and called her over. Yi Jing heard Bai Xing calling her and trotted over. Several other children also followed her. Uncle, what's the matter? Yi Jing blinked her big watery eyes innocently and looked at Bai Xing, who was in military uniform, with curiosity. Bai Xing looked at Yi Jing's face and his eyelids twitched wildly. So much like him. So much like Brother Yi. When did Brother Yi have a child? And he's so big now. Bai Xing was so shocked at this time that he couldn't figure out when Brother Yi had a child. But he also knew that these were not things he should ask. Yi Jing and a few other kids looked at Bai Xing, who had a confused look on his face, and didn't know what was going on. Yi Jing walked forward in small steps and poked Bai Xing lightly. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Ah. Bai Xing finally reacted. He looked down at those innocent smiling faces and suddenly felt a warmth in his heart. Do you like the helicopter behind me? Bai Xing laughed and pointed at the helicopter behind him and asked. Like. Yi Jing and several other children answered in unison. How about taking you guys on a plane trip? Real. When the little guys in front of me heard that they could ride in a helicopter, their eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Thank you, Uncle. Yi Jing giggled and thanked Bai Xing. When Bai Xing heard this, he realized that the girl had been calling him uncle. His face suddenly turned dark and he pursed his lips. Call me brother. I'm not old, why are you calling me uncle? Yi Jing rolled her bright and clever eyes and raised a smile. Then brother, don't you have to call my dad uncle? Bai Xing was speechless for a moment. Looking at the innocent little girl in front of him, he smiled awkwardly and gently pinched Yi Jing's little face. You are the most clever girl. Chapter 28. My daughter is here. Okay, come up quickly, brother will show you some fun. Yeah. Yi Jing and the other little ones couldn't contain their excitement any longer and lined up to get on the helicopter. The little guys were very curious about everything inside and were touching and looking around. Okay, sit tight, I'll fasten your seatbelts for you. Bai Xing smiled and fastened the seatbelts for the little ones. After that, the helicopter began to hover above the school again, immediately attracting countless people's attention again. However, this time, the silver bell-like laughter of a few little guys could be faintly heard above the helicopter. Yi Jing and those kids had a lot of fun. After a while, the parent-teacher meeting gradually came to an end, and Yi Xian walked out of the classroom with a group of parents. At this time, he was still holding the little girl's small school bag in his hand. On the side of the school bag were the words he gave to Yi Jing, carefully placed in a small rosewood bamboo tube. This girl. Yi Xian smiled slightly and then walked towards the playground. Hurry up. Don't let me catch you. Before reaching the playground, Yi Xian heard the laughter and noise of Bai Xing and the other children. When I walked over, I saw that Bai Xing was playing Eagle Catches Chicken with Yi Jing and the kids in Yi Jing's class. Bai Xing has now truly become a king among children. He just took the children for a ride on a helicopter, and Bai Xing's favorability in the children's hearts has also skyrocketed. Ahem. Yi Xian coughed softly, and Bai Xing immediately returned to normal. Yi, brother Yi, are you done? Yi Xian nodded, and the little girl Yi Jing threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. Dad. This brother just took us on a plane. Yeah. It's fun, right? It's so fun. It's Jingjing's first time riding a helicopter. Yi Xian touched the little girl's head lovingly and prepared to take her back. Just as he was about to board the plane, Yi Xian looked at Zhou Xiaodan standing beside him. Girl, do you want to go play with us? The girl Zhou Xiaodan was a little hesitant at this time and looked at Zhou Shang beside her. Dad, can I go play with Uncle Yi? It's okay, go ahead. Zhou Shang smiled happily and agreed on the spot. Okay, bye, Dad. Then, Yi Xian took the two children onto the helicopter and left the school. On the helicopter, Yi Jing looked at Yi Xian for a while, then rubbed her hands, looking somewhat restrained. Yi Xian was watching from the side and couldn't help but feel it was unusual, so he asked with a smile. Jingjing, what's wrong with you? Is there any problem? Dad, It was obvious that something was not right with Yi Jing. Her tone was intermittent and her eyes were evasive when she looked at Yi Xian. It was obvious that she was avoiding something. After thinking for a moment, Yi Jing let out a breath and finally made up his mind. Dad, I have something I want to tell you, but you can't blame me if you know it. Ha ha ha, how could Daddy blame you? Just tell me now, Jingjing. Yi Xian immediately laughed and gently scratched Yi Jing's nose. Dad, you and I agreed on this. The little girl's expression became serious, while Zhou Xiaodan beside her was laughing secretly. She knew in her heart that Yi Jing was going to tell Yi Xian something, and was curious about Yi Xian's expression, so she looked at Yi Xian along with Yi Jing. Don't worry. Dad doesn't blame you. Yi Xian nodded heavily and promised the little girl that he would not blame her. All right. After hearing this, Yi Jing finally felt relieved. She took a deep breath and let out the secret that had been in her heart for a long time. Dad, I have 4 younger sisters. I have never told you about this. They are all in the Magic City now. Boom. Suddenly, Yi Xian was stunned. The smile on his face froze in an instant. His brain could not process so much information at once, and there was a brief blank. But then, Yi Xian was filled with ecstasy, and Bai Xing, who was sitting opposite him, was even more shocked. He had never seen Brother Yi with such an expression. Yi Xian looked at Yi Jing. The girl lowered her head and was a little afraid to face Yi Xian. But Yi Xian certainly understood the girl's little thoughts, and secretly praised her in his heart. This girl is quite good and has a strong sense of vigilance. Dad, you're not angry, are you? Yi Jing didn't dare to look up at Yi Xian, as she was afraid to see her father angry. But at this moment, a big warm hand pressed on her head. Jingjing, why would Dad be angry? Dad is so happy. Really? Yi Jing heard the joy in Yi Xian's voice, and when she looked up, she saw her father's eyes sparkling with happiness. With you lovely angels, Daddy is the happiest man in the world. Yi Xian looked at the little girl's cautious gaze, knowing that she was worried that he would be angry. He suddenly felt even more pity for her. He picked up Yi Jing and kissed her gently on the cheek. By the way, Dad, Xia Xia and Xiaoxi will be here tomorrow, let's go pick them up. Great. Let's go together. Upon learning that his 2 daughters would be here tomorrow, Yi Xian couldn't help but get excited. Afterwards, Yi Jing told Yi Xian that her 2 younger sisters had gone abroad, and Yi Xian nodded happily. After returning to the villa, Yi Xian prepared dinner for the 2 girls. After dinner, the 2 girls were still watching TV with great energy, and Yi Xian walked up to them with a smile. Girls, go to bed early. Then, Yi Xian suddenly remembered that the girls were on vacation, thought about it, and continued. can I take you to see Dad's big vault tomorrow? When the two girls heard the word big treasury, countless images flashed through their minds and they nodded heavily. Good. Afterwards, Yi Jing took Zhou Xiaodan, and the two girls took a bath, then immediately went back to their room to sleep. But Yi Xian didn't find it so easy to fall asleep tonight. After all, he had just learned of such a surprise, and his heart was a little unsettled for a while. Standing by the window, Yi Xian looked at the moonlight outside, and was also missing a night 7 or 8 years ago. That time, although it was unintentional, it allowed me, a lonely person, to have such a group of elves. They were like bright lights, illuminating his originally lonely life. Fine. Yi Xian muttered to himself as he poured himself a cup of tea and sipped it gently. Dad, aren't you asleep yet? At this time, Yi Jing also woke up. She rubbed her eyes listlessly and saw Yi Xian still drinking tea outside. She walked over in a daze to add more tea for Yi Xian, then lay on Yi Xian's back and soon fell asleep. This girl. Yi Xian suddenly laughed inside, then gently picked up the girl, took her back to the room, and covered her with a quilt. At this moment, on the other side, on the train from Shanghai to Jinling, there were still many children who had not fallen asleep yet. The two girls, Yi Xia and Yi Shi, were hugging each other and lying on the berth. Several little girls nearby ran towards them and looked at them with smiles on their faces. Xia Xia Xiaoxi, my mom said she has chartered a bus, so we can travel here together then, okay? Chapter 29 Lovely Daughter. The two girls were sleeping soundly before, but when they heard the noise, Yi Xia sat up first, looking at the little girls who were talking in a daze. Ah, Xiaowei, it's you. But before she could answer, she heard a little boy running towards her in a hurry. And me. And me. My father said we're going to have lunch at the Grand Hotel tomorrow. He's treating us. For a moment, the little girls who had just spoken became unhappy and glared at the little boy angrily. Snort! The little boy was not to be outdone. He snorted and looked at the little girls with displeasure. For a moment, the two sides looked at each other, as if they were competing with each other and neither of them was willing to admit defeat. Thank you so much. Just when the situation was tense, Yi Xia rubbed his slightly messy hair lying on the berth, smiled and thanked the boys and girls. After hearing what Yi Xia said, the two people just now calmed down a little and looked at each other awkwardly. Hey, we are all good friends. Yi Shi, who was next to her, also sat up at this time, rubbed her eyes, looked sleepy, and spoke in a baby voice. Thank you everyone. When a few little girls saw Yi Shi wake up, they couldn't help but come forward and rub Yi Shi's chubby face. Cici, you are so cute. Several little girls gathered in front of Yi Shi with laughter, causing Yi Shi's face to blush and she hid behind Yi Xia. At this time, in a berth on the other side, several adults were talking about parenting. Oh, you don't know, my boy, although he is smart and lively, he always gets into trouble. A middle-aged woman with curly hair said with a sad face, while several other people around her expressed opposing opinions. Sister Zhang, isn't this great? I think children need to move more and be more lively. Yes, Aunt Zhang, my daughter is not that active. I taught her to learn from your child. Children, this is their nature. As parents, we just need to give them proper guidance, but we can't kill their nature. As he was speaking, a middle-aged man lying on the lower bunk stretched out, looking relaxed and comfortable, and said with emotion. Oh. It's so comfortable. You don't know how tired we parents are when our children are in school. Parent-child activities, checking homework, watching online classes. I feel like my hair is getting thinner and thinner. After hearing what the middle-aged man said, the others nodded repeatedly, each of them was deeply moved. Yes, as parents, we are the equivalent of accompanying our children to study. How can it be called earnest advice? My child, I accompany him to do his homework every day, and I am so tired of talking, but I can never change his way of thinking. Hey! Thanks to the kids being on holiday, we can take them out to play and relax ourselves at the same time. For a moment, people in the carriage were all excited about the topic, as if everyone had a similar experience. Speaking of which, it's not easy for us parents nowadays. That's not true. We didn't have to worry about anything before when we went to junior high school. Now there are special training classes for primary school students. I really don't understand. Oh. It's too normal. Let me tell you secretly, my sister Wang Ermiai's daughter just graduated from kindergarten, and the kindergarten has set up a holiday elementary school elite transition class. Okay, it's vacation time now, so I won't talk about this anymore. Perhaps because these topics were too heavy, the parents only chatted for a few words and then moved on to the trip. At this time, a woman named Zhang Jia slapped her head and said to several people, "I forgot to tell you that there are many fun things to do in Jinling. I also hired a tour guide, and he will take us to have fun when the time comes." When the people nearby heard this, they all frowned slightly and smiled embarrassedly. "Oh, how can I accept this? It's such a waste." Zhang Jia waved her hands and didn't take it seriously at all. "What's the big deal? You guys spent a lot of money this time, one of you booked a hotel, and the other one booked a bus. Compared to you, I am so far behind." As a result, the other people also smiled, coughed lightly a few times, and said with a smile, "Well, this is all for the good of the children. It's not easy for children to have a holiday. Isn't this what we parents do? Yes. It's all for the children to have fun. If the children are happy, we will be happy too." When talking about their children, the parents all had a warm smile on their faces. Zhang Jia also smiled gently and looked towards the other end of the carriage. "Let's go check on the kids." "Okay." The others nodded, stood up and walked towards the children's carriage. Zhang Jia quickly walked to the sleeper car nearby, and watched Yixia and Yishi hugging each other, sleeping soundly in this swaying car. She unconsciously put on a smile and tucked in the quilts for the two girls. The next day, at dawn, Yi Xian got up early to cook. After a while, the two girls smelled the fragrance of the food and jumped up. Zhou Xiaodan put on her clothes, stretched, and looked excitedly at Yi Jing beside her. "Oh. It feels so good not to have to go to school in the morning." Yi Jing also nodded in agreement, and then the two maids went downstairs. Yi Xian had just finished cooking. "Okay, after washing up, come and eat." "Good." The two girls nodded and walked hand in hand into the washroom nearby. After eating, Yi Xian took the two girls to the train station without stopping. Before leaving, Yi Xian did not forget to pack a breakfast. At the same time, at the exit of the train station, Chen Jing also got up very early and had been waiting here for a long time. "Chen Jing. You are here too." Yi Xian saw Chen Jing and greeted her. "Aunt Chen Jing." The two little girls, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan, were even more excited and threw themselves directly into Chen Jing's arms. "Mr. Yi, are you here to wait for Xia Xia and Xi Xi as well?" Yi Xian smiled, his eyes always looking forward to the exit, and answered softly, "Yes." Chen Jing nodded and said nothing more. The few of them waited together for the arrival of the two girls, Yi Jing and Yi Xi. After a while, a series of small figures rushed out from the exit. "You guys, slow down." Several parents carrying luggage also hurried over, holding the hands of the children who couldn't sit still, and maintaining order here. After all, it's a place like a train station, with a high flow of people, so we still have to keep an eye on these half-grown children. Yi Xia carefully held Yi Xi's little hand and walked side by side with her small school bag on her back. Compared with the children who were playing and fighting before, the two girls looked much more well-behaved. "Hello, Aunt Chen Jing." When the two girls saw Chen Jing, they quickened their pace and greeted her sweetly. "Xia Xia, Xiao Xi, hello." Chen Jing nodded and waved to the two girls with a smile. The two girls suddenly saw Yi Xian at this time. Yi Xian also half-squatted and looked at them. "Are you Xia Xia and Xiao Xi?" The two were puzzled, but they looked at Yi Xian without any sense of vigilance, and then looked at Yi Jing, who looked at them. "Xia Xia, Xiao Xi, this is our dad." "Sister, Aunt Chen Jing, is this true?" Yi Xia held Yi Xi's white and tender little hand and asked in disbelief. Yi Jing and Chen Jing both nodded, and tears welled up in Yi Jing's eyes. Of course, this tear is excitement, and happiness. Seeing this scene, Yi Xi and Yi Xia's bodies trembled slightly. They looked carefully at Yi Xian in front of them, but they could no longer hold back their tears. "Dad!" Yi Xi and Yi Xia cried out in unison, tears welling up in their eyes, and they threw themselves into Yi Xian's arms. "Dad, we miss you so much. We really, really miss you." Especially Yi Xia, who was crying particularly loudly at this time, attracting the attention of many people around. Yi Xi also buried her little head deeply in Yi Xian's arms, sobbing constantly, and her tears soon soaked Yi Xian's clothes. "My dear daughters, stop crying. Isn't Daddy here?" "Xia Xia, Xiao Xi, Daddy misses you too. You are Daddy's little angels." Yi Xian gently stroked the heads of the two girls in his arms, comforting them constantly. "It was Dad's fault before. God took pity on Dad and let him meet you again. This time, Dad will be with you." It was Yi Xian, whose eyes twitched slightly at this moment, looking at his clothes wet by the tears of the two girls, with a complicated expression on his face, containing both indescribable excitement and deep self-blame. This scene quickly attracted other parents and children around. Seeing the two girls hugging Yi Xian tightly, the parents looked at Yi Xian with some confusion. "Who are you?" Yi Xian looked up and saw everyone gathering around him. He paused slightly, but reacted instantly and said with a smile, "Hello everyone, I'm Xia Xia and Xiaoxi's father." "Oh, so that's how it is." Everyone looked at them in amazement, and the two sides got to know each other. These parents were completely stunned by Yi Xian at this moment. They couldn't believe that Yi Xian in front of them was so young. Not only is he young, but he is also so handsome that anyone who sees him will be obsessed with him, which shocked these parents even more. Yi Xian held the two little girls, Yi Xia and Yi Xi, and spoke to the parents with a smile. "Welcome to Jinling, and thank you for taking care of these two girls. This time, I will naturally do my best to be a good host." As he was talking, Tang Hao, who was standing nearby, also drove over here. When the children saw the extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom driving over, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! This car is really long. It looks great. I love this car so much. Mom, what kind of car is this?" For a moment, all the children looked at the Rolls-Royce and seemed to like this car very much. The parents standing by all covered their mouths and looked at this scene in surprise. At this moment, a parent's pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked at the luxury car in front of him and spoke stutteringly. "This is a car worth more than 200 million. What?" For a moment, all the parents around were stunned. Although they were mentally prepared that this was a very expensive car, this was really too outrageous. Tang Hao looked at the situation in front of him, as well as the other two little girls in Yi Xian's arms, and couldn't help but be stunned and looked at Yi Xian. "Brother Yi, how about I call a few more cars?" Boom! Before Yi Xian could reply, the parents around him had already opened their eyes wide, their bodies as if they had been electrocuted, and they all looked at Yi Xian. "Mr. Yi, is this car yours?" Facing the horrified gazes of the crowd, Yi Xian nodded lightly. "Yes. Everybody get in the car." In an instant, all the parents around were stunned, and the way they looked at Yi Xian changed. At this time, the parents suddenly remembered what Tang Hao had said just now, asking whether they should call for more cars. Does this mean that Yi Xian has more than just one car? Oh my god! The parents all shuddered at this moment, looked at each other, and understood what each other meant. "Well, Mr. Yi, thank you for your kindness. Let's go shopping by ourselves." "Yes, we are new here, so we don't want to trouble you. We can do it ourselves." "Don't worry, Mr. Yi. We called a bus ourselves. Besides, it's not convenient to put our bags in your car." At this time, all the parents smiled and declined Yi Xian's kindness. They also understood why. After all, their children are not so honest. If they damage something while riding in these luxury cars, they cannot afford to pay for it. While I was still making excuses, a bus came and stopped by. "Mr. Yi, our car is here, so we'll leave first." When Yi Xian saw this scene, he nodded. He also understood the thoughts of these parents and did not try to persuade them to stay. "Let's get in the car." At that moment, Yi Xian took the children and Shen Jing into the car. The girl Yi Jing was sitting next to Yi Xian, looking chubby, with Yi Xia and Yi Xi around her. Yi Jing suddenly remembered something and looked at Yi Xian with a smile. "By the way, Dad, shall we go and see the big vault now?" "Right." Yi Xian smiled and nodded. "What big vault?" Shen Jing smiled and asked with some confusion. Yi Jing pouted, she herself didn't quite understand. Jingjing doesn't understand either, but Dad said he has a big treasury, so he doesn't want Jingjing's small treasury. "So that is how it is." Chen Jing smiled, but the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. For some reason, she suddenly had a premonition that Yi Xian's so-called big treasury was definitely something extraordinary. Chapter 30. This. So much gold. So, Chen Jing and a few little girls were all confused, while Tang Hao drove towards the other side. "By the way, where are we going?" Chen Jing looked out the window, not knowing where to go, and asked Yi Xian casually. "Let's go to Ningjiang Palace." Ningjiang Palace. Chen Jing repeated it with some doubt. She had also been in Jinling for many years, so naturally she had some understanding of the Ningjiang Palace. Oh my god! This palace is the most luxurious palace in all of Jinling. But tourists are not allowed to visit here. I have wanted to go and see it for a long time, but I heard that this place seems to be privately occupied by someone. Thinking of this, Chen Jing suddenly looked at Yi Xian and recalled what happened just now. Then she was stunned, swallowed her saliva, and stared at Yi Xian. Why are you looking at me like that? Chen Jing didn't say anything, but took a breath and asked with narrowed eyes. Could it be that this Ningjiang palace is yours? Yi Xian nodded slightly, looking calm and composed. Yes, what's the matter? The words were shocking, and for a moment, Chen Jing was completely dumbfounded. This guy really doesn't take this matter seriously. This is the Ningjiang palace. How much power does it take to be able to privately own a place like this? Chen Jing looked at Yi Xian, wanting to say something, but couldn't say anything. It felt like there was a weight blocking her throat. Yi Xian was looking at the scenery outside the window with a slight smile on his face. The scenery outside the window gradually changed from an ordinary green belt to a grand one as the vehicle moved forward. When we arrived near the Ningjiang palace, we were surrounded by green trees and the walls on the side were vermilion lacquered. While bright, they also carried a heavy sense of history. The carvings on the red walls are also bright and simple, completely different from modern buildings. They have an ancient charm and a grandeur that is difficult to describe in words. The trees on the side also appear vigorous and strong, towering into the clouds. These are wonders that have been cultivated by countless generations of people over countless years. Several little girls watched this scene with great interest in their eyes, while Chen Jing's eyes were filled with regret like raging waves. The vehicle drove slowly, and after a long time, it finally arrived at the gate of the palace. Okay, we're here, everyone get off the bus. Yi Xian smiled and got out of the car with a few girls. Chen Jing followed closely behind and came to the wide bronze door. Wow! This place is so beautiful. Dad, can we go in? Dad, I really want to go in and play. A few little girls looked at the wide and magnificent gate and suddenly became excited, clamoring to go in and take a look. Of course. Yi Xian squatted down and rubbed the little girls' faces, then nodded with a smile. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Hao parked the car, walked forward knowingly, and gently knocked on the bronze door in front of him. Soon, the door opened and a butler came out. The butler is an old man. Although he is in his 70s, he has an extraordinary temperament. The old man was wearing a green gown and had a long braid. He looked gentle, well-educated, and holding a paper fan in his hand, he looked very polite. The old man first bowed respectfully, then saw Yi Xian and said with a smile. Sir, are you here? Please come in quickly. Yi Xian nodded, and walked into the heavy door with a few maids and Chen Jing. As soon as they came in, Chen Jing and a few little girls were all stunned. They looked at him with dull expressions and stood there in a daze. Wow! What kind of place is this? This is so luxurious. I've never seen a place like this before. Seeing the scene, Chen Jing's heart was beating even more nervous. At this moment, she was completely broken down. When she looked at Yi Xian, her eyes were full of complexity and shock. Come in and take a break. Yi Xian smiled and led everyone to the lounge inside. The furniture and tea sets inside were all made of rosewood. Everyone, please have some tea. The old butler quickly brought the tea and placed it respectfully in front of everyone. Have some tea, and then I'll take you for a stroll. Several girls nodded heavily, and at this time, the air was filled with the fragrance of tea. Ah! Suddenly, Yi Jing touched her small bag, but couldn't find her cell phone. I forgot my phone. It's in the car. Sister! Let's go find it together with you. Yi Xia and Yi Shi stood up and went out with Yi Jing to find the phone. Dad, we'll be right back. Yeah. Slow down, no rush. Yi Xian smiled and watched the three girls walk out of the house. At this moment, a bus stopped in the distance. The tour guide led the children and parents down and began to introduce the Ningjiang Palace. Everyone, this Ningjiang Palace is a historical building that is hundreds of years old. It embodies the crystallization of ancient architecture of our Chinese civilization and has a long cultural history. The architecture of the Ningjiang Palace is quite exquisite. It can be said that it is the essence of the lifelong efforts of skilled craftsmen 100 years ago. No matter the materials or the craftsmanship, this is a cultural treasure of China and even the world. Listening to the guide's introduction, everyone looked at the Ningjiang Palace in front of them and were dumbfounded for a moment. My God, just looking outside, it feels so grand and majestic. It's hard to imagine that this place is so well preserved. It's incredible. The ancient craftsmen were truly amazing. Who on earth could have built such a building? For a time, both parents and children became very interested in this place. By the way, can we go in and take a look? One of the parents became more and more fascinated as he watched, and looked at the tour guide beside him and asked anxiously. The tour guide shook his head regretfully and sighed slightly. Sorry, this place is not allowed. This used to be a hereditary place, and now it is also private land. It is not a tourist attraction. At best, we can only take some photos outside, or get a little closer to take a look. But we just can't go in. This is a matter of principle and there's nothing we can do about it. Having said this, the tour guide's expression suddenly became a little serious. He took a deep breath and continued. And I heard that the owner here is quite powerful. Is that so? All right. When the parents heard this, they could only nod helplessly. Then let's take a closer look. The tour guide nodded and led everyone towards the door. But when everyone just arrived at the bronze door, they suddenly found that the bronze door, which had been standing still, suddenly opened at this moment. The tour guide was also stunned for a moment. This was the first time she saw someone entering and leaving the Ningjiang Palace. Wow! Someone's coming out. At this time, a child pointed excitedly in front of him, and everyone looked over there. The people who came out at this time were none other than Yi Jing and others who were preparing to go out to the car to look for their mobile phones. When the parents and children saw this scene, they were all stunned. They pointed at the little girls who opened the door and came out, and spoke excitedly. Mom! Look, it's Xia, Xiaoxi, and their sister. Everyone was stunned at this time and rubbed their eyes more than once, thinking that some incredible hallucination had appeared. But after confirming again and again, the people who came were still Yi Jing and others. But the tour guide just said that this is a private residence. How did these girls get in? Miss Tour Guide, didn't you say that we are not allowed to enter here? Yes, Tour Guide, is there a mistake? Why were these girls able to enter? What's going on? Can't we go in? For a moment, all the parents looked at the tour guide. The tour guide was also confused at this time and frowned, not understanding what was going on at all. Yi Xia also recognized the people coming and waved to them. Uncle and aunt, it's you. I'm Xiao Xia. Hearing Yi Xia's voice, all the parents and children came over. Xiao Xia, what's going on? How did you get in? Yi Xia looked at everyone's puzzled expressions, somewhat bewildered, and continued to explain. This is my father's place. My father brought me in. Wow! Suddenly, the air at the scene became frozen as Yi Xia uttered the innocent words. People looked at Yi Xia, this girl, and the corners of their mouths were twitching slightly. For a moment, the originally playful crowd became silent. The children saw that the adults had dull eyes and did not speak. They just looked at the scene outside the bronze door with longing in their eyes. Afterwards, Yi Jing took out the cell phone and skipped in with Yi Xia and Yi Shi. Would you like to come in and play together? When Yi Xia was about to go in, he waved to the children outside. Yeah. The children then followed Yi Xia and the other girls into the bronze door. The parents outside wanted to stop them, but the children were running too fast and they hadn't reacted yet. Helplessly, the parents had no choice but to follow their children inside without caring too much. The tour guide was standing outside in a daze at this moment, and wanted to go in as well, but after taking just 2 steps, he stopped again. There was no way, she didn't dare to do this. At this moment she could only stand outside, just standing here, staring at the scene inside the bronze door, her eyes full of longing. I'm stunned. There's something else going on here. It's worth it to be able to see such a place in this lifetime. Fuck, a place like this is actually private. The parents strolled in the garden, admiring the surrounding flowers and plants, as well as the artistic conception of the deep city walls and courtyards, and were filled with emotion. Mr. Yi. At this time, one of the parents looked at a man next to him and suddenly burst into an exclamation. Yi Xian also walked over here with a smile and greeted everyone. Hello everyone. What a coincidence. Don't stand there, come in and have a cup of hot tea. Seeing Yi Xian's enthusiasm, everyone smiled embarrassedly. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, the children just followed your girl in, and we didn't think too much about it and followed them in too. After hearing everyone's explanation, Yi Xian waved his hand lightly. It's okay, come in, you're welcome. Oh, Mr. Yi is so enthusiastic. Everyone did not refuse and followed Yi Xian into the reception room. Everyone, please take a seat. When the parents saw the rosewood furniture and tea sets around them, they almost couldn't close their mouths for a moment. Only when they heard Yi Xian's voice did they slowly sit down. Then, Yi Xian poured tea for the parents. Suddenly, the whole reception room was filled with the fragrance of tea, and everyone's breath was filled with the rich aroma of tea. This is great tea. For a moment, when people smelled the fragrance of tea, they felt refreshed and immediately felt a sense of comfort from top to bottom in their lungs. Holding up the exquisite teacup in front of them, the parents took a sip and suddenly their bodies shuddered and they were stunned. Everyone present felt that the aroma of this tea was difficult to describe in words, as if there was no other kind of tea in the world that could compare to the tea before them. Mr. Yi, your tea is absolutely amazing. We have never tasted it in our lives. Oh my god, this tea is absolutely the best in the world. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your hospitality. We are so unworthy of it. Yi Xian took a sip of tea, then waved his hand with a smile. It's okay, everyone, enjoy your meal, we'll go somewhere else later. Soon, everyone was drinking tea and chatting, and a pot of tea was gone in no time. Yi Xian stood up and looked at the people around him. Come on, everyone, let's go for a walk together. Yi Xian made an inviting gesture, and the old butler smiled and bowed as he walked forward, leading everyone forward. Led by the housekeeper, everyone strolled around and arrived at a garden. Everyone, this is the elegant garden in our palace. There are countless precious flowers and plants planted here. There is also a small canal in the middle, and the most precious koi are raised in it. Since the palace was built, the flowers, plants and koi here have not been replaced except for daily maintenance and feeding, maintaining their original flavor. The old butler bowed forward and introduced with a kind smile. When everyone saw this scene, they were also stunned. So, the history here is hundreds of years old. These koi are really big, look at that beard. And these flowers and plants, I've never seen them before. For a moment, everyone was stunned by the scenery of Yaoyuan. Such well-preserved garden scenery is rare to see. Afterwards, the butler led everyone forward again. The garden gradually became sparsely populated, and then after passing through a narrow door, the view began to become wider. Suddenly, a scene of rockery, flowing water, and pavilions appeared in front of me. Wah 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 wah. The sound of splashing water immediately reached everyone's ears, and the scene of the waterside pavilions and towers in front of them inevitably made everyone's eyes brighten again. Everyone, this is a very special place in our palace. It was created by the most outstanding craftsman of the time who spent half his life's energy on it. The rockery and pavilion here are all designed as a whole, and the small waterfall at the back is naturally formed. This pavilion was hollowed out from a single ancient log, and was built with the utmost care and effort by the most skillful carving master of the time. After hearing these words, the people around were completely dumbfounded. This place could be said to be a paradise on earth, a scenery that people had never seen before. The parents all took a deep breath, their mouth corners twitching slightly, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. The children also opened their eyes wide, and looked at Yi Xian excitedly. Uncle, can we take pictures here? Looking at the children's expectant smiles, Yi Xian nodded slightly. Of course, just shoot it. Great. Thank you, uncle. With Yi Xian's permission, the children took out their mobile phones and captured the hard-to-see scenery in front of them on the small screens. Kids, let's take a picture together. The parents also smiled and pulled their children, taking out their mobile phones to take pictures. Some parents stood between the rockery and the waterfall and took photos together. The scenery here is extremely beautiful, just like the pavilions and palaces in the sky. It is unforgettable and it feels like a different world. The continuous shudder sounds from parents and children not only brought a lot of life to the Ningjiang Palace, which had been silent for a long time, but also gave everyone an indelible memory. Girls, let's take a picture together. Yi Xian also squatted down and looked at Yi Jing and the other two girls gently, and shook the mobile phone in his hand. Several girls nodded in unison, smiled, and excitedly came to Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian squatted down, and several girls followed him into Yi Xian's arms, blinking their big watery eyes and looking at the camera in front of them. Girls, look at the camera and smile. Yeah. The girls were all smiling very happily in Yi Xian's arms. With the sound of shutter clicks, this heartwarming picture was instantly frozen. Everyone's smile was very sweet. Dad, I want to see your big vault. After taking the photos, Yi Jing suddenly remembered the previous visit to the big vault, and looked at Yi Xian in front of her with anticipation. Okay. Yi Xian gently rubbed the little heads of the maids and nodded to the old housekeeper beside him. The old butler immediately understood and led everyone to the other side. The old butler then looked at the others and said, "Everyone, please go to the dining room and wait." Everyone in Shenzhen also understood that this was an order to expel them, and they wisely did not follow them. After all, they knew their identities, and it was not easy for them to come in and broaden their horizons. Following the guidance of the old housekeeper, several little girls in Yixian came to an open area. There was only a huge stone lion. People standing next to the stone lion looked too small. "Ladies, please wait a moment." The old butler bowed slightly, walked to the feet of the lion, and pulled open a mechanism on the stone lion's claws, revealing a chessboard. Crack! As the old butler fiddled with the chessboard quickly, the mechanism soon closed automatically. A loud noise was heard around, and the huge stone lion slowly moved backwards, revealing a downward passage under his feet. Chapter 31. Deeply shocked. OMG! Suddenly, the little girls were stunned. It was simply unimaginable that they could still see such a grand mechanism now. Bang! As the air rushed in, the oil lamp beside the passage suddenly lit up, making the originally dark passage much brighter. "Mr. Yi, ladies, please follow me." The old butler smiled slightly, then walked towards the passage below, continuing to introduce. "Ladies, you may not know that this mechanism is an underground storage room that was built when the palace was first built. It is mainly used to store valuables. To open this underground door, you need to move a special chessboard, and the method of decryption is only known to the masters and stewards of the royal palaces of all generations." The little girls were confused and asked in a baby voice, "Is this place safe? And will it be very humid?" When the old butler heard this question, he just smiled and said confidently, "Miss, don't worry. First of all, our storage room cannot be opened by ordinary people. There are also 2 traps underneath. There is no second chance to try to open it. If you fail once, the trap will be triggered, trapping the thief with ulterior motives to death here. Moreover, the whole thing below is completely sealed. Once it is closed, the mechanism will be triggered to evacuate the air here, so that the property below can be kept in the best condition. There will be no moisture." As he spoke, the old butler walked to a small door below and gently knocked on the bolt above it. The small door then opened automatically. The whole process was smooth as flowing water. It was also at this moment that air rushed into the entire space, and the oil lamp inside suddenly lit up. Ah! With the appearance of the oil lamp, the scene inside could soon be seen clearly. For a moment, the little girl opened her mouth and gasped. It's hard to imagine that behind this not-so-big door, a vast space suddenly appeared. It's so big that it's scary. In here, I suddenly felt so small, like a wisp of dust. Hey! Grandpa Butler, why is there nothing here? The girls looked at the vast space in front of them. There was nothing else but a stone platform in the center. "Everyone, this is the last mechanism, please wait." Then, the old butler walked to the stone platform, on which there was a stone plate with a sky full of stars, arranged along the lines of a star map. The old butler moved a few of the stars, and then retreated in front of Yi Xian and the others. The children were all confused at this time, but what followed was a series of loud rumbling noises. Suddenly, under the little girl's incredulous gaze, the surrounding stone wall slowly slid down, revealing the scene inside. Suddenly, as the stone wall slid down, the surrounding view became wider, and the room was filled with all kinds of cultural relics, which was even more exaggerated than a museum. These cultural relics, not to mention the Tang Sankai blue and white porcelain, even the June kiln, Ru kiln, official kiln and imperial tribute can be seen everywhere. It can be said that any one of these things would be worth millions or tens of millions if released. Although nothing is too valuable, the overall value of the cultural relics here is immeasurable. However, the little girls didn't understand and just thought it looked better. Yi Xian did not even look at these so-called cultural relics, but walked straight forward. The cultural relics here are of exceptionally high quality. Not only are the cultural relics themselves placed in sealed glass cabinets, the air in this secret room is completely removed, allowing these cultural relics to be best preserved. The old butler followed Yi Xian and continued to introduce as he walked. "Please continue to follow me, let's go inside and take a look." These cultural relics were collected by successive owners. Although there is nothing impressive about them, they are all treasures. As the old butler led everyone through a small path in the middle of the shelves where cultural relics were stacked, they came to a stone gate. "This is the big vault." Yi Xian stopped and smiled at the girls behind him. Yi Jing, Yi Xia, Yi Shi and other girls were all looking forward to it. They all wanted to see what their father's big treasury looked like. Yi Jing looked at it more carefully at this time. He wanted to know why his father looked down on his little treasury. The old butler glanced at Yi Xian and seemed a little unsure about what to do here. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and the old butler stepped forward and opened the stone door. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the stone door slowly opened. Suddenly, a golden light shined through the crack in the door and shot into the eyes of the little girls. As the stone door was fully opened, a small mountain of gold bars suddenly appeared inside. Yi Xian smiled and walked inside with a few maids. Chapter 32, Just the Tip of the Iceberg. A lot of the underground here has been occupied by the vault, and the golden light is flashing, making it difficult for the little girl to open her eyes. At this time, the little girls paced carefully, stopping in front of the gold bars that were bright enough to reflect their surprised faces, and gently stroked them with love in their eyes. The value contained in one gold bar is limited, but when 100, 1,000, or 10,000 of them are added together, it can be called terrifying. Girls like Yi Jing opened their mouths into an O shape at this time, and then ran happily in the big vault, feeling the shock of the piled-up gold mountain. But they were still children after all. After taking a look around, the girls understood what their father's big treasury looked like. But for a moment, they no longer had much interest and instead all gathered in Yi Xian's arms. "Dad, we're hungry." Yi Xian looked down at the pitiful appearance of the three girls, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Okay, we'll go upstairs now and we'll be able to eat soon." Soon, several people left the vault and soon came to an elegant restaurant upstairs. Other parents and Chen Jing were also waiting here. Yi Xian was sitting in the middle at this time, several girls were sitting next to him, and other parents were also sitting with their children. When they brought Yi Xian back, they all had respectful looks on their faces. Soon, one exquisite dish after another was served on the wide rosewood table, and immediately a fragrant aroma filled the air all the way to the soul. At this time, on the table, things like roasted deer tendons, Buddha jumps over the wall, boiled cabbage and wanfu meat were all neatly placed. Wow! It smells so good. These dishes look so good. People looked at the dishes on the table and couldn't help swallowing their saliva and rubbing their hands, their eyes full of anticipation. The chefs here are from the palace, and the dishes are prepared according to the highest standards of palace cuisine. Everyone, don't just stand there, come and try some. Yi Xian's light words almost made these parents lose their chopsticks and they all gasped. So delicious. Yi Jing and the other maids couldn't hold back any longer and started to wolf down the delicacies on the table. Yi Xian, on the other hand, smiled and kept picking up food for the maids. The other parents were no longer polite at this point. They brought their children, picked up their bowls and chopsticks, and started eating big bites of duoshu. Lunchtime passed like this again. In the afternoon, everyone went to visit other places in the palace, and soon it was evening. At this time, Yi Xian saw that Yi Xia and Yi Shi were both dozing off. Then he remembered that they had been traveling a lot last night and should be tired today as well. He looked at everyone. "Everyone, it's getting late today, let's just stop here." When the parents heard this, they stopped, and although they were a little reluctant, they immediately responded. "Okay, thank you Mr. Yi for your hospitality." Afterwards, the parents got in the car and headed towards the hotel, ready to rest. After arriving at the hotel, the parents rested in the lounge area while the children happily discussed what they had seen and heard in Ningjiang Palace that day. "We are so happy today. We actually entered the Ningjiang Palace and took a long walk around. Hee, and the lunch we had was so delicious. I've never eaten anything so delicious. Where do you think the most beautiful part of the palace is? I think it's the elegant garden and the rockery waterfall." The bosses on the other side also had smiles on their faces as they listened to what the children said. Oh, children really do speak without restraint. I'm afraid we have arrived at some other place and mistakenly thought we were at the Ningjiang Palace. A CEO took a sip of coffee and said to the other CEOs with a smile. Yes. It's not that easy to get into the Ningjiang Palace. It's almost impossible to get in. Oh, by the way, I heard that the Ningjiang Palace was hereditary in the past. Even during the most turbulent years in China, it was not destroyed at all. I've heard of this too. No matter who comes here, they have to give way to others. But later on, it seems that a mysterious big boss bought it. The several bosses talked about this and began to discuss the matters concerning the Ningjiang Palace. Last time, a few of us wanted to visit, but we almost got beaten up just by looking at it from the outside. Of course not. This is the Ningjiang Palace now. Please do not disturb us. If they look down on you, it will be useless no matter who comes. At this point, one of the CEOs slapped his thigh and said with emotion. I went there alone last time. You may not know this, but I almost got beaten up just because I wanted to go in and take a look. The guards there are not vegetarians at all. Besides, there are many vicious dogs there. I was almost scared to death just by hearing the barking of those vicious dogs. As the boss spoke, his eyes became a little dazed and he sighed. Alas, I wonder what kind of boss can own such a palace. And they don't even come to live here. Tell me, this is simply too extravagant. The others listened and nodded continuously, with horror in their eyes. There must be a huge force behind this big guy. After all, during the most turbulent times, this place was not destroyed at all. I heard that when the bandits came here, they took a detour. As for the dignitaries at that time, they were even more polite to this place. Chapter 33. Is this you? At this point, several CEOs were shocked. They were already in the upper class in Jinling, but compared with others, they were still nothing. A slightly older boss smiled calmly, but still couldn't help shaking his head. Alas! The owner at that time was able to possess such great power. Now that it has been bought, the identity of the buyer must be extraordinary. The other people also nodded heavily, with many expressions in their eyes, including curiosity, admiration, and more of shock. Indeed, it might not have been bought, but given to him by the owner of the palace. I agree. There are many people who can afford to buy this palace, but whether they want to sell it or not is another matter. I think there is another possibility. Do you think the current owner is a descendant of the royal family? For a moment, all the bosses began to be curious about the identity of the owner of Ningjiang Palace, but at this time, the children next to them were still talking incessantly. Look, these photos are so beautiful. I'll ask my dad to print them out and hang them on the wall at home. I think this is something we can brag about for a long time. Yeah, it seems that not many people have been to this Ningjiang Palace. Of course not, we are the first to try it. As the children's voices in discussion gradually grew louder, several bosses nearby became somewhat restless. One of the bosses waved to the children and spoke in a gentle tone. Children, come here. Those kids were pretty nice too, they came over right away, still watching the group photo on their phones. Uncle, what's the matter? Several pairs of big eyes stared at the CEOs. The CEO smiled helplessly and said, Children, you are not going to Ningjiang Palace, right? Is it somewhere else? When the children heard this, they immediately became dissatisfied, and their mouths were puffed with anger. Uncle, look at the photo. One of the children simply flipped through the photos and handed the phone to the bosses. A CEO took it suspiciously, and several other CEOs around him came over to watch. The bosses looked at the gate outside and sat up straighter. Just looking at the gate, this really is the Ningjiang Palace. But after flipping through the pages, the bosses suddenly lost their composure. The luxurious and wealthy scenery inside was completely beyond their imagination. Their eyes widened, and they looked at each other and swallowed unconsciously. Oh my God! But when they turned the page again, everyone trembled immediately. Yi, Mr. Yi! One of the CEOs exclaimed, took a closer look, and his mouth twitched slightly. The person taking a photo with the children was actually Mr. Yi. For a moment, several CEOs were stunned, staring at the photo with wide eyes. Their brains felt like they were struck by a thunderclap. These uncles are so weird. A child pouted and shook his head helplessly. After getting his phone back, he went back with his friends. All these bosses were standing there in a daze at this moment, like living sculptures, and they didn't even realize that their cell phones had been taken away by the children. The children went to check in with their parents. They were all very happy today. Now, only a group of bosses were left standing there in a daze. After a long time, they slowly came to their senses and said something in a daze. Ningjiang Palace is actually owned by Mr. Yi. After everyone left, Yi Xian took Yi Jing, Zhou Xiaodan, and the two newly arrived girls, Yi Xia and Yi Shi, back home together. Chen Jing said goodbye to everyone and returned to her own house. As soon as they entered Villa Number 1, Yi Xia and Yi Shi were inevitably a little stunned for a moment. No matter how to say it, the luxury of this villa has completely exceeded their imagination. Wow! This can't be a castle. Yi Xia blinked his big eyes and excitedly walked back and forth in the huge living room for several times, with a hint of shock in his eyes. The girl Yi Shi looked around timidly, pulling at Yi Jing's sleeve, and seemed a little nervous. However, this is normal for Yi Shi's personality. After all, this is the first time she has seen her biological father and the first time she has come to her father's home. If Yi Shi had no reaction to this, it would be a bit abnormal. Jingjing, Xiaodan, take Xiaoxia and Cici for a walk. I'll go cook for you. Yi Xian looked at the girls with a smile, and began to imagine what the scene would be like here when her daughters came back. The two girls, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan, nodded obediently, and smiled as they pulled Yi Xia and Yi Shi towards the villa, introducing them as they walked. Xiaoxia, Cici, this is also our home, don't feel strange about it, although I felt the same way at first. Yi Jing, the eldest sister, was very considerate. Seeing that her two younger sisters seemed to be a little uncomfortable here, she hugged them and comforted them. Talking about her past self, Yi Jing smiled awkwardly, then pointed to the rooms around her and introduced them. Go through here and you'll reach the kitchen. Dad always makes delicious food for us in here. That's the garden over there. The scenery inside is like a paradise. It's so beautiful that it's hard to describe. After going upstairs from here, the upstairs is the bedroom. We all sleep up there. Yi Xia and Yi Shi followed Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan on a tour and found that the villa was much bigger than they had imagined. Hey! What is this? While walking around, Yi Xia glanced and suddenly saw a conspicuous portrait on the wall. The frame it was mounted in was incredibly exquisite. What shocked her even more was that the girl in the painting was actually her own sister Yi Jing. Sister, this picture is of you. Yi Shi also saw the painting at this time and covered her mouth in surprise. Sister, you are so cute. You are even cuter in the painting than you are now. Yi Xia and Yi Shi looked at the painting with great interest, and then looked at Yi Jing curiously. Sister, who drew this for you? It's so amazing. Yi Jing looked at the two girls' longing eyes and smiled. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes unconsciously looked towards the kitchen. Yi Xia understood instantly and opened his mouth in disbelief. Chapter 34 All Diamonds. Sister, are you saying that this picture was drawn by Dad for you? Zhou Xiaodan stood aside and nodded with a smile without waiting for Yi Jing to speak. Yes, this painting was drawn by Uncle Yi. Dad is so awesome. Yi Shi spoke softly, her eyes full of admiration. If we have the chance in the future, we will also ask our dad to draw one for us. Yi Xia looked at the portrait with great enthusiasm, as if he could already see his own portrait placed next to Yi Jing's portrait. Why don't we take pictures? Just when Yi Xia was getting excited, Yi Shi beside him said something weakly. This. Yi Xia and Yi Jing looked at each other and felt that this seemed to make sense. While the maids were walking around the villa, Yi Xian had finished cooking. He took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, then walked out of the kitchen. As soon as he came out, Yi Xian saw several girls running around in the room, and their cute and crisp laughter echoed in the spacious villa. These girls. Yi Xian looked at the girls who were giggling and making noises, a warm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he looked at the girls lovingly. At this time, several maids came to a small antique table, on which was placed a blue and white porcelain vase with the image of Guguzi descending the mountain. Yi Xia moved closer to the blue and white porcelain vase, opened his eyes wide, and admired it seriously. This bottle is so exquisite. The other girls were similar to Yi Xia at this time, standing on tiptoe, their eyes all focused on the blue and white porcelain vase in front of them. Yi Xian looked at the careful looks of the girls and walked up with a smile. This bottle is a blue and white porcelain bottle. The pattern on it records the scene of Guguzi descending the mountain. There is really only one such thing in the world. After hearing Yi Xian's explanation, the little girls looked at the blue and white porcelain vase even more carefully, and it could be said that there was no deviation at all. Yi Xian looked at the girls' attentive expressions and immediately found it interesting. He thought they were interested in porcelain, so he continued. Girls, this porcelain is a great product of our Chinese civilization. From the earliest earthen kilns to the various exquisite porcelains later on, the craftsmanship has been constantly improving. But now, there are a lot of fake and inferior porcelains out there. You must carefully identify them. As for the techniques of porcelain identification, they are more complicated. When I first get a piece of porcelain, my habit is to check the bottom first. First, there is a mark on the bottom. And most importantly, the bottom is the place with the most contact and wear, so there will definitely be many marks left. And we need to look at the glaze and the surface of the porcelain. Yi Xian was talking incessantly, and the girls were listening very seriously at first, but later on, they became more and more confused, and simply ran forward. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian suddenly fell silent, with the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. As expected, the child was not very interested in these things. Okay, time to eat. Seeing the girls rejoicing in the room, Yi Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head, and had no choice but to walk towards the girl's position. After a while, Yi Xian held one in each hand, hugged one in front, and carried one on his back, and he pulled the 4 girls back by himself. Okay, be honest, it's time for us to eat. Yi Xian gently placed the girls on the stools. In front of them was a set of exquisite and lovely tableware. On the table, there were several delicious dishes. As soon as the maids sat down and smelled the fragrance, they immediately became energetic. Wow! It smells so good. Yi Xia's eyes suddenly lit up, and as he looked at Yi Xian's smiling face, the admiration on his face became more and more intense. My father is not only good at taking care of people, but he can also draw and cook. He is simply an all-rounder. Hurry up and eat. After dinner, take a rest and then go take a shower and go to bed. Yi Xian gently rubbed the heads of Yi Xia and Yi Shi, and said lovingly. You 2 girls must be tired from the train ride. You should eat more today to replenish your nutrition. Yi Xia and Yi Shi nodded, drooling at the dishes on the table. It's delicious. Better than what my mom makes. After taking a bite, Yi Xia and Yi Shi closed their eyes for a moment, feeling the wonderful taste of the food in their mouths. They were already surprised that their father could cook, but they didn't expect that his cooking skills had reached such a level. Dad, your cooking skills are really good. It tastes better than the food we had at noon. While Yi Xia was eating voraciously, he gave Yi Xian a thumbs up. Xiao Xia, eat slowly, this will hurt your stomach. Yi Xian was giving instructions while constantly putting food into the bowls of the maids. After a while, after finishing their meal, Tang Hao also came over, holding an extremely exquisite small box in his hand. Brother Yi, this is sent by your Cartier group. It is said that this time, it is a new diamond discovered in South Africa. Please take a look. Tang Hao walked up to Yi Xian, bent over and handed the box to Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded, took the box and placed it on the table in front of him. A few little girls sat aside, looking at this exquisite black box, their eyes full of curiosity. The appearance of the box is very design-oriented, with precious cowhide on both sides, and the patterns on it make the hand feel unique and warm. Bang! As Yi Xian fiddled with the combination lock on the box opened with a crisp sound. Suddenly, Yi Xian opened the box, and inside lay several large diamonds sparkling with dazzling light. Yi Xian looked at the size of the diamond and nodded with satisfaction. Judging from the size and clarity of these diamonds, the value of each one is probably hundreds of millions. However, no matter how valuable these diamonds were, Yi Xian didn't care much. Instead, these girls were looking at them with great interest. Dad, this stone is so beautiful. Ah! It even reflects light. It's so beautiful. Yi Xian looked at the girl's eyes fixed on the diamond without any deviation, and he felt happy in his heart. Just by looking at the looks of these girls, one can tell that women's love for diamonds is probably innate. These stones are called diamonds. They are made of the same ingredients as the lead in your pencils, which are all carbon. Yi Xian originally wanted to continue explaining the differences between the carbon in pencils and diamonds, but thinking that the girls would be confused, he stopped talking. But at this moment, the girls seemed not to hear Yi Xian's words. Their little mouths were slightly open, looking at the diamonds with love in their eyes. Chapter 35. If you like it, take it and play with it. If you like it, take it and play with it. Yi Xian smiled helplessly. When the girls heard this, they immediately became excited. Dad! Really? Facing the girls' watery eyes, Yi Xian nodded lovingly. Of course, you can take it and play with it whenever you want. Yeah. Yi Jing was the first to come to the pile of diamonds, picking them out one by one and taking out one that was of a suitable size. But after gritting her teeth, Yi Jing seemed to think that it was still a little big, so she picked out a slightly smaller one. Zhou Xiaodan and Yi Xia each picked out a small one and held them carefully in their hands. Yi Shi was the last one to choose. Seeing that Yi Jing and the others all took small ones, she did not dare to take the biggest one and timidly picked up a small diamond. Girl, here's this. Yi Xian smiled and took out the largest one and handed it to Yi Shi. Holding the dazzling big diamond in her hand, Yi Shi looked at Yi Xian somewhat flattered, bit her lip lightly, and thanked him implicitly. Thank you, Dad. Yi Jing and the other girls also held the diamonds in their hands as if they were treasures. They looked at Yi Xian with silly smiles and said sweetly. He. Thank you, Dad. Looking at the happy faces of the girls, Yi Xian smiled and nodded. As long as you like it. Afterwards, Yi Xian looked at the time and it was quite late, so he closed the box, threw it aside, and said to the maids. Okay, go take a shower and go to bed, it's getting late now. Good. The maids agreed obediently, then walked towards the washroom hand in hand. At night, Yi Xian was surrounded by the little girls. He stared blankly at the ceiling with a hint of tired happiness in his eyes. Yi Xia and Yi Jing hugged Yi Xian tightly. Even though they fell asleep, their little hands could not be loosened at all. Yi Xi was lying on Yi Xian's chest, sleeping soundly with even breathing. As for the girl Zhou Xiaodan, she directly occupied most of the remaining half of the bed and slept particularly soundly. One night, Yi Xian once again had a sleepless night. The next morning, after Yi Xian and a few girls finished their meal, they sat on the sofa and watched TV. Ding ding ding. At this time, Chen Jing called. Yi Xian took a look and answered the call. Mr. Yi, there is a cultural relic exchange meeting here. Why don't you take advantage of the holiday and bring your children to play together? Yi Xian paused and said with a smile. I won't go. You guys go ahead. I'll send the girls over later. Good. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian looked at the girls. Girls, Aunt Chen Jing is having a cultural relic exchange meeting. Do you want to go over and have some fun? The girls were stunned at first, but then when they heard that they could go out and play, they all jumped up and down excitedly. Okay. We all want to go. Well, that's fine. You guys go ahead. Dad won't go today. Aunt Chen Jing will take you. Yi Xian looked at the girls' admiring eyes, nodded with a smile, and called Tang Hao over. Tang Hao, send these girls over to play later. I won't go. Okay, brother Yi. Tang Hao nodded, and after a few maids tidied up for a while, they walked out of the villa gate and got into the Rolls-Royce. In the car, Tang Hao was also driving. Yi Jing was sitting in the passenger seat. Suddenly, she looked at Tang Hao beside her. Uncle Tang, what kind of person is my father? Although Yi Jing has confirmed that her father truly loves them, she is still somewhat curious about her father's identity. In their eyes, their father can cook, draw, and do everything. He is like an omnipotent Superman. When Yi Jing asked this question, several girls, including Zhou Xiaodan, looked at Tang Hao curiously. Tang Hao smiled, took a deep breath, and spoke to the girls. Your father is a very powerful man. As for the rest, I won't tell you for now. When the time is right, you will know it naturally. The girls sat obediently in the car seats. When they heard Tang Hao say this, they stopped asking questions. After a while, Tang Hao escorted the maids to their destination and gave them instructions. When you've had enough fun, just call me and I'll come pick you up. Okay. Thank you, Uncle Tang Hao. Yi Jing and the other girls smiled and nodded, then got out of the car hand in hand. Chen Jing, who had been waiting outside for a long time, saw the figures of several girls and walked towards them quickly. Aunt Chen Jing. Several girls surrounded Chen Jing, pulled her clothes, and looked inside the venue excitedly. Aunt Chen Jing, when are we going in? Yi Xia asked first. Now that he was here, he couldn't wait any longer. Okay, we still have to wait for another auntie. When this auntie arrives, we will go in right away. So Chen Jing stood aside with a few girls and waited. After a while, a very beautiful girl wearing high heels came over here. Zhou Xin. We are here. Zhou Xin heard the voice and looked over here. The first person he saw was Chen Jing and the few little girls around Chen Jing. Chen Jing. Zhou Xin paused for a moment, then quickly came up to the few people. Oh, Chen Jing. Look at you now, you're almost becoming the leader of the kids. Chen Jing patted Zhou Xian's shoulder gently and said with a smile. I just like these kids. Zhou Xian also squatted down and pinched the little faces of several girls. Little ones, just call me Auntie Zhou. Hello, Aunt Zhou. The girls smiled sweetly, and the more Zhou Xian looked at the girls, the more he liked them. He excitedly went to the side to buy a few strings of candied haws, and then ran back to the girls. Girls, give it to me. Thank you, Auntie Zhou. Several maids thanked Zhou Xian, and each of them held a string of candied haws, looking so beautiful. Okay, let's go in. Chen Jing smiled and pointed ahead, then walked inside with Zhou Xian and a few maids. At this time, the venue was already crowded with people, some were chatting, some were sightseeing, it looked very lively. There were quite a few cultural relics on the display stands at this time, and some staff members were standing next to the display stands, introducing these cultural relics with a smile. There are many stalls around, and there are also a lot of people gathered there, even more than at the exhibition stands. Chapter 36, The King of Children. As soon as Chen Jing, Zhou Xian, and a few little girls came in, they saw a stall selling antiques nearby. They immediately became interested and pulled Chen Jing and the girls over. Chen Jing shook her head helplessly, and the girls were also very interested. They looked at the various antiques, calligraphy and paintings on the surrounding stalls with their little eyes full of curiosity. Zhou Xian and his group walked around the stalls and suddenly saw an exquisite porcelain vase on one of the stalls. Ha! Zhou Xian suddenly exclaimed, stopped, picked up the porcelain bottle and looked at it carefully. Oh, young lady! You have good taste. This porcelain vase is an heirloom from my ancestors. It is a fine product from the imperial kilns of the Tang dynasty, and was specially presented as a tribute to the imperial court at that time. Look at this glaze, this craftsmanship, and this patina. Anyone who knows the product can tell the difference at a glance. The boss, who had a big gold tooth, saw Zhou Xian looking at the porcelain vase carefully. He thought to himself that business was coming, and he started chatting nonsense about the porcelain vase. Zhou Xian was stunned by what the boss said. He looked at the porcelain vase and asked casually, "Boss, how much do you want for this porcelain vase?" The boss chuckled and gave 5 thumbs up. "Miss, this is a good thing. I see you really want it. How about this? I bought it for 480,000 yuan. Please let me make a little profit. How about 500,000 yuan? If you like, take it." When Zhou Xian heard the number, his brows slightly frowned, but soon relaxed. He thought it was a joke and continued speaking. "Boss, stop joking. I really want this. Can you give me a real price?" Hearing this, the boss's expression showed a trace of helplessness and hesitation, but if you look closely at his eyes, you can tell that this guy is extremely happy at this moment. "I told you, young lady, you know what's good. Well, let me give you another 50,000, so 450,000 will be enough." "Are you serious?" Zhou Xian was stunned for a moment. He thought it was a joke just now, but now looking at the boss's expression, he looked like he had suffered a great loss. Not only Zhou Xian, but also Chen Jing and a few little girls were stunned. "That's a lot. The weekly allowance mom gave us was only a few hundred yuan." As she spoke, Yixia took a closer look. Although the vase was exquisite, she still felt that something was not right. This porcelain bottle seems to be fake. When the boss heard this, he immediately became unhappy and asked back in a bad mood, "You little brat, what do you know? How dare you say this is fake?" Yixia looked at the boss's expression and felt unconvinced, so he spoke angrily. "Humph! My father taught me this. There is a method to identify porcelain." The boss listened to this with a look of disdain, not taking the little girl in front of him seriously at all. When people around saw this scene, they realized that a little girl was actually competing with the boss here. At once, everyone around came over, and Yixia, the girl, looked at the porcelain bottle and continued. "Uncle, to identify porcelain, you should first look at the bottom to see if there is a mark, so as to tell whether it is old or a replica, and also see if there are any signs of use. Besides, the old porcelain feels as smooth as jade to the touch, and you." Yixia didn't continue talking here, but stroked it gently. "Uncle, why does this porcelain vase of yours feel a little sticky when I touch it?" Having said this, many people around looked at Yixia and were suddenly surprised. After listening to Yixia's analysis, everyone felt that it made sense. They gave Yixia a thumbs up and couldn't help but praise him. "This girl is amazing. Yes, at such a young age, he has superb skills. Little girl, I'm optimistic about you. You're so amazing. You have a bright future ahead of you." The boss's face was blue and purple at this time, but he heard the little girl Yixia continue to say, "Also, I remember my father said that if this thing is a replica, there should be traces of lathe processing on it." Zhou Xian was suddenly stunned at this moment. After hearing these words, he looked at the porcelain bottle more carefully. After searching carefully, as expected, when the bottle was exposed to natural light, Zhou Xian instantly saw the marks on it. Afterwards, Zhou Xian put the porcelain bottle back without thinking twice. The boss also scratched his head awkwardly and smiled at Yixia. "Little sister, you really know a lot. It's true that there are always people who are better than you. Today, I was really taught a lesson by you, little girl." When Yixia heard this, he seemed to be encouraged. He looked at the boss excitedly, blinked his big eyes, and said excitedly, "Oh, now I remember, my father also told me other identification methods, such as this jade. Suddenly, the boss standing aside, seeing that the little girl Yixia was interested again, hurriedly took out 200 yuan and handed it to Yixia. Little sister, take this money and buy some snacks. Uncle still needs to do business here. Uncle will never make random offers again in the future. Definitely not. Please be magnanimous and let me off the hook. Zhou Xian and Sun Yi, who were standing by, saw this scene clearly. They were so happy that a smile appeared on their faces. They didn't expect that the stall owner had no idea how to deal with these little girls. Yi Xia was not polite either. She took the money handed over by the boss and looked at Chen Jing and the others with a smile. Let's go eat something delicious. Chen Jing rubbed Yi Xia's head and said with a smile. Xiao Xia, you are so amazing. Even Yi Jing and Yi Shi nodded in agreement. Yi Xian had also told them these things yesterday, but they didn't remember anything. Come on, let's go together. A few girls skipped and jumped to the side and bought some snacks. Their bags were full and their mouths and hands were busy. At this time, everyone saw a jewelry store on the other side. Zhou Xian suddenly became interested and looked at Chen Jing and several girls. Let's go and take a look. Chen Jing first looked at the jewelry store and then looked at Zhou Xian with an extremely suspicious look. Wait, why are you going to see this? Wouldn't it be nice to wait for your boyfriend to give it to you in the future? Before Zhou Xian could say anything, Chen Jing stabbed him again. Wait, you don't seem to have a boyfriend. Chapter 37 Big Diamond. For a moment, the air was a little solemn. Zhou Xian's mouth twitched slightly and he glared at Chen Jing fiercely. Yes, I don't have a boyfriend, but there shouldn't be a rule that you can't go in if you don't have a boyfriend, right? Zhou Xian said unhappily, but only he knew that that sentence had already caused quite a blow to him. Okay, then you can go in, but the things in here are not cheap. Chen Jing gently poked Zhou Xian's shoulder and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Could it be that you have become a wealthy woman without telling me? Where is it? Zhou Xian looked at Chen Jing with disdain and said weakly. Can I go in and take a look even if I don't want to buy anything? After playing around for a while, the two walked all the way to the door of the jewelry store and went in with the four little girls. As soon as they entered the jewelry store, the four little ones were stunned for a moment when they saw the dazzling array of jewelry inside. Call! Several girls held their breath, then ran away, leaned over the display cabinet, and looked at the various kinds of jewelry inside. These girls are so cute. The shopping guide nearby was also happy when he saw this scene. It seems that these things are very attractive to girls of any age. Because there is a cultural relics exhibition going on nearby, there are almost no customers here now. The shopping guide looked at the cute girls, and since there were not many customers anyway, he simply followed them, introducing things as he walked. Chen Jing and Zhou Xian felt relieved when they saw that some girls were following them. They walked slowly between the counters, arm in arm. As they walked, they saw a counter full of diamond rings. A diamond ring. Let's go take a look. When Zhou Xian saw the diamond ring, his eyes suddenly lit up and he pulled Chen Jing and trotted over. Girl, what are you in such a hurry for? Are you in a hurry to get married? Chen Jing looked at the diamond rings, then at Zhou Xian's motherly smile, and asked with amusement. Of course I'm not in a hurry, but I wonder if you are in a hurry. While looking at the diamond ring, Zhou Xian did not forget to retort. But seriously, how big a diamond ring do you want when you get married? Chen Jing looked at these diamond rings of different sizes and suddenly asked Zhou Xian. Well, as long as it's not 1 carat, it'll be fine. I feel a little chilly when I wear this. Hearing Zhou Xian say this, Chen Jing immediately laughed and said ouch. Oh, Miss Zhou Xian, you can't just take home a 1 carat diamond, right? Zhou Xian was speechless for a moment, she said lightly with a pout. Humph. You make me sound like I'm multi-material. As she spoke, Zhou Xian's eyes became much gentler as she looked at the sparkling diamond ring in front of her. But no matter which woman she is, she always hopes to have a dazzling diamond ring and have the man she is willing to entrust her life to wear it on her. Good fellow. Chen Jing stuck out her tongue. This girl, just by shopping in a store, gained some insights into life. Ladies, do you need to buy diamond rings? At this time, a shopping guide nearby saw Zhou Xian and Chen Jing standing here for a long time, and walked over with a smile. The diamonds we have here are all very good. Whether in terms of clarity or luster, we have selected the best on the market. Among diamonds of the same price, the cost performance can be said to be the highest. Chen Jing and Zhou Xian smiled and nodded, speaking politely. It's okay, we're just looking at it. If we want to buy it, we have to ask our future boyfriend to buy it for us. When the shopping guide heard this, she smiled slightly and instantly understood what Joe Xin meant. Okay, ladies, you can call us anytime if you need anything. After saying that, the shopping guide stopped bothering me and walked away. A few little girls, who had almost finished their stroll, also walked over here. Aunt Xinjing, Aunt Joe Xin, what are you looking at? Look at the diamonds. Oh. A few little ones said oh and looked at the diamond ring on the counter. Yi Jing said something. Hey. The stones here are so small. The other girls looked on and nodded in empathy. Small. When Zhou Xin heard this, he was immediately happy. He rubbed Yi Jing's head and said with a smile. I really can't tell, you little girl, you may not be that old, but you have such a broad vision. As she spoke, Zhou Xin looked at the sparkling diamond ring inside and continued talking to the girls. Little girl, do you know what this is? This is a diamond. Just a diamond that big could buy a cart of lollipops. As Zhou Xin spoke, he gestured and converted the unit of value from money into lollipops. After all, these little girls have no concept of money, so it might be a little better to say this. Really? Several little girls gasped in shock. This shocked them completely. It's so expensive for something so small, then my dad gave me a stone similar to this one. As she spoke, Xiaoxi took out a big diamond from her small purse. Under the light, it was dazzling and fascinating. For a moment, everyone was stunned, staring at the big diamond, and suddenly didn't know what to say. The shopping guide and Zhou Xin were stunned for a moment, and then they laughed. Xiaoxi, your dad bought this from a street stall to amuse you guys, right? Zhou Xin smiled somewhat disapprovingly. If this big thing was true, it would be outrageous. The shopping guide thought of this as a child's toy and didn't think of it as a real thing at all. Only Qinjing looked at the diamond and felt that it seemed strange no matter how she looked at it. She had a very bad premonition in her heart. Is this what your father gave you? Qinjing looked at Yi Shi with a bit of seriousness. Before Yi Shi could answer, several little girls beside her nodded. Yes, Aunt Qinjing, Dad said this thing is not valuable, and asked us to take it and play with it if we like it. So that is how it is. Qinjing heaved a sigh of relief after hearing the girls say this. But then, a few little girls said something that made Qinjing's heart, which had just relaxed, become anxious again. Well, Dad said that this stuff is similar to the composition of our pencil leads, no wonder it's worthless. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned, and their eyes were immediately focused on the big diamond. Ah, this. The shopping guide stood aside, sweat already breaking out on her head. For some reason, even she herself was unsure whether this thing was real or fake. Chapter 38 A Good Lesson. At this time, at the door of the jewelry store, the boss and several jewelry appraisal masters from their chain store came over, talking and laughing. When they reached the door, the boss stepped forward and opened it, then smiled respectfully at the jewelry appraisal masters who followed behind him. Teachers, please come in. The boss knew very well that the identities of these masters were enough to shock the entire jewelry industry, and their weight was much greater than that of himself, a so-called jewelry chain store owner. Fang Hong, who was in the lead, waved his hand and nodded to the boss. Thank you, boss. You're welcome. Several people came in, and Boss Xia walked beside a few masters, chatting as he walked inside. But at this time, everyone heard a noisy sound coming from the other side. Boss Xia was afraid of disturbing these masters, so he hurriedly walked towards the direction where the sound came from. Several masters also followed and suddenly saw Xiaoxi holding up her little hand, still holding the sparkling big diamond. OMG! For a moment, several masters were all stunned, and then they walked up quickly. Looking at this diamond, the masters who had originally had expressionless faces became as colorful as they could be. Boss, you're here. When the shopping guide saw the boss coming, he greeted him politely. Well, come here for a moment. The boss pulled the shopping guide aside and asked softly. What's going on? The shopping guide was stunned at first, and then he told the whole story. Boss, this is what happened. These customers originally came to see diamonds, and this little girl suddenly took out this huge diamond. I don't know if it's real or fake. The matter was not too complicated and the boss soon understood the cause and effect of the incident. But when he looked over there, he saw an incredible scene. The master's eyes were fixed on the diamond in Xiaoxi's hand at this moment, staring at it intently, their gazes unmoved at all. Fang Hong, who was in the lead, looked at Xiaoxi with a smile and said kindly. Little girl, can you show me your diamond? Diamond. After hearing Fong Hong's words, the people around were stunned for a moment, and then burst into exclamations. Is this true? Chen Jing slapped herself on the head. She knew that since it was given by Yi Xian, how could it be a fake? The boss who was talking to the shopping guide just now couldn't keep calm when he saw this scene. He walked quickly to Fong Hong and asked respectfully. Master Fong Hong, is this really a diamond? As for the boss himself, since he is the owner of several chain stores, he is considered a big shot in this circle. After all these years of hard work, I have never seen such a big diamond with my own eyes. Yes, this is indeed a diamond. Fong Hong took a deep breath and nodded to everyone. Afterwards, Fong Hong and the masters behind him once again looked at Xiao Shi, who was holding the diamond. Girl, how is it? Can you show it to me? Xiao Shi saw that a lot of people gathered around her and she immediately hugged the diamond tightly in her arms. No, this is something my father gave me. Even though it's not valuable, you can't give it to outsiders. Not worth it. When Fong Hong heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he thought to himself that if this thing was not valuable, then there would be nothing valuable in the world. The masters behind him couldn't help but sweat. Who on earth is this father? Not only did he not tell his child about this kind of thing, but the child actually said it was worthless. Little sister, Grandpa begs you, please let me see it. I will only take a look, I won't let you take it away. Seeing that Yi Shi disagreed, Fong Hong squatted down and stared at Yi Shi in front of him pitifully, almost begging. You promise not to take my things? Fong Hong looked at Yi Shi's somewhat worried eyes and nodded heavily. Girl, I swear, I'm just taking a look and I won't have any bad intentions. All right. Yi Shi then nodded slightly and looked at Fong Hong. But I want to hold it. As she spoke, Yi Shi placed the diamond that was originally in her arms in her little hand and presented it in front of Fong Hong. Ha ha ha. Good kid, it's okay. Fong Hong was delighted and immediately worked with several jewelry appraisers behind him to identify the diamond. After getting close to the diamond, even the knowledgeable Fong Hong couldn't help but tremble in his heart. This diamond is absolutely genuine and not fake at all. Moreover, this diamond is not only big, but its clarity and color are also top-notch. And the cut is simply perfect, and the color grade has reached the top D color. Hiss. All the appraisal masters gasped when they saw the big diamond in front of them. This is a top-quality product. This one alone is worth nearly 1 billion. Fong Hong stood up slowly, his face suddenly froze. It is so rare to be able to maintain such quality at such a size. When other people heard this, whether it was Chen Jing, Zhou Xian, or the boss and the shopping guide beside them, they were all dumbfounded. 1 billion. Chen Jing suddenly felt her brain go dark. She simply couldn't understand why Yi Xian would just give such an expensive thing to a few children to play with. Mom! Zhou Xian was also stunned at this time. He felt his brain was buzzing and his three views were about to collapse. The boss and the shopping guide standing by felt their heartbeats suddenly speed up. What on earth was going on? A little girl casually took out a diamond worth 1 billion? Alas, diamonds like this are so rare. I rarely see them either. Fong Hong shook his head and said in a serious tone. The sisters have this too. When Xiao Shi heard Fong Hong's words, she raised her little head and spoke innocently. Yi Xia and his friends also took out a few diamonds of their own. Fong Hong suddenly felt like he was slapped hard on the face. He looked at the other girls and saw that the things in their hands were slightly smaller, but definitely not much smaller. They were also the best of the best. The appraisal masters behind him almost shuddered and collapsed to the ground, their mouths twitching as they stared at the diamonds in the girls' hands. Chen Jing looked at the people at the scene and thought that wealth should not be shown to others, so she quickly pulled a few girls and walked outside. Hurry up! Chen Jing looked at Zhou Xian, who was still standing there stupidly, so she quickly pulled her away. Fong Hong and other treasure appraisers looked at the backs of Chen Jing, Zhou Xian, and several girls as they left, with deep shock still on their faces. It's really incredible. These girls have taught us a good lesson. Chapter 39 Play with you. These diamonds are so precious. I guarantee that if they were put up for auction, their value would be even higher. Hiss. I just don't know where this diamond came from. I've never seen it before. The masters were all discussing one after another, and Fong Hong looked towards the door and said with some concern. Let's go out and take a look. These people are all women and children. Take these things out. Feng Hong walked straight outside while he was talking. After hearing Feng Hong's words, the other masters also reacted and hurriedly followed Feng Hong outside. A group of masters came to the door in a mighty manner. Chen Jing and others were still standing at the door, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a car horn sounded. People nearby looked in the direction of the sound and saw Tang Hao driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition towards them. Soon, under the surprised gazes of the masters, the Rolls-Royce stopped directly next to Chen Jing and others. What is going on? Zhou Xian was startled suddenly, looking at the Rolls-Royce stopped in front of him, and looked at Chen Jing beside him with some confusion. The masters behind him were even more surprised, but they were soon relieved. It doesn't seem strange that everyone has a big diamond and is picked up by a Rolls-Royce. This is the car of Yi Jing and the other girl's father. Chen Jing smiled bitterly inside. The window of the Rolls-Royce opened and Tang Hao smiled at Chen Jing and Zhou Xian. Ms. Chen, Brother Yi invites you to have dinner together. What do you two ladies think? Zhou Xian glanced at Chen Jing, and Chen Jing nodded at Tang Hao. Well, that's troublesome. Tang Hao waved his hand gently and said calmly. It's okay, Miss Chen, please get in the car. Girls, hurry up and come up too. Good. The girls nodded obediently and got into the car one by one. Zhou Xian was pulled up by Chen Jing and finally climbed up. Soon, as the vehicle moved slowly, it arrived at the villa. Home. The little girls jumped out of the car, holding a lot of snacks that they had not finished eating, which they were going to leave for Yi Xian. Zhou Xian's eyes were still dull. Chen Jing shook her head and shook her shoulders vigorously. Only then did Zhou Xian react and got out of the car. As the girls walked into the yard, they saw Yi Xian setting up a barbecue grill in the yard. Meat was sizzling on it, emitting an enticing aroma. Dad! Uncle Yi! A few girls smelled the barbecue and ran towards Yi Xian happily. Did you have fun today? Yi Xian gently stroked the heads of the girls, his eyes full of doting. Fun! Several girls nodded, and Yi Xia was pulled over by Zhou Xiaodan and Yi Jing. Uncle Yi, Xiao Xia was amazing today. We met a guy selling fakes at the stall at the Cultural Relics exhibition. The two of them told each other what had just happened, and Yi Xian immediately laughed. He gently scratched Yi Xia's little nose and said with a smile. Xiao Xia is amazing. Dad, you eat. At this time, Yi Xi, who had been silent, picked up a piece of roasted meat and put it towards Yi Xian's mouth. Thank you, Cici. Cici is so good. Yi Xian smiled and bit the meat, and a burst of fragrance suddenly burst out in his mouth. By the way, where is your Aunt Chen Jing? Yi Xian saw that there were only these girls and not Chen Jing, so he asked curiously. Aunt Chen Jing is behind us, and here comes Aunt Chen Jing's friend Aunt Zhou Xian. Yi Jing said with a pout, and just as she finished speaking, Chen Jing and Zhou Xian walked towards the side. Mr. Yi. Chen Jing waved to Yi Xian. While grilling the meat, Yi Xian also waved to Chen Jing with a smile. Miss Chen, this must be Miss Zhou Xian. Chen Jing nodded and understood what the girls had said just now. Well, we are guests, so please sit down and enjoy the barbecue. Soon, everyone sat down and gathered around the barbecue grill, and Yi Xian filled everyone's cup with ice cola. Comfortable. Barbecue and Coke are so comfortable. Several girls were eating the barbecue contentedly, with their mouths shiny with oil. Chen Jing glanced at the calendar, squinted her eyes and smiled, then looked at Yi Jing and the other girls. Girls, your mother will soon finish her research and return home. Really? When Yi Jing and the other girls heard Chen Jing say this, they all looked at her with eyes wide open, with excitement in their eyes. Well. When has Auntie ever lied to you? Your mother is coming soon. Yeah. The girls were extremely happy at this moment, and Yi Xian's eyes were full of anticipation. Mr. Yi, I have something to tell you, can you come over for a moment? After dinner, Chen Jing called Yi Xian aside. Yi Xian looked at Chen Jing with a smile and said calmly. Miss Chen Jing, what's the matter? How could you do this? Chen Jing's expression suddenly became serious, which made Yi Xian a little confused. What's going on? I mean, why did you give such a valuable thing to a child? You know that you shouldn't show off your wealth. What if a bad guy spots you? When Yi Xian heard this, he remembered the diamond, but his expression remained unchanged. Ms. Chen Jing, don't worry about this, there's no problem. All right. Chen Jing also understood it at this time, but suddenly felt like a bronze player was educating a king. It seems that Mr. Yi has arranged people to protect the children. Afterwards, Zhou Xian and Chen Jing left. The little girls got up early and were tired at this time, so they simply took a nap. After getting up, the little girls washed up and were full of energy. They pulled Yi Xian and clamored to play poker together. "Dad, play poker with us?" Yi Xian was still drinking tea when several maids came over excitedly with expectant looks in their eyes. "Hee, you girls, why do you suddenly want to play poker?" Looking at the excited looks of the girls, Yi Xian asked happily. "This is boring. Dad, just play with us." Yi Jing blinked and stared at Yi Xian pitifully. "Okay. Daddy will play with you." Yi Xian smiled bitterly inside, and had no choice but to play with the girls. Hee. That's great." Hearing Yi Xian's agreement, several girls jumped up and down to get the playing cards and a few black water-based pens. Chapter 40 So Ugly. Yi Xian was a little confused when he saw that the girls not only brought cards but also pens. "Girls, just hold the playing cards." "Why are you holding a pen? Are you going to play cards and do your homework at the same time? How is that possible?" Several girls stuck out their tongues at Yi Xian and then spoke playfully. "Whoever loses has to draw a little turtle on his face." Yi Xian said oh, and then he suddenly realized. Looking at the sly smiles of the girls, he rubbed his hands and said, "Come on, deal the cards. I want to see how many little turtles you girls can draw on Daddy's face." Yi Xia smiled silly and nodded, then sat in Yi Xian's arms. Her little eyes rolled around, making Yi Xian feel something was wrong. "Dad, I want to take another good look at your face." Upon hearing this, the girls around them all covered their mouths and laughed. "Aha, do you want Daddy to have little turtles painted all over his face?" "Hey, yes." Yi Xia raised a scissors hand gesture, as if victory was just around the corner. But things did not go as smoothly as these girls imagined. From the beginning of the deal to now, they have played 6 or 7 rounds, and Yi Xian's face is still clean, while the other girls have 1 or 2 Q-version turtles on their faces. "How come Dad is so lucky?" Yi Xia whispered to Yi Jing. At this moment these girls didn't know the seriousness of the matter. "I don't know, but Dad can't always win. When we win, we must draw the biggest turtle on Dad's face." Yi Jing held the little turtle on his face, clenched his fists, and was full of energy. At this time, Yi Shi had 2 little turtles painted on her face. Her fair and cute face looked a little funny. She lowered her little head, as if she was afraid of being seen. "Come on, let's continue." Yi Xian had dealt the cards again at this time. The other girls all shared the same hatred and smiled at each other knowingly. Their goal today was not to hurt each other, but to have Yi Xian's face covered with big turtles. But then, 1, 2, countless turtles, when there was almost no space left on the little girls' faces to draw turtles, there was still not a single one on Yi Xian's face. The little girls were very angry and couldn't believe that Yi Xian had not lost a single game from the beginning to now. Although Yi Jing, Yi Xia, and Zhou Xiaodan's faces were almost completely painted, they still refused to believe it. As for Yi Shi, there was no place on her face to paint the next line. If she continued to paint, she would have to paint her neck. At this moment, Yi Shi could smell a strong odor of ink with just a sniff. She knew that her face was already covered with little turtles, and she was so anxious that she wanted to cry. When Yi Xian saw this, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. This was bad news. There was no other way. If he continued to win like this, Yi Shi would definitely cry. Yi Xian had no choice but to lose the game on purpose, gently put the cards back into the deck, and said with some regret, "Oh, it seems that good luck doesn't always come. Dad finally lost." "Yeah. That's great." At this moment, several little girls suddenly burst into cheers, and even the shy Yi Shi laughed very happily, and the unhappiness on her face just now disappeared instantly. "You girls, are you really that happy?" Yi Xian looked at these girls and they were so happy after winning a game, and asked with some amusement. He. The girls didn't say anything, but looked at Yi Xian in unison and grabbed the water-based pens on the table. These girls. Yi Xian's eyelids jumped suddenly, and he thought to himself that he was in trouble this time. "We are here." At this moment, several little girls suddenly pounced on Yi Xian and threw him directly onto the sofa. They grabbed the pens in their hands and started drawing on Yi Xian's face. Yi Xia gently held Yi Xian's face and smiled slyly. "Dad, please don't move, otherwise the turtle won't look good." "Yes, Dad. We will never bully you. Just draw one each." Yi Shi also smiled at Yi Xian, still looking a little timid, but the water-based pen in her hand was about to fall on Yi Xian's face. Looking at the girls in front of him with little turtles painted all over their faces, this angle was a perfect viewing angle. Yi Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Yi Xian's smile made the girls laugh so hard that they stopped the pens that were about to fall on Yi Xian's face. Is Dad stupid? Yi Xi looked at Yi Xian with concern, then glanced at Yi Xia and Yi Jing. Why is Dad so happy even though he was painted a little turtle? I know. Yi Xia held the water-based pen in one hand and slapped his head and said, Dad must like little turtles, that's why he's so happy. After hearing this, several girls nodded and looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Dad, do you like little turtles very much? How about, we draw more for you? Forehead. Yi Xian looked at the girl's serious expression, a black line appeared on his forehead, and he swallowed slightly. No, I was laughing just now because you have little turtles painted all over your faces, it's so ugly. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Yi Xian couldn't help laughing out loud again. Several little girls pouted and said unhappily, Dad, you are so mean. After saying that, several girls picked a spot each and started painting on Yi Xian's face stroke by stroke. After a while, the girls closed the pen caps, admired their own works, and nodded with satisfaction. All right. It's done. Yi Jing suddenly remembered something, ran to the side, found a mirror, and handed it to Yi Xian. Dad, come and admire the little turtle we carefully drew for you. After taking the mirror, Yi Xian couldn't help laughing when he saw himself like this. Girls, look at how ugly the picture you drew for your dad is. Yi Jing and the others didn't care about all that. When they saw Yi Xian being humiliated, they all raised their hands. Yeah. We did it. At this time, several girls clapped their hands and put on bright smiles on their faces, but the little turtles on their faces instantly deformed because of this smile. Ha ha ha. Yi Xian pointed at the little faces of the girls and looked at such a funny scene. He couldn't help laughing again. Ha ha ha. Dad, you're so ugly too. Several girls were also looking at Yi Xian's face, which was already covered with their masterpieces, and they were laughing so hard that they were bent over.